The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL. Snapdragon DHL. Snapdragon.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Another day means another round of epic MLBB action here at the SPS Season 6 Mobile Legends Tournament. Snapdragon returns for day 2 of the challenge season. My name is Stafa, once again joined by Husky for another day of good old MLBB. How you doing today, sir?
Feeling excited, still reeling from some of the matches yesterday, be it for good or for better or for worse, but today we have to conclude Group C and Group D, at least the first phase of these two groups. 4 more best of 3s coming up. We finally get to see some power transfers that we talked about yesterday, you know, Homeboys being able to play Todak as well, Rora, Bigatron Alpha, plenty more actions to come. And after yesterday's standards being set by teams like Onyx Philippines and RQ Hoshi, I can't wait. I want more.
Yeah, I think we all want more after we've seen what these teams are capable of. Of course, we are coming off of the heels of a couple of new patches ever since the end of the M6 World Championship. So a lot of questions were asked about whether or not the meta would shift, whether we would see different heroes, how prevalent the new hero Lucas would be on the Land of Dawn. I think we definitely got a good idea of all of that yesterday. But we have only been through half of the first round of the challenge season, and we still got 2 more groups to determine how the teams are going to be standing. But first, let's talk about what happened yesterday.
Started with Group A, we had Blacklist International taking on Lazy Esports, with Blacklist International coming out on top with a 2-1 score, and afterwards Onyx Philippines basically steamrolled through EVOS Esports with a 2-0 victory. So now both these two Filipino teams are in the upper bracket and winner goes to challenge finals, whereas Lazy Esports and EVOS Esports will be in the lower bracket to fight for the chance to qualify to the LCQ for another shot at the challenge finals.
Just once again to remind everyone who may be a little bit unfamiliar with how the challenge season works, all the teams have been split into groups of 4. Only one will get a direct ticket through to the challenge finals within the group itself. But no worries, there's still a couple of extra slots at the end, but it will be a much longer journey for the teams who drop a game, as they will have to go through the last chance qualifiers. Here we can see how the standings are for Group B. On the other hand, Alter Ego got a very easy and clean victory against RSG Singapore yesterday to move on to the upper brackets, where they will be facing off against RRQ Hoshi, who had quite the tight series against Team Liquid Philippines yesterday.
Absolutely, but of course hope is not lost yet for RSG, SG and TLPH. They will fight it out in the lower bracket, and it's a familiar spot for Team Liquid PH. At least they have been in this spot before last season, but now it's definitely a different feeling. I know a lot of people, I've seen a lot of buzz online after their series yesterday against RQ Hoshi. A lot of people, even local fans, started losing faith, but I digress. I think TLPH still have a chance. You just gotta give them some time, right? This is definitely a different element that they are in compared to how things were a year ago.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are still trying to figure out exactly how well they mesh into the current meta. Those who had the chance to perform on the international stage are probably a little bit more experienced in that regard. But let's talk about what's going to be happening for day 2, which will be kicking off with the matches in Group C. We're going to be witnessing Homeboys go up against Evo's Holy, followed by Team Flash KH up against the M6 runner-ups TLID.
This is going to be so exciting because for Homeboys, we kind of talked about a bit of transfer yesterday. Season 14 wasn't the best for them. You know, they brought in Izanami and they had a lot of holes to plug, but with Gorgeous now in the roster, it is going to definitely be something that a lot of Malaysian fans are going to be looking out for. But against EVOS Holy, the team, sort of like the third squad, I'd say, within the EVOS organization that has promoted some of their players to that tier 1, you know, Annabelle, Dreams, who are now in that big league. This is going to be a testing ground for both teams, especially when EVOS Holy has Albert in it.
But I don't think EVOS Holy is gonna have too much trouble. They've had quite the stellar run actually throughout SPS thus far, taking out some pretty notable names during the Open Finals, including teams like Team Vamos, being able to put up very solid performances against CFU and so on. So we definitely cannot underestimate them. Let's go ahead and bring up our last group as well. We'll also get to be watching their matches today. We'll have Bigatron Alpha up against AI Esports. And then we'll close things out with Todak versus Aurora.
Probably the most anticipated series of the day, Todak against Aurora. Both teams from, of course, different regions, but have this, I think, same storyline, somewhat leading up to M6 and beyond, right? So I feel like today is going to be a tale of redemption, or at least the beginning of one. Seeing Todak's roster, it definitely is going to be one of the few moments where people look at it and be like, oh, it's another version of Todak. But you gotta remember, I think Yanlor is currently going to SPM. So again, shout out to him, wishing the best of luck. Teams to watch today, we got Homeboys, we got Liquid ID, and we got Aurora.
These are all teams that everyone will probably be having their eyes on. Team Liquid ID, I think, is a no-brainer. It's in a similar position to Onyx yesterday as the runner-up, a grand finalist of M6. Definitely a team that everyone has their eye and sights set on, a big target on their back to see whether or not it is something that other competitors can overcome. As for Aurora, they are a team that a lot of people expected to have strong potential and a strong performance on the M6 stage, and yet fell pretty notably short. So I imagine that a lot of preparation has been put into this to make sure that a new year, a new tournament, is a new chance for them to demonstrate that, okay, what happened in M6 was just a fluke. We are still a team to be feared. And like you brought up, Husky, Homeboys has been through an interesting reshuffle, with Gojes coming from the famed SRG, having been kind of set on the bench for a long time due to Cram's performance, now getting to join the main lineup once again, alongside some other interesting imports.
Yeah, Escalera being one of the latest addition to the team. You know, previously, of course, played in TNC. They definitely didn't have the best run in the latest season. They basically went with no 0 victories. I want to say undefeated, but they were basically defeated at every series. But now this is, I think, a different chance, a different opportunity, right? Because you got Escalera and you also got Soul in that gold lane. It's going to be an interesting dynamic having a side lane that primarily, you know, are being from the same region. So I think that is going to be a plus point for Homeboys, but we gotta see if EVOS Holy is still that monster that we have witnessed back in the Open Finals.
I mean, if what we've seen from the TNC players, just based off of the performance of Innocent, Cram, and King Kong are anything to go by, I think we definitely have to keep an eye on Escalera as well, just to see what he's going to be able to achieve in that roam position. But let us highlight today's schedule. Like we've already mentioned, it is going to be all of the round 1 matches from Group C and D, starting off with Homeboys versus EVOS Holy, Team Flash KH against Team Liquid Indonesia, Bigatron Alpha versus AI Esports, and finally, Todak going up against Aurora.
Yeah. An interesting thing is that when the SPS released the official roster for Bigatron Alpha, there was this one locked character for them. So I think today it's going to be the grand reveal of who that player is going to be. I personally am excited to see who that last man will be for BTR. So gotta wait until the third match for those who want to find out. But for now, I think we gotta focus on Homeboys, right? I think Go just going over is probably one of the biggest loans that we have seen in a long time for a Malaysian team.
Yeah, Gojes always felt like a very solid EXP laner back when he was playing on the main lineup for SRG, but when Cram came on in, he definitely filled in the niche that the team was looking for, leaving Gojes a little bit on the back foot, right? We got the chance to see him play here and there, but those are usually matches that don't have the biggest impact for the team anymore. So Gojes, I'm sure, wants to flex those fingers again, show the world what he's got. Escalera, Soul, Izanami, I'm sure they all want to demonstrate that this is a new era of Homeboys, but Evo's Holy, they've been doing a really, really good job throughout SPS, and even if they are like the third string team for Evos, you cannot count them out. We've already seen how they perform against stronger teams, so I'm very excited to see what happens for game number 1.
Yeah, and even at least in the ID region, right, for the C, B tiers, the lower tier tournament, they have been dominating most of it. So I think, this progression is going to be great for the players themselves. But a quick check-in for the highest KDA ratio. Of course, King Kong leads the chart with 35.0, followed by Rin's 33.0, and then highest with 13.5. Most kills in a single match, of course, is going to be King Kong with 16, including 2 first blood kills, which is basically first blood in both games, and the fastest game win from the Thunder Heroes themselves. Match 2 against Evos Esports with a 12-minute and 24-second game time.
We're definitely seeing a bit of Onyx across the board here. A 35.0 KDA ratio is actually insane, but it has only been one day of the tournament, so it's understandable that numbers would be a little bit inflated right now, and Onyx had very clean sweeps in both games that they ended up playing yesterday. King Kong was obviously the star, getting to play both of the signatures. I think he was on the Suyo, and then we saw the Joy as well, which was just absolutely stellar. Onyx definitely still has it, right? But I think Rin's also sticking out from RRQ, still a very, very solid mid laner, something that should be respected and feared. We have a whole bunch of other players today that haven't even gotten to show their stuff on the new year of 2025 either, right? So, oh man, I'm excited.
Yeah, and of course, just to give everyone a quick refresher, for M6, the recent one, of course, Onyx Philippines became the champions after a 4-1 scoreline victory over Team Liquid ID. And of course, we also have RRQ Hoshi, who finished 5th and 6th, right? And this is just for the teams who are currently in the challenge seasons. I know people will ask, where is SRG? Well, they're in the challenge final, so we'll talk about that when we get to that stage. We've blown past RRQ Hoshi and Onyx Philippines, so at least today we get to see Team Liquid ID, who also had one of the most amazing runs in MPL ID last season. Went from bottom, last place in the first 2 weeks, to basically champions in the finals and finishing 2nd. And out of the 5 players, 3 of them, it is literally their first time on that big stage, so you cannot have asked for a better development.
It is truly an incredible journey that Team Liquid ID has been through. I personally am a big fan of the way they play the game as well, right? There's a very good controlled aggression in their approach to the game, their approach to drafting, and it really doesn't feel like a team that is composed of a lot of newer players. It just came from MDL not too long ago, and all of a sudden they are M-Series runner-ups. So many strong teams today, many players that deserve a strong bit of attention from you, our lovely viewers. And we're gonna go ahead and take a short break to prepare for the first match of the day. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you guys in just a bit.
No one worthy, don't rely on no one else. You're gonna see me fly. I'm gonna do it right. Ooh, I got it in my sights, alright. Ooh, I'm gonna get my dreams this time. I can't live without it. I'm not giving up this time. Oh, I'm not giving up. Ooh, give it all I got. Ooh, don't you ever stop. Just you keep on, keep on, keep on. Just you keep on. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it on. Manifest this year, your new anthem. Yeah, you gotta keep it going. Stay on the path that you've always chosen. I know that you got the power in you. Believe in yourself, cause you know that it's true. Repeat the same words loud every day. I'm a boss, I was born to slay. I'm not giving up. Ooh, give it all I got. Ooh, don't you ever stop. Just you keep on, keep on, keep on. Just you keep on. I want perfect family. For the moment, I'll take sexy candy. Oh, said if I want to, I'll break these habits. Oh yeah, I speak too soon. This ain't nothing new. I like it nice and easy. I told my doubts to leave me here. Don't wake me now. I'm dreaming. I want to do it nice and easy, easy. Yeah. What to do? 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 Yeah. What to do? What to do? What to do?
Homeboys versus Evo's Holy shall be the debut match of Day 2 on the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 MLBB Challenge Season. This is gonna be a very interesting match, I think. One that we want to keep an eye on because these are both teams that haven't really had the chance to shine on the international stage. Both not having that opportunity to play on stages like M6 for various reasons, and now eager to show to the world what they're capable of for a brand new year of MLBB. Husky, what are your thoughts about this matchup?
As we have established, I personally want to see this testing ground for homeboys, more for homeboys instead of Evo's Holy. Just based on the track record itself, I think a lot of people will be looking at Evo's Holy to get a resounding victory over our homeboys. But for those who don't know who they are, we got Gojes, we got Amao, we got Izanami, Escalera, and also Soul. So the only minor changes are in that Roam and XP role, but I feel like this is a big reinforcement for a roster that had to go through this overhaul last season, which basically caught everyone off guard and ended the season in a pretty, pitiful finisher.
As everyone is aware by now, the majority of the Homeboys roster that was well known to the world moved over to Team Avamos during the last season, leaving them scrambling to fill up their ranks and maybe not quite prepared for the upcoming MPL season, which ended with them finishing MPL MY Season 14 in 7th place. Ever since then, they've had a little bit more time to refocus and they've been able to pick up some new talent. Gojes being on loan from SRG, on top of Escalera, a brand new wildcard that could be the secret factor Homeboys needed to really push the power ranking of their team all the way to the finish line.
I just want to quickly say that I have the same water bottle as Izanami, 1.5 liter. Great stuff for 70 ringgit, so shout out to my boy there. But they're up against Evo's Holy. We got Reggie, Albert, Deposit, Ivan, and Erlan. So this is again that roster that it's sort of like the third iteration or the third squad from the EVOS organization, which has been tearing it up. And now with the addition of Albert in the jungle role, it is a definite level up for the entire team.
Albert in a similar situation to Gojes, actually, both being left on the bench a little bit because of other players filling their main position on the starting lineup and not really getting the chance to really play properly on the stage as much as they would like to maximize their synergy and experience with their team. But joining a brand new roster here is going to be an interesting proving ground for the man. And well, EVOS Holy has already been doing a pretty good job thus far. As you can see throughout the Open finals, they've been able to take down notable teams, including Team Vamos themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, two changes in the jungle and mid lane. Right now, the latest members are definitely Albert and Deposit. But when you look back at the entire run, especially during the Swiss round in the Open finals, even like I said, taking up powerhouse teams like Team Vamos. So for people who were wondering why isn't Team Vamos even in the conversation, despite finishing second in the latest MPL season, it's just because of the seeding system, right? They weren't around prior to that. So they had to go through this long, arduous journey and fell short to EVOS Holy, who was not even in the MPL or the MDL of the ID region, which I think is what makes it so impressive.
It's a pretty big shocker overall, considering that Team Vamos finished M6 in 7th to 8th place, right? Yeah, they definitely improved between then and now, but it's still quite the statement to the world. Now they'll get the chance to go up against Homeboys. We've got Gojes. He was actually a former Homeboys Academy before joining SRG as their 6th man.
I bet the Homeboys fans are going to be salivating, saying that, oh boy, Homeboys actually produces champions. And in a way, I can agree. Gojes, they did play for our national team for IESF and came out on top, right? 2-0 in the recent IESF 2024 in, I believe, in Saudi Arabia. So has a lot of accolades. When he, before Cram joined the roster, he finished 5th and 6th in Season 11 and then 3rd place in Season 12 locally with the SRG squad. So you can definitely not count him out. And even when he wasn't in the main lineup for SRG, he had Cram as his mentor, and Cram has taught him a lot of tips and tricks in that XP lane.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really fun to watch because Gojes has always been a personality both in and outside the game, right? So I want to see him bring that character into the Land of Dawn once again, considering how rarely we've been able to see him play. We will bring up the tournament history of the Homeboys a little bit here, and they did get 2nd place in MPL Malaysia Season 13 recently, but have been a little bit of an up and down team. Not the most consistent overall, going 7th, 14th in Season 14, and then been 5th to 8th place for MSC 2024.
Yeah, this team even made it to the M5 stage, right? They didn't have to play wildcards, they were on the M5 main stage, but didn't make it out of their group. After a strong start against GeekFam ID, they ended up falling to the Ohio Brothers and Deus Vote. So, and since then, it has been sort of a downward spiral for a while until they finished 2nd in MPL Season 13, only to get knocked out, I believe, by NIP Flash during MSC. So much history behind this team, but this is kind of a new era, just like what we talked about with Blacklist International yesterday. A new batch of talents looking to make their name.
I think we have to note as well, with the exception of the Season 14 finish that we see here, all of these previous records were with the previous roster of Homeboys, right? The one that we all know with Zorn, with Chibi, with Sabat, and so on. So it's new, it's different, and we need to see what happens here because our caster predictions are pretty different for the first time in the Challenge Finals here, sir.
Yeah, we were on the same page yesterday, but today that's where it all changed. One of us is gonna take the L. I love the Homeboys, but again, they haven't really proven much. We haven't gotten the chance to witness them. And after seeing how EVOS Holy kind of blew through the entire Open finals, this is going to be an uphill battle. I'm in for an upset. I'm in to be proven wrong. But just based on statistics, EVOS Holy takes the cake.
I personally want to believe in the homeboys. I think this is a very interesting roster update. I'm a fan of SRG, right? So I definitely want to see how well Gojis will perform in another team. And Izanami is a player that's always been very, very consistent in the MY region and yet hasn't really had the chance to taste that championship ever since season 7. So there's a lot of pent-up frustration as well as hope for the future here that I think will be enough to get them the edge they need against Evo's Holy.
And just a fun fact about Suyo does win games because so far he has had an 80% win rate just based off of day 1 stat. Of course, if you look at the overall M6 run, he had a 55.91% win rate, which in of itself is pretty impressive considering how he's almost always picked when led through.
Yeah, I think Suyo had a few more power picks to worry about during M6, and with the recent patch update, certain heroes have definitely taken a hit. Changes to items have made it a little bit more difficult to go for heroes that would commonly be considered solid solutions to him. Even Joy isn't quite reaching the same levels of success as before. But speaking of, Joy going to be the first pick instantly for the homeboys on the blue side for the draft of game number 1.
This is going to be quite a power pick considering that you get the Joy is so almost a must, and in the hands of Amao you can always rely on him, right? Like there's no way he's gonna get Fanny anyway, so might as well take that Joy. But of course you also got comfort picks for Evo's Holy. The Granger has sort of been that big staple for MPL ID over Raw. Now that Bruno is nerfed, Granger kind of shoots up in that priority a bit more. Alongside the Matilda, plenty of mobility, ways to get away from the Joy when needed with the Guiding Wind, but Homeboys wants to chase them down with the Irithel.
Yeah, I think it's interesting what Evo's Holy have gone for here, because by picking up the Matilda, they are basically telling homeboys that they intend to turn pick Alpha, right? And that's a very interesting choice as well, considering Suyo is still left in the pool, completely open. A hero with 80% win rate from day 1 may not get to see the light of day here unless Evos decides to go for the Suyo here instead, not really focusing on the Alpha Matilda combination. Irithel going to be a very solid counter towards the Granger. We saw a lot of it in day 1. And the Phobius as well, just a very universal EXP lane matchup. But oh!
Alright, so
That's
they picked the
interesting.
Fredrin. This definitely feels like something that they have practiced. I mean, for Albert at least, right? This Fredrin pick, we've seen it a few times in the BTK. We've seen that played by TLID. We've seen that played by Team Spirit. You know, kind of varying between the jungle and the XP lane. But I think Susujin and MobileLegendsBangBang were the 2 players, at least close to the end of last year, that really made this Fredrin pop. And this definitely does kind of bring us back in time a little bit, where Fredrin is going to be the one that is going to be soaking up the damage, but you do have some decent artillery shots from this Granger from long range.
Yeah, Fredrin is a hero that definitely isn't quite as strong as his peak day, but still a very solid option, and basically the most solid option if you want to go for a tank jungle. He's going to be enabled quite heavily with the Matilda to make up for that reduced durability compared to the past where tanks were just unkillable, but he's also a very good solution towards the Joy because it's going to be hard to invade him, and if you happen to jump in with the electrifying beats at the wrong time, energy eruption is very spammable and a very easy way of just popping Joy out of her momentum.
Absolutely. And even going into the second phase, we're seeing, you know, Khalid, CC, Bandao. One hero that you always have to pay attention to when you fight against Izanami is that Valentina, right? It's one of his signature. It feels like every time Valentina is up, it's defaulted into Izanami's hands. And there are some decent spells from Evo's Holy, of course, Circling Eagle being the first one, but we've also seen some creative approaches with the Valentina. With that Fredrin, we see Super Friends do that in the M6 finals, where you can sort of steal energy eruption. But this Angela ban definitely is homework done by Evo's Holy. We saw that Angela Joy yesterday, and Evo's Holy don't want that today.
Angela Joy and Angela Irithel are both very powerful combinations and is something that Izanami has played in the past. He is willing to fulfill more of a utility role in the mid lane. So Evo's Holy have definitely done their homework like you said. Something that I think homeboys may have to worry about just slightly is that with this particular combo that Evos have right now, the Cecilia on mid lane is a genuine possibility, since Red Rain will already be a very solid front line for them to play around, and they just go for a straight up backline artillery sort of gameplay. It's a bit risky against a Joy, but totally possible. And yeah, they're totally going for it.
Yeah, caught it. So it's the Sicilian, which, I mean, for EVO's Holy, they not only have very long-range artillery, long-range damage, right? But you also have this scaling that basically goes infinity and beyond with the Sicilian. Though I would say, because of the Matilda, it's to a certain degree kind of negates what the Irritel and Joy can do, right? Usually they can just chase down the Sicilian and the Granger, but with the Matilda and the Fredrin supplementing that push and pull, Homeboys, they will now need to find a way to kind of start these fights. There's no show. I was thinking something like a Tigreal, but that Guinevere roam is gonna show up.
Guinevere is actually a very good way of handling Fredrin, because he's gonna be pretty slow, always in the front line, and right now is the only front line for EVO's Holy. So Guinevere loves these situations where there's just that one big frontline target where you can CC in every single fight. We also see the Farsa coming out, so that helps handle the backline artillery of EVO's a little bit, because the feathered airstrike will be able to reach them and zone them away from the battlefield. So I do actually quite like Homeboys' complete lineup here. Let's see what EVO's goes for. The EXP lane going to be their last pick.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of the catch and kill comp so far, at least with this Guinevere. Just big single target control, like you said, right? It's going to force Purifies from EVO's Holy. You have 3 heroes that can take the Purify. The last one is going to be the Edith. Very standard in that XP lane, solid into the Phoveus, clears way fast, and generally just gives you that extra layer of damage when you need it.
In fact, EVO's Holy have a lot of built-in damage overall. We know Ranger and Cecilion are both gonna scale up to be late-game monsters, but Edith actually provides a good deal of DPS into the mid to late game as well. Once you've got a couple items in that primal wrap DPS, it's pretty legit. Homeboys have a lot of ways of entering and exiting the team fight, but they're more engage heavy. So EVOs will want to play more of a kiting style engagement and initiation to control the team fights with Matilda, and then just overpower them by outlasting them.
So comes down to how Escalera and Gojes can just kind of set up the premises for the rest of Homeboys to jump EVO's Holy. Again, that trying to facilitate and play around this Matilda is going to be a challenge that they need to solve as we hop into game number 1. Homeboys finding themselves on blue side, and of course we got EVO's Holy on red.
Two teams with much to prove, with new rosters that have not yet truly seen the weight of the international stage. Now about to duel it out on the land of Dawn with new faces to fill out their rosters. I'm very excited to see which one is going to come out on top here. Looking at the overall emblems. Ooh, Impure Rage on the Granger. So going for a very poke-heavy style on EVO's Holy, along with the Warcry for Edith. So they're definitely intending that scaling up into that mid to late game.
Yeah, and even for Albert, understanding that he is the primary and only frontline, he went for the Brave Smite instead of sort of what we saw with Concussive Blast in recent times. So you get that extra sustain in these team fights to consistently stick onto Homeboys. I'll say even to a certain degree, if you catch the Phoveus, he's gonna find it pretty tough to get away from you, right? You just stick onto him like glue. And speaking of the Phoveus, Gojes, he's going to be playing underneath the turret for now. Erlan getting ganked by Escalera, but able to get away.
It's gonna be a bit hard for Homeboys to get easy ganks out as long as Ivan or Ivan. So gonna be on the map somewhere. The Matilda Guiding Winds, always an easy get out of jail free card, even if you're out of position. That's why they just tried to go for the Guinevere here. If you're locked down for too long, then you can't really take it out.
An attempted gank on bot side also, but they get the flicker out of Reggie at least. There's some resources expended from EVO's Holy, with Turtle coming up as well. You see that for Homeboys, they're gonna group up as 4. Scalera checking the bushes. It's all about that level 4. Izanami, once you get the feather airstrike, the long range artillery, it's gonna facilitate Homeboys in these objective takings as they are on the case. Of course, both Deposit and Ivan's gonna show up. Reggie as well with the Primal Ref, but just late to the party. Turtle goes over the Homeboys. They get the Energy Eruption, taunt everything onto Gojaz, who will flicker away. Good re-engage from Escalera, and First Blood going over to Izanami. They find one or more, so that's 2 kills for Homeboys.
Yeah, maybe a little bit aggressive by Evos there. They thought they could pick up Gojaz since he did go for Flicker instead of Vengeance on this Phoveus. But Homeboys actually did a very interesting rotation there. They actually pulled Gojaz into the mid lane, let him get some of the EXP from the mid wave to hit level 4 sooner, while still leaving the EXP lane so that he can get level 5 as well. They actually decided not to go for the typical like roam mid swap that we see sometimes to get Guinevere to level 4 as soon as possible, and instead funneled it into the Phoveus to make sure that they could group up as 4 on the Turtle ASAP. Very early aggressive style to secure that objective.
The fact that Gojaz was able to just draw so much attention, right? Like Evo's only had the idea, we give the objective away, but we are going to try and pick off targets. Not the case. They will try again, this time to Escalera, who was able to spatial migration out of the way. Albert barely sticking onto him. Princess Raph will miss though thanks to the flicker from Escalera, so Evo's Holy's second attempt on the kill finds no one.
I do like that Evos is trying to still play somewhat active on the map. You would normally expect with a lineup like this, Cecilion and Granger, you're not really going to try and do too much, but Matilda and Fredrin opens up a lot of space for them as long as Reggie can keep Gojaz in lane. And because of that, if they're able to get kills, assists onto Deposit or Erlan will really boost them into that mid game. The goal for Evos right now is to make the early game go by as fast as possible by just snowballing itemization onto their cores to not give Homeboys as much of a window to play for.
Second turtle be up on the top side also. I mean, Evo's Holy didn't really lose too much. It's not even a sizable goal lead for Homeboys yet, but just like the first turtle, they're going to be in the right spot at the right time before Evo's Holy was in position. And that attempt on the Escalera tries to mitigate the crowd control with the ultimate, does it just in time. Izanami with the feather airstrike to support him, but still, Escalera ends up going down. So Evo's Holy, you started to see that durability with Albert and Ivan. Now they will get control of the turtle.
It was a good attempt there. Escalera even using the Violet Requiem just to avoid the CC, but it's too much damage from Evos with all 5 members still strong.
But Gojaz, he's not gonna care. That's a double kill for this man already. Izanami cashes in as he cancels that recall to pick up the third. Evo's Holy once more shut down at the turtle.
Ordinarily, if your roamer is gone and you're still 5-man strong, you should have the advantage over the turtle, but there's a reason why Evos wants to accelerate early game as much as possible, because their lineup is just not that good at straight up 5v5ing. And the Phoveus is still a very big problem since they don't have enough burst damage to just remove him from the equation. That's what allows him to really disrupt their ranks, affect their positioning, and actually output a lot of damage. That's gonna be a pretty strong early game lead for Homeboys right now, as they are 5 kills to 1 and a 2k gold advantage in 5 minutes.
They lost the top, and Homeboys even got the top tier 1 too. And we kind of discussed about the power, the damage that Evo's Holy had, and you did point out that they do have some substantial damage even in the early game. But so far, I mean, has that really changed? Because Homeboys, they've been winning these fights where it felt like Evo's Holy should have landed a bigger blow.
Their damage is pretty substantial in the early game, but a lot of it is actually built into Reggie on the Edith. And right now, Reggie is actually being stuck on housekeeping a lot because Homeboys are actually doing a good job with macro as well, so that he's not able to join the fights or initiate as easily. Otherwise, Evos are pretty good at extended team fights. They stay alive by having Fredrin in the front line, topped up with shields from Matilda, and then for Erlan and Deposit to just keep whittling them down from behind. But Homeboys are taking the fight so quickly that they're not able to achieve this condition. Thus, the team fights so far have all been going in Homeboys' favor.
The glowing one for Izanami online. We got the Haas Claw done very early for Soul. So these item power timings are basically, I would say, fast-tracked to a certain extent for Homeboys. And even in the XP lane case, Reggie has already died 2 times, whereas Gojaz, with 100% kill participation up to this point, 2 kills and 3 assists.
The Phoveus is a terror. There is a reason why this hero still remains as a very popular pick that many teams are willing to blind pick without knowing their EXP lane opponent. He just works so well into most team fights, is difficult to remove. If you pair it up with Vengeance, it just becomes even more impossible. But Gojas already knew that Evos wouldn't have that much early game damage to deal with this time, so going for the Flicker as a way of setting up with the Dark Wave actually ends up being much more effective overall. And positioning from Homeboys is clean. They know they have map control. That's going to be another turtle going to Amal.
So all 3 turtles for the Homeboys. Evos Holy, they want to defend this mid as much as they can, and so far I think they are trying to play together as a 5-man unit, just like how the comp is intended to be. But I think in Homeboy's position with this lead that they have, they really are not in too much of a rush. They're still getting the map priority. They're still allowing Soul to have this free top side thanks to Escalera and Gojas basically blocking off crucial entry points.
Yeah, Evos Holy is playing a pretty honest front-to-back style. It's very classic lineup that works very well once you get into the mid to late game. But Homeboys have accelerated the early game quite a bit here in terms of snowball for themselves. And the way that they're approaching the team fights is making sure that Evos cannot actually take advantage of their formation. Gojas is always in there causing chaos. And then the Feathered Airstrike, this Farsa, very good final pick for the Homeboys to make sure that even the backliners cannot artillery fire.
Speaking of that, Escalera will be chunked down to basically critical health. It will stick onto Gojas, and this time Gojas will have to flicker. Izanami with support fire with the Feathered Airstrike. Homeboys manages a disengage once more, and Evos Holy, they've been trying to really make these moves as a 5-man unit, but so far all they were getting have been flickers.
I would say that Evos Holy still has a lineup that is fully capable of taking over the game in the later stages, as long as they don't fall too behind in gold. But they have kind of reached that point at this stage, because Homeboys have already gotten a 4k gold advantage. So Evos will actually have to delay this quite far. The consolation is that they actually still have a lot of their towers standing, so that gives them a lot more time to work with. Homeboys actually needs to try and siege down more structures to reduce the amount of space on the map that Evos have to farm. Otherwise, they actually risk a late game Sicilian Granger combo.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing the damage. Escalera, 2-man knockout into a Violent Requiem. They are just controlled for days on end. Reggie flickers to safety, but still they end up losing Deposit and Albert in the process. At the cost of Amal though, who did dive a bit too deep. Homeboys finds 2 at the cost of 1.
Yeah, the angle was a little bit disadvantageous for Amal because the rest of the Homeboys were on the left side and he had to dive the right side to find the squishies, which were already retreating. But still, an incredible initiation by Escalera onto the 2 frontliners of Evos. Normally, just catching Albert would have been good enough, but they found the Reggie on Edith as well. So Evos just had to immediately back off. I do feel like Amal could have delayed the entry a little bit more just to gauge the situation, but still, definitely a win for Homeboys.
They were able to kill off Deposit, I think, in the process. Force out the flicker from Reggie, but Evos Holy still ends up denying any sort of a Lord take thanks to the absence of Amal as well. So this fight, there's no extra gold for Homeboys. There's no extension of their lead for now. I think we might be locked into a pretty extended Lord dance now that there's a Fredrin on the Evos Holy side.
Yeah, Lord dances are actually going to start going in favor of Evos as we jump into the mid game, because a front-to-back formation is a very safe way of taking space around the riverside. And Amal, as the jungler, also needs to be the backline diver, which means that his positioning needs to be a little bit more cautious, right? Because of that, Homeboys, despite having a 4k gold lead, cannot very safely blitz the Lord down.
And they still get the Lord despite Albert being 4 levels behind. Like, they lost Reggie, but they got the objective that they were coming for. So that's another goal swing in the favor of Evos Holy. Now is to see if they can start ballooning it. Homeboy is really dropping the ball there. Amal was 4 levels ahead of Albert and still lost the Lord.
And that's literally what I was talking about, right? Amal's positioning is actually a little bit difficult in Lord takes, whereas Albert, even though he is many levels behind, is on a Fredrin. That is the luxury that is afforded to you when you are playing a tank jungle. You have one role, stand in front and ready the objectives. You don't really have to do too much else. Because of that, Evos can just play a very default, very traditional, very safe, but very reliable formation. And that allows them to very easily contest the Lord unless Homeboys is able to mess with their backline before the fight starts.
And you can see them, they force Homeboys away and Albert just walked up for it. And Erlan will get this top tier 2, and how the tables have turned. Homeboys slowly losing whatever lead that they've garnered for themselves in the first phase of the game, the early phase of the game. Escalera is gonna find his target, but they're gonna start gunning him down. Reggie shows up, Violent Requiem will not save him. Escalera gets picked off. Evo's Holy continues to bulldoze Homeboys with the lead they have.
Straight up way too desperate from Escalera there. Missed the spatial migration and then tried to chase when Erlan had already gone out of the feathered airstrike range. There was no reason to do that and got punished for it. This is always the risk of... Oh, hold on.
And Gojira is gonna get caught, forced into the deep ends of Evo's Holy's backline. Aimao tries to go for Ivan, cannot get him! Feather airstrike shows up, Gojira continues to chase, but the damage from Evo's Holy is starting to hurt. Reggie pops the Primal Wrath and Izanami has to fall back once more. Homeboys could not get anything done.
Homeboys definitely have the harder comp to play now that we've reached this stage of the game. They have to separate Evo's Holy, while Evo's, they can just go for the 5-man Death Ball. And their disengage is very good as well, with a 2-man front line, as well as a Matilda to make sure that less mobile heroes like Deficit are gonna be able to get out and reposition safely. Homeboys are reaching the end of their timer. There's a reason why I said they needed to take more towers early. They gave Evos too much space to play with, allowed them to position favorably for objectives that they reasonably should not have been able to contest. And now all of that is biting them in the butt.
It's going to be quite a uphill battle right now for the Homeboys. Is there, so the way to come back is somehow you gotta get aim out to the backline, kill off both Deposit and Erlan in the best case scenario. But how do you achieve that to begin with?
The ideal is actually right now play the map. Have Soul Split pushing somewhere on the opposite side of the Lord, preferably, because Evos needs all 5 people together to contest objectives. So if you can pull even 1 or 2 people away, Homeboys just wins the fight. Like straight up, no contest. Evos has to be a 5-man, and that is what they're going to try to play for. Homeboys is not trying to do that. They're still trying to contest them in their own game, and I don't really think they're going to win out on that unless they get really, really good dives.
And even Escalera, he did use the conceal and that was spotted out. There is a slow push setting up on the bottom side if Homeboys could kind of drag this out long enough, which seems to be the case, right? Like Gojira and Albert, they are just poking their heads out every now and then. So Homeboys eventually will have that big wave that Evo's Holy needs to deal with, but that window feels very, very small, and really comes down to if Evo's Holy would deal with it, you know, like right now, or are they gonna stick around, risk losing that turret to get this Lord?
I really do think that you send Soul to the bot lane, have him threaten, even if Evos tries to stay to contest the Lord, you just use the feathered airstrike to zone them away from time to time, and keep like Escalera somewhere in between the scout when Evos are trying to rotate over to deal with him. Looks like they're just letting the minion wave do it instead, which is perfectly fine, but maybe lacks a bit of the pressure. Instead, they do go for the top lane split push, which ends up getting them 2 free tier 2s. So somehow, they still do achieve like a pretty good trade without really doing anything.
Yeah, this is the best case scenario. Like again, the wave is still building up bottom side. If no one from Evo's Holy goes back, well now they do. That was
the moment you see Matilda, you should engage.
Yeah, I think you just go.
You just go now, yeah.
On to Reggie, he's gonna be stunned up for days. Reggie Flicker still gets clipped by the heavy crossbow. He's gonna fall, so Evo's Holy down 1 man. Lord is going to be the enemy of all of them. Escalera, he's taking aggro, but he's taking plenty of damage. So another reset of the Lord. Albert refuses to give up possession. I guess there's going to be no cigar for any of them. An attempted invade. Circling Ingo. Docks on the 2. Deposit can't catch them, but Aimao, he's going to show up to the bottom side. Backline, Erlan and Deposit gets away. Soul tries to run them down. Gets hit by the bat impact. Ivan and Albert do fall, but Evo's Holy was able to get rid of Soul.
There's still a bit of unfortunate disconnect from the Homeboys there. If even 1 extra person went with Soul into the backline, I feel like he could have survived that and made the Lord take a lot easier. But it still achieves what the Homeboys were going for, which is to remove Albert and get the Lord. In fact, I feel like Evo's made a mistake there. There was no reason to engage in that situation. The Circling Eagle knockup was good, but then they pulled Albert in like completely out of reach from the rest of the team. against the homeboys who want them to split up when you don't have your secondary front line. I don't know why Evox decided that was a good idea.
Yeah, the Aimar almost just popped Deposit and Erlan. If not for the flickers, I think they both would have went down in an instant. So a bit of a pause here from both sides. Again, we're going to take some time, let the teams kind of smoothen out whatever underlying issues there might be. But this match is definitely closer than I expected, at least for this game one, right? Homeboys, 17 kills to 5 on the side of Evo's Holy, but it really didn't feel like that.
Yeah, I'm quite happy to see that the homeboys do seem to be looking a lot cleaner so far, but there's definitely still mistakes and miscommunication happening here and there. A little bit of discipline, a little bit of cleanup will go a long way to allowing them to take these games a little bit more simply. I think Evo's up until now had actually been doing a pretty good job of playing to their win condition, which is generally to play safer towards their side of the map, keep themselves behind Albert, and only really try to contest objectives while keeping farm up. It was very uncharacteristic of them to suddenly try and go for a rush down when the homeboys were still all together and they were at a numbers deficit. So that was definitely a big mistake. Didn't need to happen. The same way that Seoul didn't need to die. So both teams are definitely still not the most efficient overall. But so far, pretty close match actually.
Yeah, I agree. We're also seeing kind of the glaring weaknesses of each team, at least in terms of the composition and what they want to achieve, right? One wants to stick together, one wants to kind of play with a man advantage, and in this case we're going back to that rock paper scissors theory, where if you want to beat a team fight comp, just don't let them team fight as 5. And homeboys getting a lot more than I think they themselves would have asked for. The fact that you have a minion wave that was able to take a free tier 2 without you having to show presence, which sort of felt like the prerequisite at the very start, and still end up getting a lord after that. I think it's definitely a big steal if you are homeboys.
Yeah, I do still feel like Seoul in the bottom lane may have potentially gotten some damage in on the inhibitors as well, but I suppose there is a risk to him being caught out when the team does rotate over. But I feel like the effects that you achieved are still the same either way, because Seoul ended up trading himself for the Lord in the end regardless, so it's a little bit funny how fate ends up working there, but you can see that Evo's Holy really needs to fight together as a 5-man. They cannot be the ones to initiate unless homeboys are like super out of position. They cannot really afford to split people up to go for a split push either, because Edith is not very good at clearing waves. So homeboys are able to use that to their advantage, right? That is something that can be really leveraged by blue side right now.
Absolutely. I think also, even if Evo's Holy wants to kind of start the fight, you are essentially just kind of flying straight at homeboys, right? With the Matilda Fredrin, something of that sort, and Edith has to be the secondary layer. And I think if you could somehow deny Escalera the entry, maybe that's one of the few ways that Evo's Holy could get an advantage, because I think Escalera and Aima were kind of the two that could easily hit the backline, not to mention you have an Irritel that is basically just juiced up.
Yeah, that's why nowadays it really is important to have a double frontline setup, right? You really want 2 tankier heroes so that you can cover multiple angles. Especially against a comp that has Guinevere and Joy, you never really know where they're going to be coming from, so you cannot split yourselves up willingly unless you know where they are for sure. And like, Evos didn't do that previously in this particular fight, right? They split Albert up from his backline willingly. They cannot do that again.
Yeah, especially with the lore in homeboys' favors. Inhibitors will start cracking for sure. I think on Evo's Holy side, you got to start reassessing, right? This base defense, I mean, you have Sicilian and Granger for sure, but there is going to be that scenario where homeboy starts sticking up the waves. How do you deal with it? Do you just let go of one inhibitor and defend the other 2?
Well, that's always the risk, right? You gotta make choices. You gotta decide what you're willing to trade, or ideally you set up the map in a way where you don't have to make those decisions in the first place. A death ball composition is very easy to play, alright? It's very honest, very traditional. But because of that, non-traditional strategies are going to be able to tear you apart. In this case, split pushing isn't even that particularly non-traditional. It's just a very solid way of making sure that they're not able to fight the same way they are. But one scary thing about a death ball comp, especially one with double artillery, is their base defense. If homeboys are able to take out all the external towers, force Evos to play in their base, then you no longer have access to the multiple angles of entry that you normally would have somewhere else on the map, which makes it more difficult to go for Granger and Cecilion and gives Evos the time they may need to actually farm up.
It feels more like a disadvantage to kind of have them hold up in the base. Is that sort of like the case right now if you are Evos?
I mean, in an ideal situation, you wouldn't be holed up in the base, right? You would have already farmed up. You would have gotten an assist here and there on your cores, gotten your second or third item like 10 minutes in, and then immediately started team fighting and even bum rushing your opponents somewhat in their own jungle so that they're not able to play the split push. But I think both teams have made a slight mistakes in terms of their timings here, as well as underestimated like what their opponents were capable of. So we end up in this kind of messy situation, which ends up actually somewhat benefiting homeboys for now because of the way that their team composition works.
I would say that homeboys definitely looked a lot more polished than just a season ago, right? Again, with the addition of Escalera and Gojes, two in a way pretty innovative players, especially when you look at the roam role, which I think sort of demands a very wide hero pool to a certain degree. You have plenty of flex picks to go around, but not to mention more niche ones like this Guinevere, who has popped back into the competitive pool every now and then. I think we saw Yums use it during the M6 as well. We seem to be playing in the jungle by Hades at one point. But right now, this single target pickoff feels sufficient, right? If I can control someone and the only person with Purify is the Sicilian, everyone else is an easy target.
It's a counter to Matilda, especially if there's a particular pairing that the Matilda wants to play with, in this case the Fredrin, because you're not able to take the guiding winds when you're being hard CC'd for like half your life, right? So, because of that, the Guinevere is not bad at doing so, and because they have Gojes on the Phobius as well, keeping the lane shoved up, forming a secondary like target that Evos always have to keep track of, it allows Escalera to play a little bit more as a renegade rather than always having to be in front and providing vision to the squadron. It's a very solid team lineup coming in from the homeboys. Definitely harder to play than Evos because it's not your classic front to back. But hey, in the right hands, it can definitely be effective. I just think that if they had taken their fights cleaner to begin with and didn't like lose players here and there in fights where they had the advantage, they would be in a much better position.
Oh yeah, it is very close. I think looking at like the first two turtle fights where you sort of pointed out that because the Eden wasn't able to join these early fights, you kind of see that early potential of Evo's Holy not being able to be fulfilled, and that's how homeboys got a head start, right? We capped out at like 4.5k goal advantage, and then one Lord drive-by by Albert basically flipped that script around, and now we're looking at that goal lead swinging back in the favor of homeboys. So we head back into the game. We're about to hit critical mass for both sides if we haven't yet, right? Both teams approaching the 50k total net worth mark. We're 17 and a half minutes into this game now.
We've been saying up until now that homeboys has the advantage in the game right now, but we have to remember Erlan is 4-0 on this Granger, right? And Deficit has only died once as well, so the Sicilian is actually farming pretty well. Once it comes to the base defense, I'm actually worried that homeboys won't be able to find an opening to end the game, and then we're just gonna end up in the long phase where the artillery just whittles from behind. And well, let's see what happens.
I mean, looking at the state of the map, clearly there is no synced up wave, so it's probably one of the easiest defense that Evo's Holy had to deal with. Not to mention that they have the artillery, so they just blow up the Lord. They didn't even have to use the retribution for that. So this one last empowered wave is at most going to get them extra chip damage on the inhibitor, but no fallen inhibs for Evo's Holy. They end up losing all tier 2s, but that's basically the best case scenario.
the lack of wave sync is honestly a big miss from the homeboys. That mid-tier 2 should have fallen before the Lord even crashed up top. They were still able to get it in the end, but they should have actually been able to get solid damage onto like the other 2 inhibs and even maybe take the top one if the waves were like in the positions they were meant to be. So we can see that if Evos are allowed to conglomerate all of their heroes into one lane and fight together, homeboys cannot even get close.
Yeah, we definitely saw that. The wave's still not synced up. I mean, a fresh batch has spawned, but that bottom one is going to have a bit of a build-up. So we'll see if that Remnants, that slow push, is going to allow homeboys to push in. At least if Evo's Holy don't recognize that right now, you would get minor chip damage. But that's going to take a while, right? Because this 5-man unit right now is just so powerful. And homeboys, we can see Escalera poking his head out every now and then, looking for opportunities, but there's just no angle in. You have to wait Evo's Holy to make that bad move, and it is not happening.
Honestly, just look at how rich Erlan is actually. 2k ahead of Soul up until now. Already on full items, has a Winter Crown just in case. The Deficit already has Wishing Lantern and Blood Wings as well. I like that homeboys is playing with a little bit more discipline, but I don't feel like they're pushing the envelope fast enough, or at the very least, they should have done it earlier in the game. At this point, they really do have to be playing cautious because of the damage potential of Evos, but if they just pushed it a little bit more earlier, but they would not be in this position.
Oh, Escalera will find 2 though as they try to check the bush. The damage from Evo's Holy isn't enough. Amao finds Deposit. That's purified out. Deposit gets out. Ivan saves him as Reiji. He's gonna soak up most of the damage. They come back with Immortality. They lose Amao. The Rhapsody and the Death Sonata from Erlan. He's gonna look for multiple targets. Escalera comes back to life. Use the conceal to get away. Ivan will bring Deposit to look for him. So in the bush, finds the perfect pick-off onto Deposit. But Erlan has just chased down the backline. Gojas is gone. Now Albert, he's gonna find Soul. It's 3 against 1. Erlan, he's just gonna use his gun to try and get him. Circling Ego, not enough. Soul just snipes down Ivan mid-flight. Evo's Holy though still comes out on top.
This is incredibly messy, but yes, you are right. Evo's Holy comes out on top because Albert and Erlan are both still alive, so this Lord definitely goes to them. Like, the engage from Escalera was great, but we can see that now Amal actually does have a bit of difficulty taking out the backline because they will always have Ivan there keeping them safe and sound. They are willing to sacrifice Albert and Reggie at this stage to make sure that their main win conditions, the Granger and the Sicilian, will be fine each time. The Winter Crown was used, the Guiding Winds to pull out, and Amal, if he commits too much of the Electrifying Beats timing in the back, is not actually able to escape afterwards, so it just instantly blows up, and homeboys can no longer contest objectives. They have to be so much more cautious now because they let the game prolong to this stage.
Yeah, this reached the stage where Evo's glory, all that stalling, all that hard work is starting to pay off, starting to pay dividends. You see the interest keep kind of piling in. Evo's Holy should be able to at least crack one inhibitor. This bottom one is not going to be defended. Amao shoves up the top side, so the waves won't be synced, but still, Gojas, he is just gone. They just blow him up like that. 1 minute without the Phobias. Evo's Holy continues to take structure. Second inhibitor down mid. Albert will get the Winter Crown. Homeboys will trade one up top though. The inhibitors pushed down by the mid wave, but Evo's Holy cares not about the inhibitors, but about the Crystal of Homeboy. My Escalera. Escalera goes down. Monster kill for Erlan, who is 6-0, and Evo's Holy wastes out the tide. No minion wave, but the fresh one's coming in. So goes down. Izanami will not be able to defend the base. Even with the Winter Crown, Erlan shuts them down. He is legendary, and a triple kill to grant Evo's Holy game 1.
Evo's Holy, this is not the first time this team has done this. They are so good at just bunkering the game down for the late game. They love these sort of compositions, and we see it take yet another victim. A very long game 1, but that's exactly what they wanted, homeboys. They threw away the early game presence they had by not pushing the limit enough, giving too much respect, thereby allowing Evos the space and timing necessary to reverse the game once they had hit their late game power spike.
Yeah, and we saw no amount of defense is gonna save you. Like Gojas, he just popped, right? Like both Erlan and Deposit completely just obliterated his health bar. And this game, pretty long, 22 minutes and 33 seconds, but that's exactly what EVO's Holy needed to cross the finishing line.
Granger Cecilion is an age-old combination, and if you pair it with the Matilda Fredrin, then all of a sudden you have a pretty legit mid to late game death ball. Homeboys could have been playing macro, they could have been diving earlier, they could have been playing cleaner, but they weren't quite able to do any of those things, which is why the perseverance from EVO's Holy rewarded them with the victory in the end. I really like the fact that they went for initial Winter Crowns as their final item, knowing that Amal would try to dive them in the backline and then switching it for damage items afterwards once the job was already done. It's not like Homeboys didn't have the damage necessary, it's just a lot more difficult to handle a 5v5 at this stage.
Yeah, we did see like Amal really putting out big numbers. So many times he gets the backline, he finds Deposit and Erlan, and they both drop to critical health, and it's just one guiding wind or one flicker or one winter crown to keep them alive at the very end, just right before death. And gotta feel really bad for Amal because he finds these angles, but they're just no secure because the rest of his team were basically boxed out by Reggie and Albert. MVP of this game, gotta give it to Erlan. 8 kills, deathless, flawless Granger game.
This Granger was not affected the entire game. 917 GPM in a 22-minute game. Let that sit for a moment. That's 900 gold per minute. 20 minutes. How rich this man is. MVP, 92% kill participation. You're not going to be able to catch up to him at that point. I get that the homeboys want to play and try to remove like Albert and Reggie first because then it lets them get objectives, but you gotta pay a bit more attention to the actual win conditions here. And Ivan, that Matilda, very good play, not just as a solid counter to Joy itself, but Flask of the Oasis completely messes with your timing because you jump in with the electrifying beats, you think, okay, I'm just like 1 or 2 beats away from killing them, the shield pops in, then all of a sudden you have to stay longer and then you have no way out. You know, it messes with you really hard.
Yeah, not to mention even Matilda has her own decent number of damage. So yeah, you're getting pummeled by a support that actually hurts even when the game goes a bit late. Of course, like we mentioned, the MVP of game 1 is Erlan on this Granger, 8-0-4. That Impure Rage paid off in that mid to late game. Like every single shot of Death Sonata hurts.
It hurts a lot, actually. Mind you, this is a man that was already 4-0, like towards like that 15-minute mark. Had the Sky Piercer as a second item, so never ended up losing any stacks on it. Definitely max stacks by the end of the game there, and just blowing members of the Homeboys up from miles away. We can see in the highlights that Homeboys, their early game is solid. This is a composition that's good at diving, good at messing with the backline, has way more early to mid game burst than EVO's Holy, and they made use of it, but not enough, I feel.
Yeah, it definitely felt like Homeboys, they had all the right ideas, right? They had the right initiative. And probably one of the few struggles is how do you keep pushing the envelope, right? How do you keep stepping on the gas and putting on consistent pressure? This was one of the few moments where Albert just walked up and got an objective for free despite being 4 levels behind. And even after that, when Homeboys finally got the Lord, they were not able to crack any inhibitors, they were not able to sync the wave, and EVO's Holy just reached a point where they are going to outskill Homeboys no matter what.
If you ask me personally, a shift in gameplay that Homeboys may have needed to do is not comboing the Fetid Airstrike with the Violet Requiem. It doesn't sound right on paper, like why wouldn't you Fetid Airstrike the people that are being caught up? But a lot of the time, the people that were being caught was Albert and Reggie. If they had used the Fetid Airstrike to support Amal instead, by popping in midway through the fight when he's already on top of the squishier heroes, then 100% Deposit and Erlan would have died more this game, even with Matilda's interference.
Oh yeah, that I agree. And even for the Matilda, it's Albert and Reggie, they were willing to throw their lives to keep the backline alive. And it's always just Amal against 3, Amal against 4. But if this is kind of the taste test, the appetizer of this series, I definitely see a world where Homeboys at least draw 1 game from EVOs.
Yeah, they definitely do look cleaner than we remember them being previously, but Evos are still so good at playing this particular style of MLBB. I think you have to reconsider giving them things like the Granger. But let's have a look at the rotations of Albert throughout the game.
Yeah, it's completely just doing Fredrin things, right? Like you generally don't have the hardest, the fastest clear compared to most assassin junglers nowadays, but what you have is these macro advantages like Lord Dancers. You can just stay there for as long as you want. Not to mention there's a Matilda, and on top of that, just the constant control. And even though we didn't see Albert using the energy eruption much to keep Amal under control, he knows that the backline is going to be safe. He is just making sure that Soul and Gojes were not able to kind of reach his course, which was something that we did discuss a little bit. If Gojes gets caught by the Fredrin, escaping feels impossible.
Yeah, I mean, Gojes is already aware of this. His goal is really just to try and distract Fredrin and Edith as well. That's why I really do think the separation of duty should have been Gojes along with Escalera and Soul on the front line, and then Izanami with Amal on the back line. But Amal was the only one targeting Granger and Cecilia on most of the game, and ordinarily it would be enough, but you also have a Matilda with Flask of the Oasis, you know, so you gotta readjust a little bit, and I don't think they did that.
Yeah, definitely not. Also, tough for Izanami to even get close to being in a position to kind of provide a support fire, right? A lot of layers that I think Homeboys wanted but couldn't achieve, and then you have Evo's Holy, who just played this very standard draft that at one point, you know, people hated it because of how straightforward and honest it is, but hey, it does work out. So for Evo's Holy, I think they are going to stick to what they have. It's more of how will Homeboys adjust for game 2, like what do you adjust in the bans?
Like, I don't even think you need to adjust the bans all that much, right? If you can contest the Granger away, I think that would help a little bit more. But even if you don't, even if you play this exact same matchup again for the second time, there's definitely ways for Homeboys to win. They just didn't really like capitalize on them, and you gotta give props to Evo's Holy. It looked like things were kind of rough for them towards that mid game, but they bunkered it through. They held strong. They knew what the goal was, what the win condition was going to be, eyes on the prize, and they got it. So game number 2, they have the momentum. They should be feeling very confident about this. Just stick with what is comfortable for them, and well, my prediction may end up being pretty wrong.
There's still a chance for that, for it to not to be different, right? Though if Evo's Holy in that game too, I'm not sure if Homeboys will anticipate this. If we are going to get another game where Evo's Holy wants to play this deathball comp, heroes that can play around the map would kind of feel a lot more of like a better choice for Homeboys, right? Something like a Link that we haven't seen so far. Just generally heroes that can be around the map, at different parts of the map at the same time.
I think Ling is a bit difficult to play nowadays because while his damage is still very strong, he just blows up so quickly. So if you're really going for like assassin style, Joy is still perfectly fine. You can still go like Hayabusa or something instead if you want. The Suyo was completely ignored in game 1. Very surprising for a hero that had an 80% win rate on day number 1. It goes to show that these teams have slightly different priorities. So maybe grabbing it might help you out a little bit. Who knows, right?
Yeah, who knows? Especially, I mean, Evo's Holy completely ignoring the traditional Alpha or Suyo pick that we would see, especially the Alpha Matilda, which was on both our minds, and then they pivoted to a Fredrin, which ended up working out great despite having a pretty rough start to the game. I want to see this. I want to see Evo's Holy keep up with this style of play, and I want to see if Homeboys can kind of solve that problem, because Evo's Holy feeling very comfortable in their skin, despite having new players, or at least a newer starting lineup in that jungle and mid.
Yeah, I personally, like my viewers know that I typically don't do a very good job of keeping up with MPLs outside of Malaysia, so it surprised me a lot when I found out that Evo's Holy wasn't an MPL or MDL team, and it surprises me even more seeing their gameplay now actually matching up against international MPL squads, right? really cannot underestimate just some good old traditional MLBB gameplay when it is pushed to its extremes. Some respect will go a long way.
Yeah, definitely will. I do wonder how, well, like, what's going to be the mindset, right, going to game 2 for Homeboys if they kind of stick to this same draft. What's the adjustment they need to make then? Like, we get the same matchup for game 2. What is Homeboys looking to change?
What is Homeboys looking to change? I think if they still want to prioritize Joy, it's perfectly fine. I think if they're going to ban anyone from EVOS' previous lineup, it's Matilda. If you're going to ban anyone, it's Matilda. Everyone else is either like you can leave it be or you like maybe contest the Granger. That's about it. Everything else actually doesn't matter all that much. It's just like different pieces of the puzzle without the core component. Matilda was what was enabling most of the game, allowing Fredrin to go in deep and be pulled out, keeping the backline alive against the Joy. So yeah, that's what I think.
Nice. So it kind of feels like it's just the utility, right? The utility that sort of overwhelmed Homeboys. Let's take a look at the draft for game 2. I mean, they both will still be staying on the same side. Homeboys on blue, EVOS Holy on red. We've got the Loyi and Fanny opening bans just like game 1.
Oh, and we have to remember as well, EVOS actually did ban the Angela at the end of their ban phase previously, so they didn't want to give Homeboys ways of like matching the utility that Matilda offered to them. Especially like, if they had Heart Guard with the Joy instead, it would have been so much easier for Amal to actually get things done in the back line. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, I mean this still the Jusin, the Lucas. So I was assuming if you're EVOS Holy, you just let the Joy through. But will Homeboys ban the Matilda, right? I think this is going to be an important turning point. There we go, Matilda ban.
Yup. Like I mentioned, if they're gonna get rid of anything, it is absolutely Matilda. That was the great enabler. And now, if EVOS wants to go for the same style of Death Ball, it's actually going to be a little bit more difficult without having access to this hero in particular. So I quite like this adaptation from the Homeboys so far. They are still gonna be leaving the Joy and Suyo open, and EVOS will decide that, hey, it feels like Amal might be comfortable with this hero in particular. Let's just get rid of it.
So now we will have that Suyo either way. Or if Homeboys would take that Suyo first pick, right? Like if you don't take Suyo, EVOS is going to take it, but what's the replacement? Then you'll probably be looking at an Alpha third pick. In this case, on blue side, it feels like it's a lot more predictable if you are going for the Alpha by letting go of the Suyo first. The Yves is up though. I mean, Izanami does play a pretty mean Yves.
Eve is up, but so is Valentina. I think you don't prioritize Eve. If you're going to grab something other than Suyo, it might actually be Granger here, just to be absolutely sure. But Suyo is still the most universal first pick option. So now EVOs can actually go for Granger Eve if they want to.
Yeah, I think Granger is definitely the choice. I think Granger right now, I think you go Granger and probably, I mean, there's still the Cho up, right? We haven't really seen much of the Cho.
There's quite a lot up actually. OVS, Hilda, both still open.
Oh yeah,
as
that's
well.
right. Hilda, yeah.
Granger is pretty obvious. We already knew for sure Granger was gonna be coming out, but what else do EVOs want to pair it with? They do go for the Cho, okay.
So it's the Granger Show. I mean, you could still kind of flex the show, so I think in EVO's Holy's mind, it's still not kind of set in stone, right? Like it either goes to Ivan or it goes to Reggie. You still have that Hilda in the pocket if you want, but it does feel like the EVO's Holy, if you are still considering that Hilda is a weird position to be in, now the show is sort of like shown. Not to mention Valentina is still up, right? So Homeboys might not even take that mid lane now.
Yeah, even the Irritel is now slightly riskier to go for because Cho can lock her down. I initially also thought maybe Soul might want to go back to Harif. Oh, they did go for it. I thought he might not because Cho also locks down Harif pretty hard. But if you go for Purify, then that could be a good way of just having a hero that straight up wins against the Granger in lane and scales super well into mid game, which seems to be where Homeboys wants to play for.
So we take the Phobius again for Gojas, which even in that game 1 has I mean, you get to kind of create this big lead in these early skirmishes at the turtle fight. That's at least what we saw. Not to mention that you have so many dashes on Evo's holy side, not just from the Rondo, but you also got the Jit Kundo and Shunpo from this show. Really kind of power out this Phoveus.
So far, I do like what the Homeboys has. Evo's going to be the ones to grab the Hayabusa instead. So not the classic alpha choice here to deal with the Suyo. And I actually do prefer Hayabusa here. I don't think alpha would match up too well into the Phoveus and the Harif. So Hayabusa having that OV Shadow kill will threaten Homeboys' backline a little bit more efficiently.
At least you have that iframes also. But I mean, Hayabusa Suyo is one of those few classics where like who presses their abilities first, right? And so it really kind of puts Albert to the test too, and how he's going to navigate these team fights. A very different approach compared to that Fredrin Deathball in game 1. So we take out the Tigreal just to eliminate these big team fight, this big ticket team fight ultimates. But I still do feel that this Guinevere could be an option for Homeboy, just judging by the 3 picks so far from Evo's Holy.
I'm not a big fan of the Guinevere anymore. I don't think now is the time to go for it, because these heroes are a lot more difficult to catch compared to something like a Fredrin. The Tigreal being banned out implies that Evo's does still intend to go for more of a grouped up team fight style, even with a Cho and Hayabusa. In fact, I feel like they might genuinely still be considering the Sicilian mid lane even without the Matilda Fredrin to play around here.
So you feel, I suppose so, but doesn't it feel slightly more exposed? You don't really have the traditional front to back, right? This is more of a comp that wants to be kind of scattered around these team fights.
To live.
If you ask me, it was already kind of exposed in the previous game against the Joy. And oh yeah,
They
Homeboy's gonna make sure they can't do it. They're gonna make sure.
So that leaves us with Vexana, Rora, we got the Valentina still, but no good spells for her. At least if you're Evo's Holy, there's no good spells on the side of Homeboys.
You could take a page out of Blacklist book and put Hilda mid. But no, it is the classic Vex.
Classic Vex. I mean, it's not too bad of an option. You know that Terrify is a big deterrent to the kind of the Homeboys heroes that again wants to be in your face, right? Like all 3 of them generally sticks pretty close to the target.
Yeah, they definitely do. So, curious what Homeboys wants to go for here. They're still gonna be looking for their mid lane and their roam. Not a lot of roamers that are able to effectively match up against a Cho, especially now with Tigreal gone as well.
Kufra?
I don't really like Kufra. Kufra is something that only players that really like Kufra will typically play, like Zorn for example. Yeah, they go for the Valentina comfort pick for Izanami, and then the Khalid roam.
Khalid roam, you can't, great damage, and then you have the sustain, and then you can match the show. Now we get to see if this show is going to the roam or the XP lane, right? This is where the flex gets reviewed.
I think Cho can roam here. Like, he actually doesn't match that well into Phoveus, so he can probably just decide to go as a roamer. Yep, that's gonna be the glue. Completely forgot that was still in the pool. I should have assumed, actually, with the Faramis ban. I was trying to figure out, why do you ban Faramis here? Glue not only is very solid front line here, but Phoveus is going to not have a game to play.
Who can kill the glue if you're Homeboys? Because I'm looking at the heroes that they have. They don't seem like glue killers.
No, not at all. That's the thing. Like, Suyo can do a respectable job, Hari, once he has that Holy Crystal. But otherwise, glue is going to run over Homeboys in the early game. They just literally have no solution for it. If they had a bit more burst in the mid lane and a setup in the roam, then sure. But they do not. Valentina needs items, Khalid is more damaged than utilities, so Evos, I think they've won this draft. I do really like the lineup that they're playing here.
Looking a lot more solid. A big discrepancy between the drafts in game 1. Of course, Homeboys on the blue side again. We have Evo's Holy on red side for this game number 2. Again, Evo's Holy continuing to show us that they have this solution planned out from the very beginning, right? Even the drafting wise, they were basically very active in the way they draft instead of just constantly responding to what Homeboys have.
Honestly, I'm disappointed in myself for not reading that glue pick. There's a Phobius right there. They not only banned the Faramis, but they picked the Vexana so that Homeboys couldn't grab it blind. Like, it speaks glue all over the place. Like, man, the fact that Homeboys didn't read it must be kind of disappointing to them as well. Like, this is actually such a good final pick hero.
It's also one of the few. It's the advantage of red side, but something that you don't actively think about much, right? Like sometimes it just slips your mind. Although I would say that they force out the flicker from Deposit. That's again good for Homeboys. They've done it in game 1 where they start forcing out early battle spells, but we are seeing Reggie. He's just walking around the map, and for Gorgeous to keep up, like that is a luxury provided. But when it comes to fighting, you just stand no chance.
Yeah, just straight up, like Gorgeous can't even win lane against Reggie. In the previous game, Gorgeous was straight up winning lane, unlocking himself, joining teamfights very early on. This game will be the complete opposite, right? This glue is gonna be able to match him and even overpower him in a lot of different situations. Looking at the emblems, I'm not seeing anything too out of the ordinary. Looks like Erlan is sticking with that Impure Rage. Why not? Worked very well for him previously. Homeboys, I already feel like doesn't have the best synergy to play around either. I personally don't actually like Khalid Roam all that much. Like unless you're gonna be able to invade and instantly mess with the jungle at level 1. Yeah.
See the flicker from Gojes to isolate Reggie, who is in the split. Planning can expire, so he uses his own flicker. Meanwhile, on the other end, Escalera is going to be terrified. First blood going over to Deposit. As, of course, Reggie, he is still extremely healthy. Gojes wants to chase for Albert, doesn't find it. Aimar will get the turtle, but Gojes might have to surrender himself. Jumps over Deposit with the Infernal Pursuit. The shield is sufficient. Reggie finally goes down to Aimar, and Izanami hits the backline with his Shadow Strike. The dash is enough, has the stolen kick, but Ivan flickers over to get rid of Aimar. So it's 3-4-2 in favor of Evo's Holy, but turtle for Homeboys.
Personally, if you ask me, if I was Gorgeous in that situation, I would be kind of disappointed that my team didn't get at least one more kill there. Gorgeous survived so long, 1v3 there. And unfortunately, Aimar just didn't quite have the cooldowns needed to finish off Albert. Otherwise, that would have actually been very worth it, since they did actually get the turtle as well. Gorgeous showing us that he's making good use of the tips that Cram has been sharing to him, but the rest of Homeboy still having some difficulty. And in that previous engagement, I think my reasonings for not liking Khalid very much are being shown. I just really don't think that he contributes much to the game outside of the first 2 levels.
So what's that, and also, unless you land these big sets, it does feel like you are always just hovering around. I'll say Gorgeous, because of that early fight, he cashed in 2 assists, right? He's now a level ahead of Reggie, and he just straight up, he just beat Reggie in lane. He forced a recall from the glue, which you don't see normally.
I have so much praise for Gorgeous right now, but Ivan in some trouble.
It's gonna be pulled back again, slammed down by Gorgeous, who picks up the kill. I mean, Gorgeous is single-handedly defying that lane matchup with this Phobius.
Yeah, that is exactly what is happening. I'd even go as far as he's kind of solo carrying the early game a little bit for the Homeboys right now. I'm actually very impressed because this glue should be winning against him under any other circumstance. So that actually gives Homeboys a little bit of breathing room, right? If they're able to continue setting up for turtles, providing vision over on the enemy side of the map, the same way that Homeboys doesn't have a lot of early bursts, Evo's doesn't actually have it either. So they're pretty well matched in that regard.
And Ivan, he's gonna get terrified, and again, Gorgeous just slams down on him as Aimar secures the second turtle of the game. Escalera with the Raging Sandstorm trying to look for Albert, misses the target. The Ogi Shadow Crew takes him down. Erlan finally joins the fight. Albert gets taken out by Aimar, and Gorgeous now finally isolated, just get knocked up to oblivion. Erlan walks all the way for the kill.
I'm kind of did Erlan shove the wave out? I'm gonna need to check the VOD again to see exactly why Erlan reached the fight so much sooner than Soul. I'm just gonna assume that Soul had to deal with a wave being pushed up. This Granger genuinely is a power pick for Evo's Holy right now, it seems, because Erlan went no deaths in game 1 as well. Now he's already racking up kills quite early. I think he already has the Sky Piercer, if I didn't see incorrectly. Yeah, okay, I didn't see incorrectly. Thank you to the people that brought that up for me. Homeboys started the fight pretty well, but it's still messy if they're not able to split up Evos initially.
Really putting a lot of weight on Gojus' back. This it opens up space for Ama to kind of access the back line, but again, there are limitations, right? When it comes to these long drawn-out fights, obviously you are looking at Reggie and Erlan to be able to kind of dish out a lot more damage while abilities are on cooldown for the homeboys.
Yeah, I still don't really like Kalidro. I know a lot of people are going to say, but Kalidro is so good. But Escalera now is dead, so you know.
Yeah, it further proves your point, for sure. Now the third turtle is coming up. No way homeboys are getting that one.
Like Cho offers you so much vision, so much map. You need a hero that's able to match that. Even if you're not able to match mobility, you want to match utility. I don't think Khalid really does that. If they wanted to, hold on.
Yeah, another fight breaks out. Goja is getting stuck on by Reggie. This time, Reggie Sandstorm only hitting onto one is on the Reggie, who really doesn't care. But Depozet's gonna get run down as Albert takes the turtle away. Ivan will also fall. The 2 for nil trade so far. Reggie getting chased down by So. Escalera wants the kill, ends up going too far forward and falling to Evo's Holy.
All things considered, that actually wasn't too bad for the homeboys. Now that Soul was that it happened near the gold lane, Soul was able to join the fight right from the beginning, was actually able to chase down Deficit, who was left in a bit of an awkward spot right in between the enemy team. And yeah, that really is the difference that homeboys needed. They need that burst damage. Soul doesn't quite have his power spike yet. I highly doubt he has Holy Crystal at this point, but it's still enough. Just that extra little bit of burst alongside Amal to supplement everything else. I don't know why Escalera is trying to go back in to prolong the fight when it doesn't really seem like his team is ready to follow him up. He doesn't need to be dying later on, but it's still fine because at this point, he's not worth too much, so he can really just jump at Evos.
He is getting shredded by Erlan too. Okay, the quicksand guard is sort of like the insurance policy, although they will find a flicker kick from Izanami, and Ivan still survives. That is the worst case scenario. They find Albert though, he goes into shadow kill in time. Double kill for the Hayabusa. A massive disaster in the bot lane for homeboys.
Yeah, if you've ever heard of Murphy's Law, that's exactly what happened for the homeboys there. Everything that could go wrong will go wrong. Izanami flicker kicking Ivan is huge. Like, these are the things that make us fan of Izanami for a long time here in MPL Malaysia, but they just didn't have the burst to finish off. He dashes away, Albert comes in, Raging Sandstorm misses, he's almost dead, but then Ogi Shadow kills and like finishes off 1 or 2 members. It was a disaster, just straight up. Homeboys were the ones that started that off, but they didn't have ways of finishing, and Evos are slowly building up a goal lead.
Committed so much and not even getting the Roamer, who was essentially caught off guard, right? They invested with a flicker in that regard. Evo's Holy, they have just a 1.2, 1.3k goal advantage. It's not the biggest goal lead, at least not at this point. But it does feel bigger than that. Stolen Eternal Guard for Izanami. Evo's Holy now arriving at the Lord. And it does seem like thanks to this glue being around, this Lord Dance is going to be a bit comfortable for Evos.
The playmaking potential that Ivan and Reggie provide to Evos right now gives them a lot of freedom to decide the timings they want to enter, right? Albert doesn't need to initiate. He can decide when is the perfect window to go in with the Ogi Shadow kill. So we can see that Erlan and hold on.
Escalera. Reggie Sandstorm completely misses. He just airballs it on the Little Wanderer. Albert finds the mega kill onto Izanami, and this fight has been concluded. Erlan goes to the killing spree, just guns all of
Soul?
W kill for Erlan. Soul really needs to go huge at this point of time. Zaman force Chrono Dash, but Erlan is just shooting him to the grave. Triple kill Maniac for the Granger and a wipeout for Evo's Holy.
Yeah, at this point, I'm sorry, homeboys. I think the game is just over. Erlan is 6-0. He's taking the Lord by himself. You just got team wiped when you tried to go for the backline dive. Like, at this stage, I don't really see homeboys clawing their way back into this. I think Soul is still trying to do, like, his job, and he's honestly doing a good job. He's the only one that's actually able to output any sort of DPS at this point, but that is far from enough. Even the Wishing Lantern now completed on Deposit. Evos, their goal lead might not be very, very big, but they are way ahead of homeboys in various other facets.
I can call it right now. All the clippers out there are going to, and even the SPS content team, we're gonna have a field day just clipping Escalera's Raging Sandstorm. I was looking at the concealed members of Evo's Holy, and I was like, that is a 4-man group clumped up, and our dear Habibi just airballs his ultimate point blank. Like,
in reality, right, Evo's Holy is playing unfair because they have a 6th member on Natalia that Escalera is targeting the entire game.
Yeah, I think so too. I think even the Lethal Wanderer was like, why me? Like, what did I do? Evo's there.
Oh, the Lord pushing in?
The fight Escalera has half health. He does have immortality right now. So that is going to be a form of bailout in case anything goes awry. Considering everything that's happened, this is a 6k gold lead so far for Evo's Holy. One last empowered wave, which they will try to capitalize and try to get the structure to steal as well. Ivan, potential kick underway, able to find it onto Escalera, who gets knocked up. That's immortality blown as Albert just assassinates Izanami in the back line, and Erlan is godlike once more. This Granger, deathless so far, almost finds Soul, but they will get the inhibitor in the top side. Gojes just cannot hold on.
Homeboys just cannot compete at all. They are not able to pick off a single member of Evo's Holy. And Albert just gets to go in for free, picks off someone. Escalera is not able to do anything. Oh, a nice knock up there.
A counter flicker from Gojes, but got up against Erlan. He's 8-0 once more. Deja vu from game 1. Amao able to escape with the iframes. Now Soul is going to get kicked away. Purifies, wants to save the game. Izanami back in time.
Oh, no minions!
But Erlan once more goes ballistic to take out Izanami. No minions for Evo's Holy, but still, they will take the win any day. 8k gold lead at this point of time.
A very lucky break for the homeboys there, as Evo's base siege lasted just long enough for them to respawn a second wave of players. And they were able to get rid of all the minion waves just at the edge of the Crystal's HP. So they will live to fight another day, but the question is for how long? An 8,000 gold deficit is one that's going to be hard to make up given the composition they have. At the very least, Soul does have Holy Crystal, so his damage will be respectable now. Wishing Lantern rushed out by Izanami since he realizes his team does have a damage problem. But I don't think that is enough to really deal with the problem right now, that is Evos is able to take control of the fight so easily.
Yeah. And you can see that the efforts put in by homeboys, right? Even Gojes able to find some good counter engage timings, but he needs to team with him. And it's just find a synergy. You see both Izanami and Escalera on the top bush. Big wave pushing in top as well. Soul joins them. How long can they draw this out though? That minion wave is not going to last very long. Escalera is going to be found out by Deposit, so Deposit is going to be the first target. Taken down by Izanami. That's a good start as he flickers on top of Erlan with the Raging Sandstorm, finally allowing Soul to go in, but still Erlan gets out with his life. But with Albert down, at least Evo's Holy cannot get the Lord.
Yeah, slightly over-aggressive positioning by Evo's Holy there. They were stacked up quite a bit, so homeboys got a lot of AoE DPS in, but they're still trying to push it.
And Ivan will be terrified as Salmon force out. Ivan loses the immortality, comes back to life, not able to escape. So Erlan won't be able to escort him out. And finally, a team fight in favor of homeboys. Escalera finding the exact crowd control that they've been yearning for almost 15 minutes. Lord should be secured by them unless Erlan pulls out the snipe of a lifetime, but Evo's Holy will play it safe. Homeboys get the Lord.
Evo's only losing the team fight was a miscalculation. Ivan dying afterwards was just straight up a mistake. I don't really know why they tried to chase Homeboys at that point, knowing that Zaman Force's cooldown is going to be pretty low by now. But Homeboys have a Lord. They can actually start getting some structures here. They have halved the net worth advantage just like that. Izanami now has Blood Wings and actually has hit a point where Valentina can contribute solid damage. Divine Glaive for Soul. Even the Winter Crown on Amal so that he's able to participate a little bit more aggressively. I think Homeboys can actually get a good number of towers with this one.
No, 100%. Even, you know, the macro decisions, right? The wraparound from Homeboys, kind of like Evo's Holy, they don't really have the best members to open the map. I mean, you have Ivan and Reggie, but not in the face of someone like Goges and Escalera. You can see how fast they shut down Ivan. And getting gone on by Goges. But for Evo's Holy, it's about kind of stalling out the wave, staggering them as much as possible. That mid wave is once more cleared out, but they still need to deal with Empower mid wave's bot side, and of course a full entourage and the Lord on the top.
Lord up top lane, Soul's gonna be there. Tier 2 definitely will explode like very quickly. Evos has been doing a very good job of clearing up the mid wave as well though, so they still have their tier 1 standing up there.
Reggie used the split very early to get terrified. Reggie needs the flicker to safety. Lord doesn't take care of Ema. Oh, primes the stun almost. Gets Albert Erlan, dashes forward with the Rondo. Able to force back the rest of Homeboy. So finally, they stop the siege. Mid tier 1 goes down. Evo's Holy. How are they gonna approach this? Albert once more looking for an target. Let's go into the shadow kill, forcing out the Winter Crown. Amao isolated. Eternal God does miss. Ivan finds the team and Jikundo into a kickback. Escalera able to escape with his life. As Evo's Holy now gonna chase for more. Izanami assassinated by Albert. Ivan looking for Goges. Goges flickers, but Reggie has to split on him. Looking to stick him back, pulls him back into the rest of Evo's Holy. Goges isolated and taken down. Erlan, legendary.
Great engagement from Evos, punishing Homeboys for just overstaying their welcome. At that point, with the Lord gone, they had already gotten a lot of towers. Homeboys needs to know that they don't actually have that good of a map positioning, and I think Escalera might be dead too, as Evos continues chasing them down. It is now a 2v5. Izanami will be up in 10 seconds, but even then, the numbers advantage leans towards Evos. They have their eyes on the crystal.
So he's gonna show himself. Can he at least take down one? He's gonna be terrified. So the answer is no. Izanami back to life. Ema will have to retreat the heal back up, but there's a big wave. Evo's Holy, they were just gonna target down the crystal. Focus fire it. Deposit does fall to Amao, but so does Amao, falling to Erlan. He is 12-0, and no amount of hold would do Evo's Holy 2-0 over Homeboys.
Homeboys still missing something fundamental that'll allow them to stand on the global stage, but it is a new roster, so they'll have the time to figure that out. But congratulations to Evo's Holy once again, demonstrating that you do not necessarily need the experience of being an MPL or even MDL squad to truly have hidden potential worth respecting on the global stage. Erlan especially on this Granger. I mentioned it, Homeboys might want to contest it, but they didn't. And they ended up with a 12-0-5 main core on the opposite side.
Yeah, I mean, Erlan's KD is essentially 20-0 over in this entire series, right? An average of 10 kills per game, if you put it that way. But also, if people think that Ivan's a support, I mean, Reggie has 19 assists. He has the most assists this game out of everyone else. Got 25 kills to 14. This game slightly faster than the first by 4 minutes-ish. But Homeboys, again, came so close, but just could not find a finisher.
Yeah, I gotta give props to Goges. The fact that he was actually winning a lane against a glue at one point is worthy of praise. And the damage that he was doing, the efforts that he was expending to try and turn team fights around are very commendable. It's just that, again, this glue is such a good final pick. It just gives Evos everything they need, while knowing that Homeboys have no way of countering it, even if it maybe didn't do as well in the early game. Once mid comes around and Homeboys doesn't have their burst, it just runs around without a care in the world.
Yeah, the fact that he just beat a glue with a Phobius, right? Of course, there are compounding factors, you know, level lead, but I gotta say, Goges, despite losing the series, he is solid. He is he really felt like you put him in that side lane, he is that Mr. Reliable. You don't have to worry about him. He always makes things happen.
Yeah, I think Izanami also tried to do what he could. There was a really nice stolen way of the dragon to make something happen, and Seoul actually did scale up into the end, but EVO's just felt like a much more complete team overall. We get to see a little bit of that classic Albert that we know and love on the Hayabusa, 9 kills, very good damage, but it is literally half of what Erlan ended up doing. 139k DPS total in the game, 946 GPM. This is the star of EVO's Holy this series.
Yeah, Erlan is just straight up. He is farming records. He's farming heroes. The fact that, I mean, game 1 he survived an essential dive comp, right? Like, his essential Joy, Farsa, Irithel. Game 2, he was untouchable. It was. I feel like there was no point in time in the game. The closest one that they almost got him was when Escalera found that Flicker Raging Sandstorm, but even then, Erlan didn't go down.
I think EVO's Holy's formation lends itself very well to them. They are so good at keeping the front and back line in form, so that it's very difficult for anyone to try and jump onto Erlan anyway. Not to mention that Homeboys, unfortunately, never really tried to go for that. There were a couple of attempts to maybe like come in from the back line, but I once again feel that Khalid Rome is lacking something a little bit in the current meta, and I don't feel like Raging Sandstorm ever really did anything the whole game. So if they had something else, something that was more capable of setting up and diving, then maybe it could have been better for them. But since they didn't, Erlan just goes all the way right into their base.
Yeah, ending the game with, again, another flawless KDA, 72 kill participation. Not to mention that the positioning of Erlan is just phenomenal, right? Like, he always finding the right spots, and didn't really have to do too much. They didn't have to do anything fancy. I think that's the right word for it. It's just textbook MLBB, but more than enough to get the win.
I think what we're seeing from this is that EVO's Holy is just specialized in playing that textbook MLBB while adding a small little bit of spice to it. Their hero pool is good. They know what they're like effective at doing, and they're able to pull it off most of the time. There were definitely mistakes here and there. I think Deposit being caught out and then them stacking together for the damage in that second to last Lord fight made the game last a few more minutes longer than it needed to, but they were still able to compose themselves and do what was needed to take the win.
Yeah, absolutely. And there were also some moves from Homeboys that I think deserves credit, right? Again, the catch on the Deposit at the Lord fight, and you know, some great initiatives. And Escalera, he had some brilliant moment despite, you know, airballing a lot of Raging Sandstorm, but those that connect gave Homeboys an opportunity. But it always came down to moments where we got the catch, but we just don't have the damage. And I think an early bot lane fight that we just saw in the replay proved that they got a pre-buffered Raging Sandstorm on a quad Shadow Albert and still couldn't get the finisher. And the rest is history. EVO's Holy and Homeboys started getting scrappy, but the lead that EVO's had was just too much.
Homeboys did actually have a chance of turning it around after that fight, right? They got the Lord, they pushed in, got multiple, like almost every external tower that EVO's had left. But then for some reason just decided we're going to stay on their half of the map for a little bit longer. I guess to try and steal some farm, but EVOs are so good at running you, splitting you up, and then picking you off one by one. And that's exactly what happened. And then Homeboys just threw away any chance of victory that they could have earned again.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate, right? I think all these small minuscule moments. Of course, special shout out, I think, has to be given to Ivan, right? Game 1, we saw that Matilda really come into play, but even on the show, which, you know, at every turn has been kind of pressured by that Phoveus, he has got some pretty nasty, you know, kicks and Jeet Kune Do knockups. But at the end of the day, we also have to look at Albert on this Hayabusa the entire game and how he's been maneuvering around the map.
I think Albert is playing a very traditional MLBB here on the Hayabusa. It's obviously risky for him to try and invade and steal camps when he's up against Asuyo, who definitely is a little bit more effective currently. And because his team gives him so much freedom to move around, it takes so long for this glue to be dealt with, if at all, by the homeboys, that Albert can just take his time in every single team fight. He can slowly decide, okay, when's the best time for me to quad shadow in, when's the best timing for the Ogi shadow kill, and that does make his job a lot easier.
Yeah, it definitely does. The fact that he can sneak into the back line when it felt like, you know, homeboys had it locked down airtight is pretty impressive as well. Most of the fights this game has been happening on the bottom side of the map, as you can see on the heat map.
Like, the bottom half is where a lot of objectives ended up spawning, so it's understandable that that's where a lot of fights ended up happening as well. EVOS just seems to be very good at holding these team fights together. I think we gotta keep an eye on that going forward, because it is starting to seem like a potential team specialty here, and the way that they draft always supports that as well. The fact that I missed the glue, the fact that homeboys missed the glue, is something that will need to be reviewed going forward, because if they didn't have to deal with that, then I think the game would have been a lot more even overall.
Yeah, and it really shows that this hero every now and then still gets overlooked, considering that we literally have Glue being first place pick. Back in M6, right, we've seen Kid Bomba being one of the few players that really puts this Glue in the forefront of the draft. So perhaps, you know, heading deeper into the into this SPS, we are going to remember the Glue a lot more often than we usually do.
I mean, whenever you pick Phobius, you gotta worry about the glue. It is the most obvious counter. So again, I'm really surprised that it slipped my mind, that it slipped Homeboys' mind. I'm not gonna live that one down. But Homeboys will have to live with that defeat, because they will now have to hope they're able to make it through the last chance qualifiers to qualify for the challenge finals, while EVOS Holy will get to sit a little bit more comfortably waiting for who their next opponent is going to be in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and they only have one out of two choice, right? It's either you fight Team Flash KH, or you fight the runner out of the M series, which is Team Liquid ID, which also will be our upcoming match. It's gonna be Team Flash KH and TLID. This one is gonna be a doozy, because we got some heavy hitters, of course, on the side of the Cavalries.
The cavalry themselves is going to be interesting. Onyx still seems to be in fighting form, but you never can look down on the region of Team Flash. They got some WAP cards over there that I'm sure everyone will want to watch, so make sure you guys don't go too far. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Here we go!
The sweetest thing since honey. The sweetest thing. The sweetest thing since honey. The sweetest thing. You
cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with
People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night.
The festivities continue here on day 2 of the SPS Season 6 MLBB Challenge Season. And we're just about to enter our second match of the day to determine our final round 1 match from Group C, which will be between Team Flash KH and Team Liquid ID. Once again, my name is Stafford, joined by Husky to bring you all the action.
Another match where there is a clear underdog being represented and a clear kings at the top. In this case, the underdogs will be Team Flash KH up against the cavalries of Team Liquid Indonesia. Runner-up of the recently concluded M Series, falling to the Thunder Heroes in the finals. But still, nonetheless, a dang impressive run from MPL ID. 3 MDL players promoted from last place in the first 2 weeks to champions of the region and then runner-up of a world championship. Now ready to continue that glorious pathway run.
Team Liquid ID is truly a miracle run that fell just slightly short of being the ultimate storyline, but still is a legacy to the world of what is possible as long as you have the potential and the belief. Their opponents today will be none other than Team Flash from Cambodia, consisting of ATM, Chama, Cray, Tai, and Aeonzo.
It's going to be quite a challenge. I know we've seen the players from Team Flash KH plenty of times, especially for Shema. He was from Team Max, finished 7th in MPL Cambodia Season 7, but they're up against Team Liquid ID. We got Aran, we got Fabian, Yeheskiel, Widdy, and Aaron Shiki. I mean, after the run at the M Series, I can't even say that they are rookies anymore. They are certified veterans, elites of the battlefield. Everyone with their own monikers, just within the span of not even a year.
And there's a good mix of experience here on Team Liquid ID, but like you mentioned, Husky, many of these players were rookies just the last year. And in the span of just a few short months, a couple of seasons, they shot all the way up to become royalty among the MLBB ecosystem. M Series runner-ups is not a title that anyone can earn easily. And Team Liquid ID have done it despite being pretty fresh off the boat. You can see their performance so far throughout the Open Finals, even facing off against their own Academy team earlier in the tournament. And honestly, it just feels like a completely different team back then, right? They have grown so much between the Open Finals and the M Series, and now they are one of the teams to take down.
Yeah, absolutely. Like when you look back at kind of the montage of their Open Finals run, and then you look at how they are now, it really feels like the those videos you play back to to yourself 10 years afterwards. It's just like that recording, right? That growth of Team Liquid ID. If that was how they looked in the Open Finals, and you somehow went into a coma for 6 months, and you wake up and you ask, how is Liquid ID looking right now? Oh boy, you are in for a treat.
It actually is. Like, I don't think I could have described it any better than that, right? It just happens so quickly for Team Liquid, and they're not showing any signs of stopping, right? A lot of teams in the past who may have achieved success, maybe in their own MPLs, very quickly ended up dropping off because maybe they don't quite have the experience or the backing to really be able to handle those situations. But Team Liquid ID making it all the way up in the M Series is just a different achievement altogether. Our predictions were different for game number 1, but I think it's expected that they're going to be the same for game number 2, along with most of the chat.
I think 99% of people would definitely go for Team Liquid ID winning this. Although I know yesterday, some the casters from the ID broadcast had different predictions. So now I'm curious. I wonder if anyone predicted against TLID. No, not this game. Everyone went for TLID. It's good to know. So we're all on the same page.
Well, I think we can't completely count out Team Flash, right? Cambodia is one of those regions that's always a bit of a wild card on the international stage. Sometimes they don't perform too well, but other times they just suddenly pop off and you're not ready for it. So even though Team Flash unfortunately didn't perform the best in their own respective MPL, I'm curious to see what they have for a brand new year. And I'm also very curious to see what people think about the fact that the Snapdragon finals are going to be happening live and there's actually tickets available for them to grab.
Yeah, you can get them right now. It's limited tickets available for as cheap as 5 ringgit. Scan the QR code or buy now at esl.gg SPS MLBB S6 TIX. So make sure you don't get any typos in. Buy the tickets. Come down to Johor once more. If you were here during the Season 5 finals at Quo City Mall, you know how much of a festivity it can be. Guess what? It just leveled up. We're heading all the way to Johor. So Singaporeans, it's your time to come down. No complaints. Just the causeway.
We just had our MPL-MY finals in Johor as well, right? And that was very, very cool. The reception was great. The crowd was awesome. The stadium was pretty big. There was a lot of room. So if you guys want to come by, tickets are super cheap, and you get to watch international teams duking it out on Malaysian soil this time. So
yeah,
not an event you want to miss.
Of course, you also do not want to miss the jungler of TLID, which is Fabian. He recorded the most kills in M6 with 95. And this is just amongst the junglers, right? We're not including all the other lanes because then it would be unfair because Innocent would easily just beat everyone with his yearly stats. But of course, in M6, Fabian is the one who got the most amount of kills. And for a very good reason. He really has shown that prowess with the assassins. His joy is no joke. You can't mess with him, but also they have shown certain archetype of a deathball comp. We see them run the Claw Chip, Loi, even the Fredrin comp in the finals, and they just got joy.
Giving joy over to Fabian is usually not the best idea. And Team Liquid also banned out the Suyo, so Team Flash don't even have the most common pickup to match up against it in the jungle. So they may have to consider going the Fredrin route that we saw earlier from Evo's Holy. But they will lock in the Cho. That's going to give them a good way of locking down this very slippery jungler.
That and the Loi. So if you want to play some macro game, the Loi is definitely going to be there. Again, Cho is still a flex pick as of this point. We've seen him be in the XP lane as a secondary roamer of sort. If you Team Liquid ID, there's the Matilda still left up. I know Widdy loves the Matilda. It's one of his signature pick. But also, if you want big setters, you can rely on Widdy to go for that too. The Bruno, in fact, is going to be the choice, and the Hylos to boot.
The Bruno has really not been popular ever since the challenge season started, despite being the hero pick that you have to contest during the M series. But still gonna be pretty strong, right? Once you get that Malefic gun, you are going to be pelting people from pretty far away for a lot of damage. They did reduce Bruno's overall range just a tiny bit, but he is still a very strong laner. And then the alpha does eventually come out from Team Flash. It's the best option they have left against the Joy.
Yeah. Now going into the second ban phase. At least for Team Flash, they can start looking at a mid lane choices, right? Like the HQ's hero pool. You can start banning out the Sicilian, which is one of Liquid ID's comfort picks.
The Sicilian not going to be available, so they want to make sure that TLID can't play the similar style that they did in the past. And I do like that TLID will ban the Matilda as well. You don't want to give away the Alpha Matilda combo. It doesn't really matter whose hands it's in. It's so potent and not difficult to play at all. Instantly snowballs the early game for you. Let's see if they continue focusing onto that mid lane dominance. Loi gives you a lot of pressure early on. And wow, They
Wow.
get rid of the Xavier too.
That's a deep pocket ban. We saw Liquid ID pull out the Xavier in the M Series Swiss stage. So it is something that if you're not paying attention, you probably won't think about it. Speaking of which, they also had the Hilda is still up, but now that there's the Alpha, probably not the best choice. Another pick that Liquid ID has really shown every now and then in the M Series, or I think alongside RQ, is the Belleric, right? Like it's a pick that started by Team Spirit, and then it started popping a lot more. But we get the jaw hate ban. So Liquid ID, they are definitely kind of clamping down on the roamer role despite having a Cho on Team Flash KH's side.
Yeah, they're just making sure you won't have a Jawhead and Joe combo, in which case Joey just doesn't get to play the game, right? Joe is already a bit hard to deal with, you don't want to add more onto that plate. And while Belleric is something that TLID likes to pull out from time to time, it's usually in response to a Joy. So since they're the ones playing it instead, I doubt they'll be going for it. They do lock in the Farsa, so still making sure that they've got that artillery fire on their side. And now they are going to be looking for either a Roam or EXP, depending on where this high-lows goes.
I mean, this Khalid got taught, the usuals. What else? I mean, you could. The Tigger is still up. They go for the Khalid this game. Feels like there's a chance that this is a witty Khalid. I know he plays plenty of that Khalid roam.
Well, I literally just said earlier that I'm still not the biggest fan of Khalid roam. I think it'll be a lot more effective on a team like TLID, who is already known for being a bit more aggressive in the early game. I think the best way for a Khalid roam to work is to instantly disrupt the jungle at level 1 or 2, but you also don't really want to do that against an alpha.
Yeah, that too. See, Team Flash KH, now they get to reveal this last card, right? It's gonna be a gotcha pick.
Let's fight to our heart's
So it's kind of up in the air. The Luca is completely let through, so it's going to be the Lucas XP for sure.
Lucas has been very hit or miss so far in the challenge season. In the right hands, an absolute pain in the butt to deal with. We saw Kirk just being an unstoppable frontline for Onyx yesterday. But for players who may be less experienced or in the wrong team compositions, he really doesn't end up contributing very much. So let's see if Team Flash can make it work. Him alongside the Cho and Aloy actually adds a good amount of crowd control to Team Flash to play around with. So it could be what they need to maybe slow down Fabian.
Yeah, and it also is kind of a good way to get to this Farsa, right? Like once you stick onto the Farsa, I think you can just blow up your HQ with the amount of gap closing and damage that this Lucas provides. So let's see Team Flash KH against Team Liquid Indonesia in game 1 of this best of 3. We've got TLID blue side, Team Flash KH on the red.
Yesterday when we interviewed King Kong, he said he wanted to meet TLID again, and I would imagine that Team Liquid feel the same way. So a victory here will go very important to instantly qualify into the challenge finals. And I'm curious to see how the early game will go as well for them. With this Khalid, which I've already expressed some doubts about, we can see that he's already playing quite aggressively on Team Flash's half of the jungle and leaning towards the gold lane since he's not going to be able to invade against Jamal.
Yeah, for sure. Especially, Fabian and King Kong. Liquid ID and Onyx Philippines, really good friends. But of course, I know King Kong's objective is just to beat Fabian again for the 100th time, which has been the case since the M series. They had this love-hate relationship. We've seen plenty of contents around that. But I do like how Team Flash KH, they're trying their best at least to keep up with the rotation, though they would run into Fabian in the mid lane.
Whoa!
Yehescu picks up a first blood.
I think this is something we've been seeing from a lot of junglers in the higher level squads, where they just suddenly rotate through the mid lane when you least expect it. Because roamers and mid laners will generally try... Oh! Fabian actually stole that from Shama. He's not level 4 yet.
That is going to be unfortunate. But silver lining, Shama is still going to hit forward when the turtle spawns. Bad news is that he's going to be a level behind Fabian. He's gonna get the purple buff. He's not in a rush in any way. Bot side, Lucas getting gone on ATM, forced to retreat. No level 4 for him, and because of that recall, he's gonna miss that entire wave as Weedy soaks up mid side to get closer to his ult. He's gonna hit it. Does have the quick set guard to soak up to recover HP. Turtle secured by Chama. Aran is just eating up all the damage, and now Chama is completely trapped. He's gonna go down to Witty, and the Cho also falls. Raging Sandstorm does miss, but Witty doesn't really care. ATM in the Sacred Beast form will not be able to catch up. In fact, they use the Loi out diversion onto Aran, who has to revitalize, so he will be fine.
They were definitely hoping to catch Witty with that diversion, but instead it was Aran, and Eonzo actually gets picked off by Aaron Shiki and Avian in the gold lane. So Bruno is already projected to win lane against Moskov. Now it's gonna be even worse.
Yeah, in that short span, we've already got 4 kills for Liquid ID. ATM trying to jump into Yehescu. Doris pathway laid up by Aran as well. ATM.
Shockwave!
The turret snipes to Yehescu and gets out with his life.
Yehescu definitely forgot about the beast mode ult for Lucas for a moment there. If he had flew away just a little bit further, it would have been totally fine. But then suddenly that shockwave flies out, bursts him, does just enough damage. Because surprisingly that... Oh, Chima?
It does hurt, just like Chima feels the pain. And Fabian not in just yet. So this is a 2-level lead for Fabian, and it is still growing. He's gonna try and steal this camp away. Tai.
Ooh, good kick.
Flicker kick onto Fabian. Pulled back by the duality. He still dashes away in time. ATM has no ultimate to catch up. And Yehescu takes care of Tai. Unfortunately, Aran will zone out ATM. This is just a scrappy fight. Gray uses the diversion to try and catch Fabian, but he gets caught himself. Yehescu cashes in on another kill.
I like the initiative by Cray to see if he can catch Fabian there, because a kill onto the Joy would be very nice here, but ends up not achieving anything and even throwing his own life in the process. I think he should have stayed in the bush and just recalled instead of trying to walk out. A Team Liquid already with a 3,000 gold lead in 4 minutes.
Yehescu needs to rotate up to the top side. Eonzo will get out. And ATM, he's now top side. Sacred Beast form. Gonna go for Aaron Shiki. The shockwave connects, but the damage is not there.
I'm so impressed by the mechanics from Aaron Shiki there. He was straight up being surrounded and cut off from his team by ATM, but he just times his dash perfectly so that he's able to walk out fine. Like, Team Liquid showing us why they are the M-Series runner-ups here. Team Flash trying to go for aggressive plays, trying to find pickoffs wherever they can, but the EXP and gold difference is already leagues apart, and we're only 5 minutes in.
Almost a 1k gold lead per minute average for TLID. Lane swap will happen. You see Cray to come in with a diversion. ATM turns to the Sacred Beast, takes a ball in the face and ends up going down. Tier 1 turret destroyed by Aaron Shiki. And now the King is online. Tai, the next target on the block. Double kill for Aaron Shiki. Yehescu cashes in onto Cray. And Chama is also dead. Triple kill for Aaron Shiki.
And 4-0 on the Bruno Berserker's Fury in 5.5 minutes. I think the game is a little bit over.
I hate to agree, but yeah, I think this game is close to being done. But Aaron is not done just yet. He is proxying waves to get the mid tier 1. ATM now is gonna be in the red zone. If Team Flash KH, they just don't have any space to breathe. It's a 7.5k gold lead, 6 minutes in for TLID.
Normally having a 1,000 gold advantage per minute is already an insane lead, and Team Liquid is actually further ahead than that. I have not seen this for a very long time. Team Flash does still have tools to play aggressive, but they're going to be lacking on items and damage quite heavily. Even the diversion with 3 members to try and catch Aaron Shiki, and he's already aware of it and dashing away. Like, Team Flash, their lineup really doesn't scale too well into the late game. Only Moskov, really. And that's if Eonzo was actually farming okay. I think we all know he is not farming okay. So, Team Liquid, completely in the driver's seat.
This is gonna be pretty tough for Team Flash KH. I mean, that goalie is still ballooning. And if he also wants to farm, tough luck, he's not going to be able to get much space. Aran and Aaron Shiki are going to show up top side. Meanwhile, the Lucas is just not having a game at all. ATM, he sees all these members, he's opening up the map, but there is no way for him to have any impact as of now.
Yep, and another turtle goes over to Fabian. Team Flash cannot hold any presence on the map right now. Diversion aggressively, they're looking for Aaron.
Aaron Shiki isolated, and not anymore. Witty with a flicker, Raging Sandstorm saves him, and Yehescu gets a double kill. Fabian finds the cash out onto ATM, and Team Liquid ID have a 10k gold lead in 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, at this point, we just have to avert our eyes because this is no longer safe for children viewing, you know? It is such a one-sided massacre, even more so than we saw from Onyx yesterday. I have literally never seen an 11,000 gold advantage at the 8-minute mark. Just look at the difference in items. The cores on Team Liquid are nearly completing their third. Team Flash, some of them don't even have their first.
This is we're teetering on the edge of witnessing a little war crime by TLID. This is oppression. Like, what do you do, right? TLID, they're not gonna clear the waves. If you want the wave, you gotta walk out of your base. So good luck on doing that if you're Team Flash KH. They are just boxed in.
Fabian even went for a Holy Crystal as a second item because he's just that rich, you know? You usually would get that as a third item. But hey, when you're this far ahead, why not? Oh, Wishing Lantern on Joy. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay, Fabian.
You don't have to do that, Fabian, but sure. Might as well. What's next? Concentrated Energy. Genius 1. You know, we go back to the old Joy playbook.
Just get a second Holy Crystal.
Ooh.
Let's just do that as well, you know?
I almost died trying to kick him. Fabian.
Okay, they got him.
Die.
Actually punished.
Woo.
Actual karma at play for once.
I tell you.
At this point, what do you even do? Like, you finally got a shutdown on the enemy Joy, and it barely made a dent in their 10k net worth difference. It's just... It's a little bit disappointing.
At least it's not 11k. It's a 1k goal swing. What, the law was stolen by the Spear Destruction? What?
They did! Oh my god, wait! Wow, okay.
Alright, that's another 1k goal swing. We're making progress.
It's slow but steady, right? You gotta commit to the... Uh-oh.
Oh, here we go. Weedy almost got him.
I was close.
I mean, TLID just pump the brakes a little bit. I think they're definitely having a lot of fun, but 2 unfortunate events in a row. Now we get a bit of a quick reset. Even with that lore steal, it is still an average of almost 1k per minute for TLID in terms of their net worth advantage.
Even after a shutdown on your jungler, the lore being stolen somehow, that's fear of this. I don't even know if Aeonso intended to do that. He just like threw it, wondered, okay, let's see if this will do anything, and they actually stole the Lord. If Team Liquid got that Lord, they could have ended the game. Like, Aeonso with that play legitimately saved Team Flash a little bit longer.
Yeah, I wonder if there's like an instant replay, because a run blocked it, and I think the splash damage still got the Lord. Maybe because Aaron Shiki like aggro it outside, but still, Liquid ID very far ahead, and Winnie just got a 4-man set. That is just annihilation. Who cares about the Lord, right? He just will just wipe them up. So that is going to be triple kill for Fabian as Team Liquid ID wipes the floor with Team Flash KH. 11 minutes into a game, almost a 14k goal lead. This game is done and dusted. TLID with game 1.
They're called Team Flash because that's how quickly they disappeared in that base fight right there. Team Liquid, they're showing the world why they are M-Series runner-ups, why they were so close to earning the champion title despite being a lineup composed mostly of players who were still rookies at the start of 2024. They are titans, they are the elite, and they are here to steamroll the opposition unless you have some way of stopping them. Team Flash, I really don't know what they need to do for game number 2 because this is not a bad draft. You can make things work with this draft. There is just a notable difference in gameplay here.
Yeah, this feels like, you know, this feels like purgatory if you are Team Flash KH. I think coming into this matchup, I feel like if you are a Team Flash KH fan before the challenge seasons and after witnessing the M6 run, like the perception change is gotta be drastic, right? Coming into this knowing that you are outmatched just based off sheer statistics and having to experience it in the flesh, oh boy, they have a lot of work to do.
They have so much work to do. I want to provide some analysis here as to what Team Flash could do going into game number 2 to stand more of a chance to maybe claw their way back into this game. But there is a fundamental difference here. Like I would say, like go back to pocket picks, but I don't really know too much about Team Flash to say like whether this is a pocket pick in the first place. You want to try and play a bit more traditional. I feel like TLID will have some solution for it anyway. Yehezkiel sold all his items and bought immortality at the very end just to add insult to injury. It's like, yeah, you know?
Yeah, it unfortunately it's one of the few matches where it's just a walkover, you know, like no amount of miracle can bring Flash KH back. There were some moments, right? Big shutdown into Fabian, very wild steal by Aonzo on the Lord, but it is so minuscule in the bigger picture. Like the game still ended with a close to 14k goal advantage for TLID. So, and yeah, King Aaron Shiki is our MVP of this game. He has 4 kills, and funnily enough, all 4 kills were in the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, after that, he just never got a chance again because the rest of his team decided, okay, Aaron, you had enough. The rest is us. 997 GPM on Fabian. I just saw that. Okay.
Yeah,
well, when you have Holy Crystal and Wishing Lantern before the 10-minute mark, you know, it's...
Yep.
Yeah.
It could have been higher if he didn't get shut down, but considering he got shut down, he still got 997. It's
It would have been 1k then.
It would have been 1k. Could have broken King Kong's record if he didn't go down.
This is just a one-sided steamrolling. TLID played that exactly the way they were supposed to. I expressed that I wasn't a big fan of the Khalid roam earlier, and I think Witty has showed us how it's supposed to be played. It is meant to create that pressure, create that snowball right from the beginning, and continue pushing it forward just with oppressive presence alone. He doesn't offer very reliable CC, but he does have the damage, so it's hard for people to walk up against him. That's what you need to be using. But Aaron Shiki, this man caught the eye of MLBB fans the world over throughout M6, and he is continuing to capture visions everywhere.
And it's not just that, you don't get the title of king easily, and then there's Aaron Shiki, who essentially just not only worked his way up, but in such a fashion that people started just naming him the king, and he's constantly proving that, right? Like, if not up against Kelra, people are looking at Aaron Shiki as one of the second in lines, and in this game, it's just a pure mechanical difference in that gold lane.
Yeah, there were situations where most other gold laners would have gotten ganked or killed, where it seemed like he was too far up in the lane, was getting cut off by heroes with CC, and he still times his abilities so that he's able to escape. It's just insane. It's on a different level entirely. You can see the way that Team Liquid takes their fights here. Even Yehezkiel just made a slight miscalculation, started flying away a bit too late, but they would have survived that otherwise. And then Team Liquid just keep on pushing the envelope. Everywhere you think, oh, there's no way they can like get another kill on top of what they have already, they do so.
Yeah, it's they just keep going. I mean, this entire game was incredibly scrappy, so it plays into what TLID wants to play, but also shows, answers the question of how do you keep pushing the envelope, right? You do it like this with the comp that is just so dominant. Once you get the snowball rolling, it felt almost impossible to forcibly pump the brakes on the TLID, and the only time that Team Flash KH ever got the jump onto Aaron Shiki, you still got Witty the Wise, who showed up and saved it.
TLID has very strong coordination and synergy, which is obviously a given and an expectation to be able to reach the heights that they have seen on the world stage, and it doesn't look like they've let up on that. I do like that Team Flash tried to play aggressive. Cray tried to use the diversions to catch them, but like, just look at what happens in the base. The Flicker Raging Sandstorm hitting 4, and then Fabian just runs in like a meat grinder. Team Liquid ID are on path to sweep this series without a single problem, and Team Flash will need to figure out a way to stop them.
Yep. And unfortunately, I'm not sure if that is going to be possible in such a short time frame, but it's definitely going to be a case study for the rest of the teams that are going to eventually have a chance to fight TLID if they make it through to the challenge season, which right now, they're looking to have a dang good chance, right? Again, if they win this, they are going up against EVOS Holy. Can you imagine the nerves of EVOS Holy watching what has just transpired? Of course, the heat map of Fabian this entire game is just all over the place. Like wherever he goes, death follows.
Anyway, if I can't confirm this, but I also think this game might be the newest record for shortest game in the challenge season so far, because that's 11 minutes. Such a quick situation, and you can like even in this heat map, you cannot tell which side of the jungle actually belongs to Fabian because he's so actively farming every single part of the map, and getting kills everywhere as well.
Yeah, he is just so he's just so mobile, right? Not only that, like he doesn't need his own jungle at this point. He's just I think he's pretty much farming heroes. Look at like the amount of, he had more kills in the enemy base than he had on other parts of the map. I think that's just how dominant Fabian's game was.
I mean, the jungle just didn't belong to Team Flash anymore. After like the first couple of minutes, they couldn't even try walking in to get their boss because there was invasions happening. They still tried to make things happen, right? Because I like the diversions, though maybe some of them were ill-advised. So wishing them all the best for game number 2. But you gotta try to put a stop to Aaron Shiki, man. He's just so good.
Yeah, the Bulletproof Cavalry remained deathless in 11 out of 26 games in M6, and his highest count in a single game was only 4 deaths. That's his highest. So he had as close as flawless as you can have, you know, in terms of a gold laner KD.
That really just is another level entirely, man. Like how do you even do that? How are you able to achieve deathless in almost half of your games in the M series, the World Championship? That just takes a different quality, a different confidence overall. And while his Bruno gameplay, like this is the first Bruno we've seen the entire challenge season, right?
Yeah.
It goes to show he's still a terrifying gold laner.
Definitely is. 100% pick ban rate, of course, in M6, and only has been picked once, which is today, what we saw just now by Aaron Shiki. Even though there is some minor numbers tweak onto Bruno, we still saw the full force once he gets a hit. You give Bruno that lead, it really doesn't matter what the nerfs they do to him. He will still continue to dominate.
100% pick ban rate in M6. The nerf definitely did affect him somewhat, not just to him as a hero, but also the adjustment to Malefic Gun. So he is definitely not as ridiculously oppressive as he used to be, but he is still very strong. Like his early game damage is good, his scaling is very solid, and when he gets Malefic Gun, his range is still actually very scary. It's still a lot longer than most other marksmen that do less damage with every single auto attack. So I'm kind of surprised that more teams are not still prioritizing the Bruno.
Yeah, and I think especially when there's like this Granger matchup, right? We are looking at the Granger Harif most of the time. Moscow pops up every once in a while. The Irithel also started gaining a bit of popularity, but I'm glad to see Bruno back in a conversation, right? A bit more choices for that gold lane for sure. But I think if you are Team Flash KH, first of all, maybe not give the joy away. I think that was definitely kind of a bit of too much of an advantage, I think, for TLID right now, that the Suyo was banned out in game 1 and then they got the joy in return.
Thing is, they picked the Cho very early on, which should be a solid solution, and it's not as if they didn't have other forms of CC and frontline. that forced the way of the dragon out early. So I think there's a lot more that they have to consider here. And we'll see what kind of changes they can make, because now they are on the blue side, Team Liquid on the red side. Even Hardif still going to be the bans for Team Flash.
Butterflies born by the
So it's going to be the Tusin ban. This time, Team Liquid ID will be on the red side of the map. It's going to change up the draft a little bit. It's going to change the sequence. Of course, Joy gets banned out by Team Flash KH after the game one. Really don't want to deal with it again. Or will TLID ban the Suyo, right? Now that becomes the next question. Or they could potentially just... Are there any heroes that they're worried about? Granger? But they could take Granger. Like, Aaron Shiki loves that Granger when it's open.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid can afford to leave quite a lot open right now because they are on the red side and they can just grab two. They are going to decide to ban out the Suyo, so just going back to the more classic junglers, we should see like Alpha, Hayabusa, and so on in this game. But Granger, like you mentioned, is quite open.
See, Team Flash KH, do they want to go for that Granger straight? I mean, it's either that, and then you have the Harif and Bruno left for TLID. Honestly, for Team Flash KH, I feel like their hands are a bit tight, right? Like, pick a poison, because Liquid ID are going to get 2 power picks regardless. So Granger goes over to Team Flash KH, Matilda Alpha for TLID.
Oh boy. Oh boy, there it is. Matilda Alpha, one of the most oppressive roam jungle combos in the early game. So much damage built in, survivability, as well as mobility that allows you to engage and disengage freely, regardless of how aggressively you play. It is a perfect combo for a team like Team Liquid that wants to take advantage of opponents' early game flaws. Team Flash will go for the Hayabusa since a lot of the other junglers have already been banned out, but this is also a hero that can be pretty vulnerable in the jungle early, so they gotta make sure to have tanky front lines that work well in the early game to help deal with this Alpha.
So the Aurora is going to be that option, right? To try and pump the brakes on TLID if they kind of want to go fast. If it's TLID, I mean, there is still the Valentina up if they want to, but they'll go for the Lucas first, snatch it away early before it gets banned out.
Lucas going to be a very good team fight setter, solid front line, and we've already seen that the Shockwave can be a good way of sniping backliners, so that Granger has to be a bit cautious. But I really feel like Team Flash should have actually gone for like something like a Tigreal or like the Hylos, Hilda, get taught kind of style in this situation. As Liquid is probably going to start banning out these heroes that would stop them from being able to easily invade the enemy jungle. Yep, even the Jawhead taken out there.
Even a Jawhead ban. We're still left with the Gatot and the Khalid. Bruno gets banned out. A lot of respect to Aaron Shiki. So there's 4 of his picks removed, in fact. We're left with the Beatrix. There's still Beatrix, Carrie, Claude. Irithel is still up on the table if Aaron Shiki wants to consider that. But I think you're not really in a rush at this point of time. You can keep Aaron's pick for last if you want.
Yeah, I think Irithel is the most obvious counter though. The best solution for Granger, good range, good mobility, good burst damage. They go for the Vexana first, just play it safe like you mentioned, leaving Aaron Shiki's hero until the very last. It also means that they could pull out something a little bit more unusual if they wanted to. I don't really think they need to, but they can. The Carmilla comes out. No Sicilian combo though, since you're... Oh! I do like that.
Badang. Okay, this is a Badang XP. So yesterday I was able to play a few games and with some of the MPL SG people. And they say the Badang has been popping up every now and then. I'm not sure if it was popularized by TikTok or not, but Badang Thunderbelt, every single basic attack, those punches, it triggers the Thunderbelt because it's like an ability basic attack, right? It applies the on hit, so you can stack up Thunderbelt pretty quickly. And Badang not just has low cooldown, but also does a ton of damage and has some decent crowd control.
Yeah, they increased the CC duration of his ultimate fist crack as well, so that it's able to keep enemies in place a little bit longer. And I have definitely heard of the Thunderbelt build. I know Ray Ash has been promoting it a little bit himself, and a lot of pub players have been starting to play either attack speed Badang or tank Badang in the EXP lane, since he is also an auto attack based fighter that can benefit from the changes to Rose Gold Meteor.
The Claude is going to be the option for TLID. A safer approach for sure, but gives a lot of that late game insurance. I do like the approach from Team Flash KH. Definitely, you know, have showing some innovation that, you know, we have seen from TLID every now and then. But how is this comp from Team Flash KH going to operate this game?
The composition coming in from Team Flash is probably going to have just a little bit of difficulty, right? Hayabusa has the possibility of being invaded in the jungle pretty early on. I think the Granger can actually do pretty okay in lane since it is up against a Claude. Claude's laning phase is still a little bit lacking overall comparatively. And then besides that, I'm kind of curious how Badang will actually match up against Lucas. That is a matchup I haven't actually seen too much of yet, so I can't really say who has EXP lane priority in particular, because that'll actually determine quite a lot of how the early game goes. Because if Aran gets to join invades with the Matilda Alpha, yeah, Chema doesn't get to play the game.
See, I mean, Aran did help out Fabian early. So junglers, they get almost a similar start, although for Fabian, he's going to do a full clear on the top side. You can see a potential invade coming in from Team Flash KH. Tai does see that happening, so knows where Fabian's going to have towards the planet out, but with Oran showing up, this is going to be revitalized out from the Carmilla. So much damage in this early game. Not just from the Lucas, but also from Witty and Yehescu. They still want to chase onto the Carmilla and blast him out. First blood for Yehescu, and Witty is going to get him out of the way with the guiding winds.
Somehow forcing out Revitalize and then still taking down Carmilla at level 1. Team Liquid ID shows that anything is possible, and that's with tenacity, by the way. If you look at the emblem set for Tai, he was supposed to be a little bit tankier too. So it's just, you would never expect that to happen. Team Flash needs to respect the early game potential of Team Liquid a little bit more. I get that Tai wants to provide vision, because you gotta keep track of Fabian in this game when he has Witty around, but losing your life that early on is not a good start.
Definitely not. Fights will continue mid-size. Thinking about Tai, once more it's going to be gone on. Jamal with the Ogi Shadow kill, not able to collect any kill. Fabian walks away. And we talk about the Matilda damage. The Soul Bloom does hurt. So both Cray and Tai will be forced into the red and retreat once more.
Probably still one of the best case scenarios Team Flash could have asked for there. They managed to keep Tai and Cray's passive alive. They actually almost bursted down Fabian as well. So Jamal hasn't been affected too much in terms of farm speed yet, but they will end up losing priority over the turtle for this.
Team Liquid ID slowly and steadily building up that lead. Definitely not like game 1 where they were just straight up running over Team Flash KH at, from the first minute onwards. We did see Aran proxy that wave on the top side already. Witty is going to bring in his teammates, Fabian to follow him. Tai will be forced to back off. But now is the scenario that you described. Jamal, how are you going to keep jungling when you have this oppression from Team Liquid ID?
It's like the Guiding Winds actually ends up pulling Fabian out. Jamal is going to have to end up dragging multiple team members over just to make sure he doesn't get disrupted from farming too much. He is actually still even in level with Fabian, though maybe a bit behind in EXP. The Curse of Blood didn't quite manage to land because of the Guiding Wind as well. So Team Liquid still playing a very fast game that intends to hit hard as well. And it does look like Aran is winning out in that EXP lane. He seems to be having more freedom to roam the map comparatively to ATM. So that's also not the best sign for Team Flash.
Definitely not. The run, he's just going to keep neutralizing the wave. Wait for it to build up to a second cannon and then hard shove it. I mean, Liquid ID, they have Fabian and Witty in the vicinity as well. Not the I mean, ATM is not the easiest to gank, but it's all about being able to move around the map first. And Oran stacking a double wave and Witty being around, you always have that agency to move first.
And looks like we have confirmation that ATM is going for the Thunderbelt build on Madan. He just completed it. So I'm very excited to see this particular build because it can be quite oppressive once he's got a couple more items. Very hard to deal with, lots of CC. Looks like Chama did actually get that buff back.
Yep, Hesku gets it, and unfortunately, they still get the freeze. Fabian to be trapped by the wall. Fistcrab being used. Aran jumps on the crate. That's the passive out. Aran now will have to look for a way out. Woody should be able to escort him. Still in the face of 3 members of Team Flash KH without your Hesku. They gotta try and draw it out a little bit. Shadow Kill being dispersed. Fabian's bit of Alpha times it well at the end. The Shurika's not in range as Aran finds the back line. This time on the Shama, he was waiting at the quad shadows. With the help of Witty, Aran will find the kill. ATM shows up. Witty, can he pull Aran away? That's the flicker used by the Lucas to start it off. With Aran jumps back in, gets pulled out to safety. And just the juggling from Team Liquid ID done in perfect synergy.
It is actually perfect synergy what we are seeing here. The way that this Lucas is being played around with the Matilda, that was cinema. Absolute cinema. It is peak. There is literally no other way to describe it. That was perfectly played, perfectly juggled in terms of aggro. Team Flash actually started the fight really, really well. That was an excellent fist crack into fist break combo that managed to take out Yehezkiel very early on. But then Team Liquid just kept going. Aran had so much sustain on that Lucas, and I can see why he is going for the War Axe build instead of Thunderbelt. So he's looking to brawl.
He's looking to constantly fight. You want to stack the Thunderbelt? How about I fight you? Still, Liquid ID with a close to 3k goal advantage. Woody just got the Splash of the Oasis. Only complicates matters for Team Flash KH. ATM will be found out. But as always, this in and out, I think we haven't got to see this combo between Lucas and Matilda until now. But Flash Tap plus Guiding Wind is just so much in and out potential.
I'll just say right now, Lucas with almost any like supporting utility roamer is actually kind of oppressive. I have played against a Lucas Angela. You just never kill him. He's just always going to be there, especially in Sacred Beast form. The amount he heals, the amount of shield he gets, you actually have to respect it somewhat. And I'm kind of surprised I don't see more teams going in that direction. But for now, the consolation for Team Flash is they're actually not as far behind as they were in game number 1. Goal lead is still 3k though.
Tai, he definitely did not expect that damage for Fabian, who just casually gets a double kill. So 3 dead for Team Flash KH, Aeonzo, Rondos, but the timing from Winnie's circling ego just nice, allowing Fabian to get a triple kill. Shama wants to get Winnie, the Shurikens will confirm it, but 4 for the price of 1.
It's still very worth it for Witty. He was tanking the tower so that Fabian could dive in and get a free kill on Aeonzo, as well as a free turtle. And I like the moment that I say Team Flash is not as behind as they were in game number 1. Oh, they almost get team wiped by Team Liquid ID. We are getting into the mid game now. 5k gold lead. Team Liquid should be all completing their second item, reaching around their third. And that is when they can really just run down Team Flash. The snowball is already in store for both Aran and Fabian. Aaron Shiki still hasn't been disrupted in the gold lane at all either. A full level ahead of Aeonzo. Team Liquid is on track to recreate their victory.
And ATM, as the fish crack, still ends up going down to Yehezkiel. Fabian eating up all the damage. The Curse of Blood connects, but the damage is not there. Team Liquid ID just ease all of it up as Arana hops to the back line, takes out 1, and another double kill for Fabian. Team Liquid ID have finally stepped on the gas, and they are not stopping.
They're not stopping, alright. That mid-tier 2 should fall as well, unless Aeonzo is able to clear the minion waves, but he's all by himself, so it would be very risky to try and walk up. That's going to be all the mid towers gone. Map blown wide open for Team Liquid. 9k lead in 8 minutes, once again surpassing the 1k gold advantage per minute record that would ordinarily consider a game lost.
Absolutely. Let's see if another miracle happens. We've seen glimpses of it in game 1. Not that it amounted too much, but how this has accelerated at such a fast pace. 10k goalie. Somehow Liquid ID has been able to repeat what they achieved in game 1 in such a short period of time. And yeah, Fabian, he can do that. Curse of Blood connects though. Now the damage really is going to start to hurt. Aaron, Shiki and Witty both get blown up. That's the fist crack. Fabian fights it out and still claims a kill before he goes down. Triple kill for Aonzo.
The fact that Fabian still gets a kill there is ridiculous, but Team Flash were able to actually punish Team Liquid there, and that was actually very well played. Fabian tried to go for the cheeky Spear of Alpha, wasn't able to connect, hoped that he would get pulled out by the guiding winds, but ATM came at the perfect time, caught two members, Aaron and Witty, inside the fist crack, which meant that there was no guiding winds for Fabian to use. Aaron Shiki was taken out, and now they're pushing in.
Then also a 4K goal swing. So Team Liquid ID just lost 4K worth of stocks because of that. On the shutdown goal. Team Flash KH able to walk out to the map, a bit further up to the map, finally. But they're still not out of the woods just yet, right? Eroshiki, yep, he did go down, so it's no longer deathless. But at the end of the day, he is still a Claude. That late game is still going to hurt.
Yeah, he is. We've already seen that Claude is capable of dishing out some pretty ridiculous damage as long as he is ahead. And Aaron Shiki is definitely ahead. Ooh, they're pulling Aaron in.
Yeah, Jamal, the Quad Shadow is just being tracked by the Circling Eagle. Lord goes over to TLID as the fight splits up, but it ends in an instant. 2 down for Team Flash KH.
Chima almost got Witty, but doesn't have the Sky Piercer stacks to be able to land that final blow. And because Witty dashed back into Team Liquid, Chima had no way of escape. There was no support to get him out. He just got picked off right there. Another Lord going over to Team Liquid ID. That's going to be the Malefic Gun now, completed by Aaron Shiki. This is where most marksmen really come online. Team Flash only have the Holy Defense on 2 lanes as well.
The wave synced up by TLID. So you have all 3 waves crashing in. This is just Lord number 1. So for Team Flash KH, they can defend this. The game is going to extend a bit longer. But we know TLID, they are not the ones to wait around. Almost a 9k goal lead. Just with a bit of an action. Witty, 2-man knockup. That's Fabian catching 3 people into a blazing duel. Aaron Shiki, he's just going to run down most of the members. 2 dead for Team Flash KH, and Witty keeps all of them alive. The Lord does go down, but only 3 members of Team Flash KH left alive.
Happened so quickly that Chima couldn't even build up stacks for the Ogi Shadow kill. His ult barely did any damage, and Fabian now tanking DPS so that the rest of Team Liquid can get the mid inhibitor. And there's still waves pushing on both side lanes. Team Liquid is gonna be looking for more.
Should be able to get the top inhibitor. And Team Flash KH, usually there's just nothing that they could do. TLID, not done just yet. They want the bottom one. There is a cannon minion. They could definitely do that. Circling Eagle knocking on the 2. Aran unleashes the beast. They get ATM knocked up. The fist crack into a Frigid Glacier. It's just not enough. Too much damage from Aaron Shiki. Fighting Chimai. Forcing the shadow kill out as Aran hops to the back. He goes down. But so does Team Flash KH. TLID trades 1 life for the entire series. It's 2-0 for TLID.
A slightly slower game than previously, but Team Liquid, when they come online, they come online. This power spike timing is very clear and very obvious, and that was a nice trick right there, sir. Props to that. Team Liquid ID definitely deserving of a spot in the upper bracket, and truly a threat in the SPS.
100%. I don't know what's the takeaway if you are Team Flash KH, because there's so many things that you kind of need to look back on. But when you look at your opponents and this TLID, this is definitely a defeat that you have to take in grace, right? There's no harm, no foul. I think a lot of people saw this coming from a mile away. Team Flash KH though will have to play the lower bracket up against Homeboys later down the road. And well, we get the EVOS Holy against TLID matchup in the upper bracket.
Yep, that is going to be a fun one, but EVOS Holy definitely going to be the underdogs there despite a very dominant performance earlier. That's just the gap that we see between Team Liquid ID and most of the competition. Looking at, yep, it was a 12-minute game, literally 1 minute longer than game number 1, which really isn't much of a difference. But let's look at the itemization. Aaron Shiki near to completion already. That last item would have been a Winter Crown, probably. And then we can see that Fabian also already complete with the Winter Crown. In the meanwhile, Flash, they really don't have much, only 2 items on most of their cores. Aeonzo trying his best to keep up, actually has a pretty respectable score, but when the rest of your team is just getting melted, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, even for Chima, he stopped the Hunter Strike and Sky Piercer and nothing more, right? Like he is almost a 5k gold difference between him and Fabian alone.
Yeah, that is something else. We already mentioned how there's a very clear boundary when you are able to get 1k gold advantage per minute, and in this series, TLID was consistently breaking that boundary as well. Fabian will end up as the MVP of this game with 923 GPM. Aaron Shiki very close behind at 885.
Yeah, just again, also shout out to Witty on this Matilda. Just 100% kill participation. So at all 23 battles, you have seen Witty participate. Of course, 17 of them for TLID. But yeah, overall, I mean, Witty definitely, living up to the name, right? Witty the Wise. There's a reason he's the brains and the bronze. We talk about Matilda being one of his pocket pick, and we see it in action. But Fabian having this Matilda by his side when he's on the alpha just had a near flawless game. The only time he went down was because of that cheeky spill of alpha over the wall, but even then he took one down with him before he fell.
Yeah, somehow. I can't deny this is probably the best Matilda gameplay I have seen in a very, very long time. The coordination and synergy between TLID is clear and on full display. And you can tell that there is that experience, there is that communication happening in every single engagement. They know what they want, and they're going to do whatever they need to do to get it. And they have the micro mechanics to pull it off too.
Yeah, and this entire series is just the pure definition of how to extend the lead, right? And this is my favorite moment, the ins and outs and between Witty and Aran. But on top of that, it's just how Liquid ID, once they find a snowball angle, they just keep on going. They feel unstoppable.
I am a little bit sad that we didn't get to see a bit more of what Badang is capable of, but the one death on Fabian was also because of a really good play by ATM, catching out Witty and Aaron Shiki behind him so that he couldn't be pulled out to safety. That was the best play that we have seen from Team Flash thus far this series, so there is potential there, but the fundamentals are still what is missing. Yup, the Curse of Blood right into the freeze, the Fist Crack coming out as well. It was clean. Team Flash needed more of that, but that was only because Team Liquid got a little bit trigger happy.
Yeah, Team Liquid were just messing around, and then you have this, right? Like Aaron Shiki, again, got to a point, you pick the clock, the game goes late, you will have that insurance policy either way. So congratulations to the Cavalries, TLID 2-0 over Team Flash KH. They will have a date with EVOS Holy in the upper brackets on a later date.
Yep, and that also means that Team Flash will end up dropping over to the lower bracket. The only way that they can keep themselves in the competition will be to make it to the last chance qualifiers. But they will first have to face off against the homeboys down there, which is not going to be the easiest battle.
Of course, we got the heat map, this time not off the jungler, but off the roamer. We got Witty the Wise on this Matilda. Of course, the majority of the time, just hanging around that mid side, a bit of the enemy jungle on the bottom quadrant of the map, just basically facilitating all the early rotations across the map.
Something that we see Team Liquid ID doing quite consistently, that many other teams here in SPS aren't really willing to do a lot of the time, is the jungle invasion. You can see just how present Witty was on Team Flash's half of the map, constantly pulling Fabian in, stealing jungle camps away from Chema wherever they could to slow down the Hayabusa while making it unsafe for their side laners to remain too far forward just in case the wave gets cut and they get pinned off. It is very good to be able to do this, especially if you have a powerful early game combination like the Alpha Matilda. And Team Liquid, they are masters of this.
Even when you look back at the heat map, it felt like Witty was drawing an arrow pointed straight at Team Flash KH's Crystal. So everything falling into place. TLID taking this in more than resounding victories, not even close. In fact, like I thought when we saw Onyx gave esports a beatdown yesterday, that was peak. But no, TLID really went up that. Now it makes everyone, I think, a lot more excited to see if they will meet in the challenge finals again. And that's just halfway through. We still got 2 more best of 3s coming up.
That does conclude the first round of Group C. Now we'll be moving on to Group D, yet another new batch of teams, which are all also eyeing the chance to move on into the SPS Challenge Finals. But already, I think the M Series top performers are still looking to be the favorites for yet another tournament. I'm eager to see if there is going to be some other dark horse, like a team that just suddenly pops out of nowhere. Maybe no one really expected them to do too well, and suddenly, ooh, actually, we could see something here, right? That's what happened initially with Team Liquid ID. So who knows who else could achieve similar accolades?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've seen some interesting tech. You know, like we witnessed the Badang XP, but I even saw Badang roam yesterday in my games, and that wasn't fun for wasn't fun for me. But it's even more not fun for the randos that I had to deal with our stack. So we'll see. I mean, if there's more of that, I do hope we get to see the continuous innovation. Though there's one hero I miss. I do miss the Diggy though. I feel like Diggy is one of the few heroes that I really want to see, but there's just no place for him.
I think I'm glad that there's no place for Diggy right now. He's still a very niche hero, and I think that's where he's supposed to be, because like Time Journey is such a powerful ultimate ability in the first place. I still remember back in the day when the Diggy feeding meta existed. Yeah, those were dark times.
So coming up, we have Group D. We're heading to Group 3. It's Bigatron Alpha against AI Esports. Speaking of the Diggy, I'm gonna leave a note here. So I met a Diggy yesterday because I picked Tigro and the enemy picked Diggy. We went on to kill him 16 times in the game. I reported him for feeding and he lost 5 points. So sorry, Diggy.
You know what? Maybe that's just how things are sometimes. You know, when you don't like a hero, you feel happy when that happens to them. But Bigatron Alpha versus AI Esports will be our next match. Once again, we'll jump to a break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll come back with more SPS MLBB action.
Here we go!
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Like a moth to the flame, I'm attracted when the doubts start saying my name. I can go there easily, and it's hard to maintain, 'cause I know it's not the world I know, it's me. Believe in every little thing I hear, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. It stays coming in waves, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stare fear in the face, that only I give to me. Now I'm running this race, yeah. Stallions couldn't catch up to me. I'm running till I get first place. I'm running till I get everything, everything I ever wanted in my dream. No, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all.
It's time for the final few teams here at the SPS Challenge season to make their debut as we kick off our Group D Round 1 matches with Bigatron Alpha from Indonesia versus AI Esports from Myanmar. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, your casters today are me, Mustafa, as well as Husky.
It's gonna be interesting overall because we have, in Mirko's words, the best team in the world, Bigatron Alpha, taking on AI Esports, which we have seen. I think AI Esports, even in last season, was already here, putting up quite a show. And this also is Group D. I think it's one of the more open groups, one of the more free-for-all-esque kind of group, you know, aside from Aurora and Toda, but we've also seen them showing some signs of weaknesses throughout their journey last year. So if there's any time for an upset, I think this is one of the series.
Indeed, indeed. AI Esports. Not really a name that would have crossed many people's minds before this, but their performance in the Open Finals has been actually very, very strong overall. They were even able, I believe, to take the series against RQ Hoshi. Yep. They've taken series against RQ Hoshi. They took a game against Evo's Holy. But this time, they are up against Bigatron Alpha, which of course is a much more familiar name in the MLBB ecosystem.
Absolutely. And of course, Bigatron Alpha, we got Luke in the XP, we got Tiozi, Jungle, Moreno, Mid, Pamela in the roam role, and Emman in the go lane. And of course, Bigatron Alpha, I think a lot of people were wondering what's gonna happen in terms of the roster. Well, we don't know either, but let's see if these two secretly locked characters is going to give that level up that Bigatron Alpha has been desperately needing.
It's a very interesting choice by Bigatron Alpha here because a lot of teams who have switched around their roster have of course already shown us who the new players are, and we can look forward to seeing how their synergy will match up. But in this case, Bigatron Alpha, these are two names that I don't think we've really heard before. I'm not sure if it's the real IGN, if it's like a different player we've never seen before, if it's actually a player who's hiding their identity. We have no idea. The rest, of course, we know, and I'm glad to see Eman once again. It's been a while since I've gotten to cast one of his games, and Bigatron does have a fun play style, but with new players, it's going to be interesting to see how they take on AI esports today.
Yeah, and AI esports also no strangers to the Myanmar region. We've seen them a couple of times. We've seen them in last season in SPS, but we got Madzi in the XP lane, PS in the jungle, Oh My Jenny mid lane, Black as the roam, and we got Alita in that gold lane. Some of them did play in the Myanmar qualifiers for M6. I think they finished 4th place. So overall, they fell short. I think Oh My Jenny, I think PS played in the qualifiers, but overall I think AI esports have always kind of shown us what they're capable of. Now it's about how far can they take it.
AI esports started off the journey in the Open finals pretty strong. They actually did take down Lazy Esports in the 0-0 bracket. Then they moved on to the 1-0 bracket and had a little bit more difficulty as they ended up losing the Alter Ego. But then they were able to take down Vampire X Chaos, move on to even defeat Smart Omega, as well as RRQ Hoshi. So even if they're not a team that we've seen a lot on the international stage, their achievements cannot be downplayed here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. This is genuinely a team that could give a difficult time to even MPL ready squads.
Absolutely. I mean, they've drawn blood from some of the top teams in the world, so not gonna be any surprise that that AI esports is here to put up a fight. And I think even in terms of like predicting this series, for me is probably one of the hardest ones today, especially when we talk about a team like Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, like I had a lot of difficulty figuring out what I would predict for this game in particular. But if we're talking about Bigatron Alpha in general, this is a team that is finding redemption. They had previously finished as runner-up during the Season 3C finals, but were not able to place at all during the Season 5 challenge season. So now that they're back in Snapdragon, they want to show that, okay, not placing in Season 5, that's our bad. This time we're coming back stronger, we're coming back revamped. You know, we've got some new players that haven't yet been unlocked. You know, it's like video games where you just see the silhouette when the character hasn't been achieved yet. How will they perform, I wonder?
Yeah, I do wonder. I mean, if they can surprise us, this is probably the time, right? We've seen some talents, some new talents kind of demonstrate their capabilities in previous SPS, so this could be one of them. I want to take a look at the predictions though, because this one, I still feel like, from what I know from these two teams, I think Bigatron Alpha definitely is a bit more solid overall, but I wouldn't put it past AI esports to take a game off of them.
To be honest, part of me really wanted to give AI esports the win. I genuinely do feel like they can do it. But so far, we've only really seen most of AI esports achievements during SPS itself, and Bigatron is a team that definitely has a bigger legacy behind it. Not to mention that with a brand new revamp, we could be seeing a very different team. So I'm still gonna give it to them, maybe a little bit, give Mirko a bit of a hand as well, if he's watch partying this right now. Hello, Mirko. This is for you.
Yeah, and I definitely think that you know what? I know for a fact that the chat, Mirko's chat, is going to be speculating who they are, and I have a feeling the Merkle is gonna join in, and they're gonna try to match the silhouette to the people. I don't know. It's just a gut feeling. His chat is pretty active in figuring this out. Again, if these players are existing pros, then so be it, right? Because I personally don't know who they are, so I'm waiting to be surprised.
I mean, they could just be new players entirely, right? Like, you could try to match the silhouette as an existing player, but it might genuinely just be someone new, you know? It could be someone new, it could be someone old, we have no idea. Bigatron is specifically keeping them a secret, I guess, for next season of MPL, so that's pretty hype.
Yeah, well, actually, I think that probably is going to be the plan. I do know that there are a lot of revelations happening in other MPL regions. MPL ID has been getting a lot of hot news, so that itself is going to be interesting. You know, Bigatron Alpha has always been a team that has shown a lot of potential, and you know, they even had runs in group stage in regular seasons where it looked like they are going to just dominate all the way. It's just that playoffs run that they haven't been able to fully complete.
They got pretty close this time around, right? They were third place finishers in MPL ID Season 14. This close to qualifying straight to the M Series. So that's a little bit heartbreaking. I'm sure they're looking for that as motivation to go even further this time around. And maybe if they go far enough, we might even get to see them in the finals in Johor, which we might get to see you guys at as well if you guys go and grab some tickets right now. I've heard that they're available all the way down from only RN5. So links right down there, QR codes right down there. Get to it.
Yeah, and it's going to be happening at the Persada Johor International Convention Center, right? So keep that in mind. When you show up, just know that you are in for a good time. I know some people have came to the MPL NY playoffs. That happened in a different location in Johor. But imagine watching a tournament with not just local teams, international teams. It kind of feels like a mini MSC without the Western regions or Central Asia region in Johor. We don't get that often.
Yeah, we really don't, but I'm happy to see more of it, right? Our playoffs recently was really hype in Johor, so I have no doubt that SPS is gonna be even more hype since we've got so many different teams from all over the world, and we still don't really know who exactly we're going to see there either. So, fingers crossed, your favorites will make it all the way through. And the tickets are limited, so if you guys want to get him, you guys have to do it as early as possible.
Yeah, 5 ringgit, man. 5 ringgit. Worst come to worst, give up a plate of noodles for this, alright? But get it for a good time. I know that last season, even in KL, it was basically a full house, so who knows, right? We got a bigger venue this time, I think. And if you missed last season, just come for this season. Like, people loved the place, or so I heard. People loved the environment, so just keep the train going, right? Keep SPS going.
Yeah, let's keep it going with even more entertainment, even more epic gameplay, even more pro plays. Bigatron Alpha versus AI Esports is going to be an interesting one because AI Esports, I think, is one of the teams that if we had any dark horses starting to build up in SPS, I would consider them to be the ones, right? They've already surprised us multiple times. I think Myanmar is similarly a region that always surprises us in the MLBB scene. You never know when suddenly a new team comes out of there that just absolutely dominates everything and finishes in a very high standing. Whereas Bigatron Alpha is a little bit more familiar, but with new faces that we don't know yet.
Yeah, I think if this run goes well for Bigatron Alpha, maybe we'll get that grand reveal earlier than expected. But I can understand the sentiment if it's someone we know, they don't want to reveal it yet. That's fine as well. You know, to each their own. At the end of the day, if you want to be the best team, you gotta always be prepared to take on anyone, regardless of whether you've seen them before or not.
I am excited. I'm very curious what kind of drafts we're going to see, what kind of gameplay we're going to see, right? AI Esports during the Open finals definitely had a bit of a distinct style to them, but was also capable of adjusting on the fly based on what opponents threw at them. So I think that is already a mark of a pretty solid team overall that is actually capable of standing toe-to-toe with a lot of the top teams here in SBS. Bigatron Alpha were able to achieve something quite monumental, getting all the way to third place in MPL the last season. So they're definitely not a team to underestimate, even if they may have had their ups and downs in the past. So similarly, I think there's a certain status to this matchup where whoever gets to go through is going to be able to really reel in that community respect from the SBS crowd.
Yeah, I do wonder what flavor is AI Esports going to bring to this tournament. I think last season it was either them or CFU that took a game off of TLPH. I know CFU did. AI Esports, not entirely sure. But for Bigatron Alpha, I've always been a big fan of like Eman, right? Like Eman and Luke, especially even when Luke was back in the Geek Fam era, he has always kind of been on my radar. So I want to look at the XP lane and how far has Luke come, because he's been a solid setter back when Terizla was a big thing, and right now we kind of shifted away from that a little bit, but I still have faith in this guy.
Yeah, Luke is a very fun player to watch. Eman, I have definitely been keeping an eye on him ever since like the first MSC I casted, where at the time when he was with RSG Philippines, ended up coming on top, and I believe he got finals MVP too, so definitely a defining moment during my career. So still a player that I remember fondly to this day. I'm excited. I want to see what they have to bring to the table, and of course, I'm sure there's many fans out there cheering for them, many of Mirko's fans as well. AI Esports, on the other hand, comes from a region that has earned the respect of the entire MLBB fan base time and time again. Will they be another competitor that wants to, maybe take the slot away from Falcon, right?
Yeah, I mean, Falcons did put the entire region on the map in the recent M6 run, right? I mean, they did eventually fall short because they unfortunately had to fight off against Fnatic on the Philippines, and then the lower bracket wasn't too kind to them in the grand scheme of things when we head down into the knockouts. But still, overall, they took down NIP Flash, and I think that was one of the bigger upsets when we were in knockouts. So let's see if AI Esports can kind of ride off that wave and that what Falcons has set and carry it forward. Bigatron Alpha against AI Esports kicking off right now. Game 1 draft underway. Yves, Luoyi, Harif, Zusin, and Fanny banned out.
I'm just kind of wondering, right, considering that we get to see the camera into like the gaming rooms, how does Bigatron intend to like hide these two specific players' identities, right? Are they just going to be strategically out of frame or something, like that's what I want to see.
Yep. We'll see the first pick though. I mean, the first pick, if the Granger doesn't get banned, we also have the Joy. So it's all about picking a poison if you are AI Esports, right? Like who are they willing to kind of like let it through?
It is a good question. Joy, Suyo, Granger, all still open. AI Esports, they can choose which one they don't want to deal with, and it looks like it is going to be the Joy. They're basically giving Bigatron the choice of like, do you want Suyo, do you want Granger? Whichever you grab, we're gonna go for the other. But I still do think that Suyo is just generally a more universal pick, right? If AI does grab Granger, you can just go to Iritel again, or even like switch up into Bruno instead. We've already seen how powerful the hero can be. And yep, Suyo is going to be the lock-in for Bigatron.
Yeah, very straightforward. So there's still the Matilda Alpha that we saw from TLID, but they need to go for the Granger first, and don't really need the Alpha this early on. Phoveus as the second pick too.
I think it's pretty safe to pick Phoveus in this position because like his direct counter, which is the glue, if Bigatron locks it in now, AI just goes for like Fervis or Vexana, and that wouldn't end up very well. So AI Esports feels very comfortable going for this since they can just ban out glue in the second phase. Bigatron goes for Hilda as well as Farsa to be able to match up the artillery of Rangers somewhat. But now the Hayabusa comes in, and he is definitely going to be eyeing this Farsa for those sweet Ogi shadow kills.
Yeah, definitely. But I think then AI Esports also needs to find a way to keep this Hayabusa safe from the Hilda, which Bigatron Alpha does have in their arsenal, right? Starts with this phase 2 ban. you're still looking for that gold lane and a potential roam, in fact, from the side of Bigatron Alpha. We're not really sure where this Hilda is going to head towards yet. We've seen some pretty some variations. The roam is also a role that she can go into. Irritel Bando, that's the one that you pointed out, a counter to Granger.
They're not gonna give that over to Bigatron. Eman does definitely have a pretty notable hero pool. Right? I still remember that he was known for playing Beatrix back in the day. I don't doubt that he would be able to pull out something like the Bruno. The Harif unfortunately is banned out as well, so some of the more classic solutions, the Granger, are no longer available, and that could be a slightly concerning thing. But Bigatron has also been paying attention to how the matches have been going so far, and they're not going to give away the Sicilian for AI Esports to play for that late game scaling backline siege comp.
Yeah, we've seen the Granger Sicilian earlier today as well. I think it was by Evo's Holy, so once the game goes late, it does start to become a bit of a headache. Cho banned by AI Esports, can you kind of want to limit the catch potential? Maybe Bigatron Alpha, if they want to climb down on that mid lane, there is definitely going to, there's still chances where they go for something like a Vex Aurora ban. No, they go for the Hylos ban.
Yeah, I think you don't really need to ban the Vex or Aurora when you're playing again. Like when you're playing Farsa, the ones that you have to be the most worried about are usually Sicilian as well as Lo Yi, right? Because these are the ones that can outrange you or play in a slightly separate style. Vex and Aurora are both very honest mages that Farsa can handle somewhat well. AI Esports now gonna be looking for their roamer as well as their mid lane. I think you would probably want to go for your mid lane first, since you already know who the opponent is going to be.
Yeah, I think keep the roamer for last, just to see, just to get the full scope of BTR Straff first. But in this case, yeah, so they go for the Aurora. Just feel like one of the better options overall. What?
Aurora! Ooh, I do like the Jawhead. That does have very strong invade potential.
Yep. The Moskov too. If you want to talk about a backline dive, an aggressive comp that can keep going, I think we're looking at one right now. Moskov, Jawhead, Hilda, Suyo.
But a dive composition can also be somewhat vulnerable to Aurora and Phobius, right? Because these are two heroes that actually want you to run at them somewhat. So Bigatron will need to play around that, but with Hilda and Jawhead, the Hayabusa actually has to really watch out. This is 100% a level 1 jungle invade composition. You need something that can handle that, and I think Tigreal is a very good solution. I hope it's enough, because like level 1 on Jawhead and Hilda is so oppressive.
Oh yeah, and you know, and AI only has kind of like one main engaged tool, which is the Tigreal. Right, and we've seen that I think with Edoc yesterday for RQ Hoshi, where you're relying a lot on that Tigreal. Honestly, Bigatron Alpha not the easiest team to catch to with the heroes that they have. So let's hop into game 1 just a little bit and see how this is gonna play out. I mean, BTR again the favorites to win, but I know AI Esports. I'm looking to see if they can at least draw some blood from their robots.
And well, I did wonder how Bigatron would be able to hide their new faces. Turns out we just don't really get to see what's going on there. So the secret is still there, but if you're talking about robots, I think AI kind of falls under that margin as well. So it is a battle of the robots right now on the land of Dawn, where Bigatron Alpha, rather than invading, Bigatron is focusing more on just completely farming TOZ up as soon as possible.
Nice. Once he hits level 3, we've seen a lot of off-tempo plays from current assassins, right? Especially Joy and Suyo. More to Suyo, who just unlocks his whole kit by then. Let's see if there's any opportunities for that. Mid lane seems to be stagnant. Both mid laners clearing their way pretty fast. A bit of a scout on the bot side by Luke, and it's gonna try and save that camp for TOZ, who will rotate over after Little Wanderer. It's gonna set him up to hit level 4 at a very fast pace.
Suyo with Hilda and Jawhead is going to be very effective at just picking people off alongside the Farsa as well, while AI Esports probably leans a little bit closer into teamfight style since they're going to be playing around Tigreal and Aurora. For that reason, AI had... Hold on.
They're gonna get the toss back onto Black. That's first blood going over to Pamela. Moreno eats the shadow kill, ends up going down. But the pin from Eman and PS will be sliced to ribbons by TOZ. 2 for Bigatron Alpha.
Still very worth it for Bigatron Alpha. They're able to pick off the enemy jungler on top of taking Black out of the equation so that they can get the turtle more easily. And all they had to do was trade Moreno for it. And he should still be able to make it back in lane in time to actually hit level 4. So no real harm done. Bigatron definitely coming out on top in that one. And I was about to say that AI Esports has some slightly more priority over objectives, but if Pamela just goes in and throws Black back into his team, then they can't really position themselves anyway.
Not to mention that when Moreno hits 4, it's going to be even harder, right? Like in this early stage, Black is just going to get bursted down instantly. The increased damage from the passive of the Jawhead as well doesn't make it any easier. Luke zones out Matt Z, so this is going to be a free turtle for BTR.
Very easy turtle. I think AI already realizes at this point that Bigatron is going to have a stronger early game presence straight up, since Black has been denied from level 4 all the way until now. It's actually quite a late time to have Implosion ready. You ideally wanted to have that for the first turtle fight because that is where you're going to be able to get the most use out of it. But Bigatron specifically targeted him to make sure that that wouldn't happen. And that's already giving them that 1k gold lead 3 minutes in.
Just going to camp on this mid side as well. Giving Eman almost a double wave, right? He shows up mid, takes the wave, goes back up top. Spill Destruction is going to miss, so doesn't get the shortcut back into lane, but no big deal. They're able to also lock Matzi out, lock Matzi in the lane, right? This Phobius ain't going anywhere.
I like that Bigatron is having a good amount of discipline right now. They have a very aggressive comp that could be looking for things everywhere, but they also recognize that if AI is moving together, it's very risky for players like Pamela to be caught out on their own. And AI is actually sticking together quite tightly. I think Pamela should have scouted out this rotation. Yup, Eman gonna instantly walk back in lane just to make sure he's not ganked. And there's good communication happening.
A 4-man rotation nonetheless. To get PS in a more comfortable spot. It's currently 2 levels behind TOZ. The turtle is gonna be 30 seconds off 2 in terms of respawning. So more farm for the Suyo. And unfortunately, there's nothing that this Phobius can do in the situation, right? Like, their purple buff is spawning again, and then Luke just shows up, and our PS has to be double as careful.
Yeah, the synergy from Bigatron is on full display right now. You can see that they're rotating very, very well, keeping their heroes around the map where it's necessary, while also maintaining timing certain buffs so that they know where the enemy jungler is going to be. But now that AI Esports is actually grouped up together and they do have access to their teamfight ultimates, might be more difficult for Bigatron.
Luke is just going to start walking up forward. Nothing they can do to him. Spear of Destruction does miss. Plenty of damage. But the airstrike connects as well. Matzi dropping very low. Pamela will back off. But with Luke being around, AI Esports are constantly under threat. But unfortunately for Luke, it's going to get pinned. And that would be another kill going over to the side of Alita. AI Esports should get the turtle.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a mistake by Luke to try and re-engage there. Like, the rest of Bigatron doesn't really seem interested in contesting it anymore after the Hilda went down. But even before then, they weren't really in position to try and back him up when he tried to go for Madzi. And you should know that most of AI Esports is still hanging around. So that was a death that didn't need to happen. That's going to help AI even things up a little bit and give Alita the gold injection that he needed to get that Sky Piercer up and running.
And Alita now is going to have a more comfortable time. We see the Thunderbelt up for both XP laners. Mena getting completely caught out, frozen in place. Had to flicker away. Flicker Implosion followed up by Black. They want him dead and they will get it.
I don't really know if it's worth committing the flicker there just to pick off the enemy roamer, but it does give AI some time to position themselves more aggressively since they no longer have to worry about the jaw hit for a short while. So we can definitely argue that it is worth it since Alita got the kill as well. AI Esports now actually do have the slight gold lead. It's not very much though, so it's still pretty even, which lends itself better for whichever team does scale into the late game. And in this case, neither team very notably scales too well into the late game actually. I would still say that Bigatron has higher damage potential overall, but Alita will just continue scaling forever because of how Granger is stacked.
Oh yeah. I mean, even in the ideal scenario, for Bigatron Alpha, AI Esports, as long as this Granger is around, it will continuously be a problem unless we can see Moreno and Eman somehow catch him off guard. I mean, you can do it with the Spear of Destruction, but every time it misses, that's going to be more space for Alita to maneuver around. 2-0 so far, farming incredibly well. Frigid Glacier misses, and Pamela gets out.
I think Bigatron now actually needs to start committing to more of a split push style. They actually need to play the map a bit more because the composition is way better at picking people off, and AI is specifically rotating as a 3-4 man group to make sure they're not caught out by Pamela. So if Bigatron wants to set up those situations, they gotta figure out a way to incentivize AI Esports to move around the map on a more independent way.
It's going to be conceal use on both sides. Dance around the turtle pit again. Luke caught out first in one of the closer games we have today thus far. This turtle fight is going to be quite of a slug. AI Esports able to force Bigatron Alpha away. They get the turtle, but Eman gets the top tier 1.
Yeah, this is roughly the way I expected the game to go. You know, once we get into the late game, AI Esports is way better at holding position around objectives, but Bigatron is able to play split up a little bit more. So Eman is actually being given a lot of time alone to farm in the top lane as Spear of Destruction comes in.
Tries to go for Black. That's going to be a flicker toss back. Black Sacred Hammers away. Good attempt from Bigatron Alpha, but they just don't have the damage to do that.
A good attempt. Now Luke actually the one in trouble. Gets caught by Oh My Jenny, and that's a killing spree for Alita.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. He even had sprint, even pressed the sprint and still end up going down. Oh My Jenny freezes him. The correct angle. Well, AI Esports gets full control of the bottom side. It should be able to get this bot tier 1 without any contest.
Yeah, Luke has not been having a very good time so far here. Being caught out by Oh My Jenny quite often when trying to rotate around aggressively on AI Esports half of the jungle. See from the itemization that Luke did prioritize Dreadnought, so that means no Athena, and that's why Oh My Jenny does so much damage to him.
Even just the Rhapsody from Alita is causing a bit of a problem for Luke at this point of time. Though, would say this, again, closest game we had so far. 9 minutes in, 6 kills in total, but less than 1k goal advantage for AI Esports. They're going to break the bottom tier 2, and that's going to bring it up to 1k. Conceal was used. Bigatron Alpha looking for a point of entry. Frigid Glacier basically splits the battle line. Luke once more isolated. Taken down. Big implosion by Black. And that's the setup for AI Esports. A triple kill for Alita, and it's gunning for more. Maniac right there, a quad takedown for the Granger.
Bigatron tried to surround AI. They thought they had caught them inside the funnel, but they did not account for that one. Originally, Pamela wanted to try and throw Madzi, but the Infernal Pursuit was used at the precise time that the ejector animation came out. So instead, it was the Phobias that was engaging. And then when the rest of Bigatron Alpha was trying to group together to follow up, Black entered with a delayed implosion and caught all 4. Eman was the only one to escape because he had the Purify, but otherwise, that is a massive gold swing, and most of it going over to Alita on this Granger, who is definitely online at this point.
Oh yeah, we have seen the power of the Granger when given such an advantage. I think Alita is like, what, 7-0 right now for Lord barreling down mid. And well, that's one way to break the ice. Stalemate no longer the case. AI Esports now looks to deal even more damage. You see the conceal use. Black looking for an opportunity. Feather airstrike as a means to defend the base. PS somehow gets out the flicker, but the implosion from Black pulls back the jaw hit. They still lose PS, but also Pamela goes down. Another double kill for Alita.
A bit of a mistake by PS, underestimating how much CC Bigatron had to keep him under the tower. Got picked off by the Spear of Destruction, but they still end up trading up by picking off Luke and Pamela. And without their two frontliners, Bigatron Alpha have to commit abilities to make sure AI Esports doesn't get more inhibitors. The time is ticking down for Bigatron. They are not going to be able to hold this game much longer if they're not able to stop this Granger.
Yeah, it's ticking down and ticking up pretty fast. Of course, AI Esports still holds a sizable gold advantage, almost a 6k gold lead off of that, and just one inhibitor off of the first Lord too. See that Winds of Nature getting bought already by Alita, Dom Iced by Mudzi. So far, Zip 007 on the KDA. Deathless Phobius game. At this point, even Oh My Jenny hasn't been touched. So realistically, all the core members of AI Esports have been having a flawless game.
It's pretty funny that the players' deaths on AI Esports is logically one of the hardest heroes to catch as well. PS on that Hayabusa, because he has been the one entering a lot of the time. That's just how it ends up being. Doesn't really mind doing so at this point, since Alita is the main carry, and Oh My Jenny actually doing a lot of damage to Bigatron as well. The score line on AI Esports is looking honestly a little AI-ish and not the bad type, as the conceal play comes out once again.
Black fishing for opportunity. You can see how fast Bigatron just scatter into the wind. You don't want to get caught by another big implosion. That
Eman!
And Alita, they want to chase him down, but he heals back with the Festival of Blood and the War Axe. It's a valiant effort from Eman, but ends in vain.
That was so close and actually so demoralizing for Eman. He found the spear. He found Alita by himself. He didn't actually have Wind of Nature either. He just bought it. He was one hit away. But then he healed up. His team was there, and Eman was the one to get punished instead. I think that's just the final nail in the coffin at this point. That was the last chance that Bigatron had to get a big swing, a shutdown on their gold laner. And now they have to defend the Lord with only one.
It's the Hail Mary attempt. I don't know how they're gonna do this. I mean, Oh My Jenny just got the Winter Crown. See the second Lord spawn in 10 seconds as well, but if you are AI, you probably don't even need to wait until then. Another Conceal, Black, there's an angle, but they don't need to catch much just onto Eman. Eman gets away with the Purify, Frigid Glacier gets used. And AI Esports, they didn't get any kill, but they sure as heck got the inhibitor.
But they committed a lot of resources, 2 battle spells and a Feathered Airstrike before the Lord even connected with the base, and that was the last inhib. AI Esports looking to try and push to end this.
Just plenty of damage from afar. The Jawhead Pamela looking for a target, tosses Oh My Jenny, who still has the passive. They take care of the Lord for now, but Alita is just untouched. Double kill for him already. Alita is just cleaning up house. Eman next on the hit list, as now the crystal is exposed. Frigid Glacier gets used. Triple kill. Maniac for Alita. Is this the second Savage of the challenge season? They cannot get it. The crystal blows up. But still, AI Esports will take game 1.
And this is why we were singing their praises. This is why we were calling them the dark horse of FPS. It looked pretty even, like a slower game in the beginning, but once AI Esports, once Alita came online, it was a one-sided massacre where Bigatron was just not able to respond at all. A 15 kill score to 4 and an 8k gold advantage 14 minutes in. Alita definitely going to be the MVP of this one. That is a 13-0 kill score, the best we've seen today.
Yeah, 13 out of the 15 kills the team had. If you want to talk about a solo carry game, this game is one of that example. Unfortunately, BTR, just all it took is just one fight to break the game wide open. I gotta kind of echo what you mentioned in the early stage of the game, right? Luke just did not have a good game at all.
When you have Farsa, Suyo, Jawhead, Hilda, you should be dumpstering, you should be absolutely destroying them. And initially BTR was doing a good job of ganking and flanking and getting pickoffs here and there, but they also had to play very safe and disciplined, right? This Tigreal and Aurora combo pick by AI actually made it more difficult for Pamela to try and dive in, for Luke to play aggressively because he couldn't itemize into magic defense, so he actually got punished a lot more than expected. And since he went sprint instead of revitalize, his durability on the Hilda is actually lower than you would normally expect.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think even for like Pamela and Eman, right? I think Pamela, they wanted to go for these catches, but a lot of times it just came so close. So many heartbreak moments where but BTR was literally just one hit from taking down important targets and were not able to do so. So Alita is our MVP, of course, 13 kills, 13 out of the 15 kills with a 1,058 GPM game, the second player to hit that 1k GPM in the challenge season so far.
It doesn't quite beat King Kong, but it is very, very close. Only like 30 GPM behind him. But a 93% kill participation on a Granger, who ordinarily would need a bit more time to scale into the mid to late game. If you're giving a snowball to this type of hero already, you have done something very, very wrong. And I do feel like Bigatron could have been just a little more well coordinated early on. I like their movements, I like their rotations, but I don't think they were pushing the envelope enough. Maybe a bit too much respect over to Black and Oh My Jenny. Because if they were rotating with 3 or 4 members together, they should have been able to get pretty quick and easy kills onto the Tigreal or the Phoveus, but they were never able to do that. And because of that, the snowball was lacking and then their heroes fell off very quickly.
Yeah, I agree. So I mean, if that's how this game ended, because we saw AI have a pretty just standard comp in this meta, right? Standard meta comp, nothing fancy. They just played the game. What is BTR sort of looking for in that game too? Is it to switch up how they approach that early game, like this Hilda not working out and this Jawhead not paying off dividends?
There is a slight risk to going for more. I think Hilda is fairly safe to go on her own, but if you're gonna pair her up with something like a Jawhead or a Khalid, then you are leaning your team's power spike earlier into the game, and that means that you really need a snowball to make sure that you don't fall off too quickly. And that didn't quite happen. So maybe playing a more traditional lineup will feel better for them, but they still gotta get through Alita on this Granger. This hero has had a crazy pick rate throughout the challenge season, and it is just getting worse and worse with every player showing what he has in store.
Yeah, and it's just a continuous, feels like a continuous snowballing effect, right? Like people taking this Granger. We've seen some amazing Granger games yesterday, but today felt like a different. It's like a different beast. All these Grangers went deathless. They just completely crushed in the competition. Like what? Like is there a way around it other than the Irithel, which has sort of kind of been the go-to solution?
Granger is very hard to catch because he is constantly going to be sitting on the far back lines of the team, and compared to something like a Sicilion, actually has a good amount of mobility to be able to get out of situations by himself, not to mention high burst damage right from the mid gate. Because of that, you really need backline dive type heroes, assassins that are able to disrupt things and just run right through tankier front lines to get there. And in this game, unfortunately, Bigatron didn't really have that. In situations where they thought they had the control, we see like this amazing implosion from Black as well, where the entire team just falls apart.
Yeah, and that's the implosion that sealed the deal, right? That's the implosion that basically broke the game wide open, and Bigatron Alpha had no way back into it, which is again pretty unfortunate. I feel like BTR has something going on for them, and all it took is just one fight and everything spiraled out of control. Like Eman, almost a hero play with that Spirit of Destruction catch, but just couldn't find a finishing blow.
It was one hit. That one hit could have completely changed the game for Bigatron. Huge, but they didn't get it. And AI Esports were able to reform their lines, siege in once again. You can see how aggressively Alita can afford to play as well, because he knows how strong he is at this point. and almost got the Savage even. The fact that he's able to compete with the records being set by Onyx shows that AI esports gotta keep an eye on this team.
Yeah, we definitely have to. I think at esports they're definitely showing us that, you know, for people who believed in them, this is exactly how they are paying it back tenfold. So now it comes down to Bigatron Alpha, right? What's the next step? What adjustments do they need to make in the next game?
So much needs to change into the next game, but I think going back to comfort could be a genuinely good strategy, right? In this case, they tried to lead in the early game, weren't able to play fully for it, and that is what costed them. But I think we also gotta respect the rotation coming in from PS somewhat. The Hayabusa could have had a very difficult time against a very early game-centric lineup, but he played it safe, just went in where it was necessary, positioned the Ogi Shadow Kill as a way to set up for finishers instead of trying to overcommit to pick up kills on his own.
Oh yeah, and a lot of time, this again didn't even need to do anything fancy. This game is all about kind of finding the right moment to hit into the back line. When you look at the heat map and all of the KDs on the map, like at one point he was the one who died the most on his team, despite being the most slippery hero. Again, didn't really have to do too much because 99% of the kills went over to the Granger.
It's pretty unusual for a Hayabusa to play a bit more of a utility damage role here, but I think that's exactly what PS ended up in. And sometimes you just have to accept that that's what you need to do when your gold laner is already getting farmed up the way that Alita was. Yes, didn't really get a lot of chance to shine, but he didn't need to. And sometimes as a jungler, that can feel pretty good as well. When you know that your team is already doing the job so well, you don't even need to come into work.
Yeah, sometimes it's it feels good to be the one that's kind of just hopping on the bandwagon. So 1-0 for AI Esports. I mean, for BTR, I wish I could hear what Mirko has to say, right, about what they need to do going into game 2, because so far ain't looking too good after that game 1. But I gotta say, if not for that one big team fight, it really could have been the closest game we've had.
I honestly, I imagine if LaFell was here, he would already be calling out Mirko, like just ask him what he's thinking, right? I don't have his number, can't do the same thing, but I can just imagine that he's not feeling too good about things at the current moment. But Bigatron still have a chance, right? They can win the next 2 games if they're able to adjust things. Now that they've had the chance to see what AI Esports is capable of, it could give them the information they need to adjust their composition. And they are still fielding newer players, so you always do need a little bit of time to really build up that synergy before you get off the ground running.
Yeah, so for Bigatron Alpha, hopefully if they don't make it, they keep the players, you know, keep nurturing them. That's kind of how what it's all about. But for AI Esports, again, they're trying to kind of follow in the footsteps of what Falcons and a lot of previous Myanmar teams kind of left in the scene. And I'd say compared to the last season, AI Esports definitely shows significant improvement.
They're honestly looking very good. I like their micro mechanics, I like their macro mechanics, their farming speed was good, but this was also kind of a one-sided game because Bigatron ended up giving too many kills over to Alita. So in the case where the game is a little bit more even, right, where you don't have one player who's clearly having a snowball, how will AI Esports perform then? I think that's what we want to see most to determine whether or not this is a team that can truly be considered as a dark horse that may pose a challenge to our top contenders here.
Yeah, and hopefully that run kind of continues for AI Esports, because I do want to. I've always kind of enjoyed how much that region has grown, especially when we first saw Burmese Ghouls back in M1, and then you have that great M2 run with a big hiatus we have a kind of a big void in between. And now after Falcons saw what they can do in this current meta, you know, with players like Dax and Royal Milk, I think coming down to AI, it's less of them following in the footsteps of Falcons, but, you know, proving what they have already shown us in Season 5.
it's very clear that they're paving their own path, right? It's not like they're trying to follow in the footsteps or anything. This is just a region that really deserves a lot more attention and love than they already get. And we're already giving them a lot of respect on the international scene. So AI Esports, yet another addition to the roster of Myanmar teams that are genuinely scary. Who knows? But they're getting there. Bigatron Alpha, a team that has recently achieved quite strong accolades by getting to third place in MPL ID, but now having difficulty against a team that hasn't seen a lot of international play in general. I'm sure they want to prove that they are still perfectly capable.
Hopefully they kind of bounce back in this game number 2. I know that like BTR back during the whole super IGN era, that kind of was like one of the more hyped moments for me. So also how I was the first time I was exposed to the BTR as a roster in general. So right now with Moreno still around, I think that we can see him really holding down that mid lane, but everyone else gotta somehow find a way around that, right? How do you play from behind? I think that's the question that BTR needs to answer.
They needed to be more decisive for sure in that game. When like there is a reason why some teams are actually quite comfortable with going for really late game scaling comps like the Sicilian Granger, because nowadays the farm speed of MLBB has just accelerated quite a lot. It's a lot easier for you to get to the point where you are in the late game compared to before. So because of that, it's actually a little bit more difficult to play lineups that want to focus purely on early game domination. There's actually a very notable timer that you have to hit. Otherwise, you will find it very difficult to fight them when they just straight up out DPS you. And that's what happened in game number 1. So for game number 2, you just gotta, eke it back a little bit, balance out your lineup, play a more traditional MLBB game, and maybe you'll feel more comfortable.
Yeah. Hopefully for the side of Bigatron Alpha, gonna make some adjustments. Okay, the first one is Fanny going through. Definitely did not expect that to be the case because the Irithel picked up Gatot Kacha as well. What a switch up. But Bigatron, they did get Cho and Granger.
They let the Fanny through. I guess they already expected that would happen because they went for the Cho instantly, because that is still a very good solution for handling Fanny. They can go for Suyo as well, and they will indeed lock that in. I think Bigatron Alpha was willing to make certain trades. They basically went for the Granger to give up the Fanny, and then the Cho lock in to try and counter, but it also allowed AI to grab the Irithel. So not too sure if it's the most worthy trade overall, but it could work, and it does give them that same scaling that they could play for.
I do wonder what's the solution to that, right? I mean, it's not that we haven't seen Fanny being dealt with before, but most teams just prefer not to. In this case, I think if you are Bigatron Alpha, you're starting to ban out the big setters. We saw Black with the Tigreal, that one gets banned out instantly.
Bigatron, now that they have the Cho, and I feel like this is probably going to be a Cho roam, because you're not going to be able to respond to Fanny as well if you're on Cho EXP. They want to make sure that AI Esports doesn't have heroes that are able to easily match the Cho in terms of rotation speed or CC. Tigreal is one of those. I think Jawhead is also something that you could consider, but they'll go ahead and ban out Eve instead. AI get rid of Sicilian, so we won't see the double artillery composition either.
Yeah. So the second phase ban so far, almost the same as the first phase, at least for the side of AI. So I can expect another ban that kind of locks down on Moreno if needed. I mean, they could even think of banning out the Farsa if they want. There's also a double artillery comp now that the Granger did go over. So they ban the Vex instead.
Well, right now, things are still pretty open actually. Even with Sicilian and Vex gone, there are still other mazes. The Aurora was a pretty big one for AI previously, but it's actually not as good as handling Fanny. So that's probably why they got rid of the Vexana. the Terrify is actually probably the most solid way a mid laner has of dealing with a hero running at you, but we've also seen Veil in the past. I think that's something Bigatron might look at.
Oh yeah. I think that Veil was also one of the... Was it during the Open Finals? We see that Veil into Fanny.
Yes. I remember it because I was casting that game. I believe
you were casting
was...
the game.
Yeah, I was casting it. I believe it was UA. It got clipped because some people said like, oh, this caster thinks Veil is not good against Fanny. But I still stand by that, by the way.
I think on like statistically not as good, but I mean there are ways to make it work. But I do agree though, there are a lot of things you gotta watch out for. I mean we saw something similar where there was the Veil into Hayabusa. That was what Stormy showed us as well during the M6. That was pretty interesting. I personally feel like that was a very interesting approach as well. I don't think we'll see the Veil. Well, definitely don't because there's Valentina.
Yep.
We do take the Farsa and the Hilda for AI.
Ooh, AI is actually leaning a bit more into that early mid-game scaling this time. They still have late game because Farsa and Iritel like scale pretty well, but they are the ones that are looking to be more of the aggressors. They've got Hilda and Gatot. They've got Fanny, obviously. Like, Fanny got nerfed a little bit, right? The energy regen was reduced, but it's still a ridiculous hero. That's why she has a nearly 100% ban rate. Bigatron, I feel like still doesn't have enough CC for it. Show is not enough. You need reliable crowd control on your EXP lane as well. Oh!
It's going to be... Oh, the Masha! We haven't seen this in a long time.
I am not sure how I feel about the Masha. It is a hero that Luke has played before in the past, definitely. Is it a pocket pick? I don't really know. Thunderclap is a form of crowd control, yes. But otherwise, Masha doesn't contribute all that much, and I feel like she'll actually still have trouble chasing down Iritel.
Is it just maybe it's for the Fanny? Is it possible?
I mean, yes, you
Fanny...
can thunderclap the Fanny, but the Fanny can still fly away.
That's true.
Gonna split push the game all the way, but Masha's not that good at doing it anymore either.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting approach. We'll see though. Let's head into game number 2 between Bigatron Alpha and AI Esports. I do want to see what the idea is behind this Masha pick. In the XP lane nonetheless, lethal ignition.
It's a lethal ignition, Masha. Okay, wait. They might just be trying to one-shot Fanny or Farsa or Iritel, right? Like, I mentioned how, oh, you can thunderclap Fanny, but she can still fly away. She can't do that if she's dead. Maybe that's the play.
If she just straight up dies in the first hit, then it doesn't matter, right?
Well, it could be fun if that's the case. It is a Master Assassin as well. It's very possible that that is what Bigatron is trying to do here. In terms of other emblems, ooh, Weapon Master on Oh My Jenny. They do intend to scale up that one. Master Assassin Airtail. Here comes PS.
Yep, Pamela almost got the Jit Kundo off. See if we can get this camp though. It's all about that level 4. Of course, Biozi is slightly closer to it and need help from Matzi. PS will just back off. Again, we kind of reverted the numbers of the Fanny energy, so gotta get used to how she was back then with the conservation of a resource. But I do wonder like how it's gonna take a while for Luke to reach that atomic point, right, where he's just like one-tapping everyone. So before that, I feel like AI Esports has a good chance of just accelerating the game, or at least kind of getting control of the game before Luke gets out of control.
Yeah, that's the worry, because I already pointed out AI has the much more early to mid-game scaling composition. So Luke probably needs like at least 3 items before the Masha can really one-shot even the squishier members. So Bigatron has to try and delay this somewhat using Pamela to like keep vision over where AI is. Also, PS is on Impure Rage on the Fanny, right? This is not like the Lethal Ignition that we've seen from time to time, or the Festival of Blood that you sometimes see Fanny players go for. It is intending to go in and out of the battle, just like whittling down Bigatron.
This stolen AOG for Moreno. It's good to set them up for this turtle fight for sure. Pamela also has the kick ready whenever. It's gonna be tense. I mean, this turtle fight could drag on for quite a while, but we're looking at the key resources, right? There's still the Revitalize for Black. Of course, you have to always be worried about this. Hilda, Luke essentially is gonna blow up pretty fast if he just runs straight at AI, and they're gonna go for it, right? Take care of his health bar as fast as possible. Luke down to his last health bar. AOG being used by Moreno. Still is the gut taunt that takes the turtle away. Black steals it and now uses his own AOG. Misses Luke. But I think AI Esports got what they came here for. Pamela though, not done just yet. Jikundo, flicker kick onto the Farsa. A follow-up good enough for first blood to be claimed by Moreno. Bigatron Alpha makes the retreat. Tiozi misses the Blaster stun, but it's more than enough.
Luke having the 3 HP bars does certainly keep him alive a lot longer, but the same can't be said for Tiozi as PS flies back in and picks up the kill on the Suyo. PS actually slightly mistimed the retribution timing. He flew in through the turtle pit to try and ready the turtle, but luckily for him, Black still had the Blast Iron Fist set up there, so it ended up getting the last hit and securing the objective for them. And after he flew through into the opposite jungle, he immediately went for their purple buff instead. So he actually stole that away from Tiozi to keep himself ahead in EXP.
Oh yeah. Luke jumping onto Matzi, finds Terrify. 4 members of Bigatron Alpha on the case. Luke finds the kill. Bit of a go injection to accelerate that damage item.
If they can accelerate down the Masha, accelerate the Suyo, then they can actually match early game pretty well. Eman in trouble.
Almost get blasted down by the Feather Airstrike. Eman gets out. But Luke now is gonna start shaving off some of the gold plating. Good Jikundo kick. That's a dead Oh My Jenny.
And looks like now they're trying to gank on Luke. PS doing a lot of damage. And that is going to be one dead Masha. Luke did complete Blade of Heptasis before this, so we know he's going to damage. Black
has to revitalize and the passive to heal back up. PS picks something up though, misses the cable, so it's gotta fall back.
We haven't really gotten the chance to see PS or basically anyone else play on the Fanny thus far, so we don't actually know what his skill level is on it. The missed cable is not ideal. And Bigatron right now does seem to be playing around the fact that PS may not be quite as active on this hero compared to other players.
So the airstrike gets used and wow, you say that PS just assassinated Eman bot side. Masi hits onto Tiozi as the AOG, big knockup. Luke will absorb it, counter AOG used by Moreno as Black needs to run away. The conceal gets used as well. Bigatron Alpha tries to continue the chase, won't be able to find it. Moreno though will flicker for it nonetheless, and now Luke finds the thunderclap and just gives PS the 1-2 combo. So PS falls and Bigatron Alpha finds the turtle.
Luke isn't strong enough to one-shot the squishies, but is enough to do enough damage. And that's mini stun from... Oh, Moreno gonna get shut down by Madzi from the mid lane. But the mini stun from Thunderclap actually is a very good way of stopping PS's momentum as well. And since he was stuck inside the turtle pit, flew straight into it, had no way back out. Bigatron Alpha putting up a much better fight!
And they will take down Oh My Jenny as Pamela will just, by a bit of time, PS should pick up that kill. Way more bloody game compared to game 1. At least this early on. Game 1 we kind of had to wait until the later stages of the game to get these kills. But right now, both teams are just brawling it out.
Oh My Jenny has been the biggest victim out of all of this, has been kicked by the Way of the Dragon multiple times at this point. In fact, I think may have to consider buying those roam boots as well, since his overall net worth is actually behind Black at this stage, 0-3-0 on the Farsa, meaning that AI is lacking on a very important piece of burst.
Really not having the best of time, and like Bigatron Alpha finding, just understanding the priority for sure. It's just a 1.3k goal advantage this game, so much closer than the one we had in game 1. But then again, game 1 we had to wait until like what, post 10 minutes before the Lord fight. I do wonder what is the item progression for Luke. I mean, at this point you could go for a Sky Piercer and I would be fine with it. But he is still pretty squishy though. They want to take him down. AOG gets used. Luke trying to get away. That's the last health bar. They're absolutely destroyed.
That's going to be a nice pickup for AI Esports. They don't have to worry about the Zamasha for a while. And the turtle is coming up in 5 seconds as well. So it could be a good chance for them to try and blitz it. But Bigatron not giving them that chance, forcing them to respond to the mid lane instead.
And Pamela just very slippery. But then AI Esports will get some space topside though. Alita still deathless so far. Second turtle being engaged on by AI Esports. Bigatron Alpha wants to find a way in. Carmela fishing for something, but just cannot find an opening. So AI Esports gets the turtle. Moreno needs to flicker out of there. And unfortunately, will not be able to utilize the stolen AOG.
Good zone control from AI there. They're specifically positioning Black and Madzy so that Bigatron can't really walk ahead. I know that Pamela was trying to see if he could get the knock-up onto Fanny and maybe stop PS from getting the retreat timing in, but just couldn't get close enough. So a free turtle goes over to AI. And we are definitely seeing Alita start doing a good amount of damage as well. Gold actually ahead of Emma by about 300. So Bigaton is the ones that's holding the gold advantage in total. 1k gold lead.
That's a lot of damage onto Madzy. He's gonna just evaporate. Luke's gonna jump in, still has Thunderclap though. One last Thunderclap available. Luke will be chased down, but they can't get it. PS also can't find any assassination. So Oh My Jenny and Madzy becomes the only casualty from AI Esports. Pamela finds the lockup. No kick right there. Bigatron Alpha settled for 2.
Alita actually made a slight mistake in terms of attacker range right there. Luke was 1 hit away from death. But Alita was just slightly too far away to get the auto attack out, and that actually allowed the Masha to walk away for free. Otherwise, it would have been an even trade. And we can see that AI Esports starting to make some mistakes here and there. PS is still a notable threat, right? 5-1 on the Fanny is nothing to scoff at, but the rest of Bigatron is scaling very, very well. And Eman actually not going for the Sky Piercer build on the Granger, right? Hunter Strike into Malefic and Sea Halberd.
Even, yeah, I think it's gonna go for BOD next. So just raw damage. If you can take down one target and go for 1-for-1, that's great. But if you can get more than that, it's a bonus. I think that's kind of the approach that Luke is going for. And I'm digging it, especially when the Lord fight is coming up, right? The later the game goes, any one shot is going to be detrimental.
Alita does have the Malefic gun now though, so that should help just a little bit to do that extra damage. If he had the Malefic gun earlier, that extra range would have actually landed the last hit on Luke. But hey, no point crying over spilled milk. A 2k lead right now for Bigatron. 10 minutes in, so it's not too bad, but also not ideal, as AI should have the slightly stronger early game composition. Pamela looking for a potential setup here.
And Black is dangerously low, so cannot stay in that bush anymore, which means priority gets given over to Bigatron Alpha. We're just gonna start working on the Lord right now. AI Esports needs to try and find a way in. Black forced to pop the revitalize. AOG into Feather Airstrike. Lu looking for the one shot. PS just straight up disappears. They lose their jungler. Lord stolen though by Alita. And the Irithel pays off. Counter AOG. Luke goes back in, doesn't have the health, and that's the Malefic gun going to work. Alita about to gun them all down. No crit as Moreno survives, but AI Esports finds signs of life.
Moreno was lucky that Alita didn't have the enhanced auto attack there, or that would have been a kill. Pamela actually got a really nice kick, Wave the Dragon specifically onto PS, but because they've been focusing on this Fanny the entire game, Alita has generally been ignored, and this Irithel is genuinely doing a lot of damage. The net worth difference has now evened up slightly, only 1.4k. Alita is jumping in.
Man, that Malefic gun range. You gotta be really careful if you are Bigatron Alpha at this point of time. The fact that they lost the Lord. So AI Esports sort of back in the driver's seat to a certain extent. It's no more goal advantage for Bigatron Alpha, that's for sure.
Only 1k, not very much at this stage of the game. Dragon Spear completed by Alita, so even stronger now. Black in some trouble here.
Able to dash away just in time. This Lord advantage not amounting to too much. Not getting the mid-tier one, that's definitely a bit unfortunate if you're AI Esports, but at least you wrestle back control of the game. I guess that's really what matters the most if you are in a spot right now. Though I would say the damage from Bigatron Alpha is definitely stacking up.
Moreno actually having the highest damage overall, showing Valentina can still be pretty scary, followed by Eman and Alita. So there is actually a pretty big DPS difference between the Granger and the Iritel, so you can really see how that extra range and the revamp of this hero has breathed new life into him. I think I just saw a Malefic Roar being completed, not too sure by who, but from Bigatron's side, I believe it was Luke. So the Masha getting even closer to a final mass of one-shotting PS or Alita.
Yep, that's the atomic proportion. They want Moreno. They commit 2 big ultimates in black. He's underneath the turret, get kicked back, isolated. It's a good attempt, but felt a bit forced from AI.
I agree with you, Husky. I don't feel like they needed to do that. Like, if they knew Moreno didn't have Flick,
Yeah, they still continue fighting. Alita just gets chased down. And just one small overextension now has snowballed out of control. Bigatron Alpha have some time to start running down that mid lane. 10 more seconds for Black, but Mazi and Alita are not there. They need this Irithel, but thank goodness they have artillery airstrike to get rid of the minion wave.
Bigatron had their eyes on the prize right there. They realized that, okay, Alita is actually the problem. Fanny can't really jump into it safely. So a good combo here from Moreno stealing the AOG. It does feel like the Avatar the Guardian has been more effective from the Valentina than the Gatot himself. And TOZ will be able to secure the Lord for Bigatron. AI actually in some trouble there. That was Alita's first death. Definitely going to mess with his momentum.
It's going to be Lord in the middle lane. If Bigatron Alpha cracks that inhibitor, it's going to be a bit of a headache for AI. But again, Alita, I think as long as they keep him alive, even without Oh My Jenny, Alita can still kind of be that late game monster that they rely on. Which is getting to that point. But the airstrike use Black, forced to disengage. So they will lose that mid inhibitor for sure. Can't defend that, but PS clears out the bottom way, so that's a good start.
They will only lose the mid inhibitor from this, which actually isn't bad at all. Bigatron didn't really commit the time, or couldn't, to get the sideways synced, but they're still gonna commit conceal to try and get the top inhib.
Yeah, Black wanted to walk up and stall it out, but it's just not possible. So 2 inhibitors taken by Bigatron Alpha, finally in the driver's seat of this game. It's a 7k goal advantage.
I am definitely starting to see the value of this Masha overall. It's not just about the one-shot on the Thunderclap. It's the fact that with the 3 HP bars, PS actually has to commit a lot of time to trying to kill him if he wants to. Even if he may be squishier, the 3 bars takes more time. And now they're gonna try and go for the final inhib. Should be able to get it.
And Luke almost takes out Alita, forces out the winds of nature. At least Luke goes down, but Black traces life. Bigatron Alpha got what they were coming for though. All inhibitors taken down.
Luke literally just needs a little bit more itemization to officially be able to one-shot Alita. Alita just barely survived there. Actually had to use the Wind of Nature just in case Luke tried to follow up on it. And even if he did end up losing his life, Bigatron got every single inhibitor. AI now only have a crystal to play around with. And they're still not quite in the state where they can directly fight Bigatron. It's Fanny, even though it has been permabanned up until this point, seems to be something that Bigatron had prepared for.
Yeah, they definitely came here well prepared to take on AI Esports. They won that game 3. Would be quite a major upset if AI Esports takes this 2-0. But again, still wouldn't put it past them while hitting that ultra late game state of the game. You see Pamela. Yeah, that's a flicker for Jenny.
It's a pretty scary time to be right now for both sides, actually. We're still at a point where Alita can blow someone up very quickly, but we also know how much Granger scales the later the game goes. Eman is at full build at this point. Luke just completed, I think that might be a second VOD?
I think so? We'll have to check in a bit. But even then, look at this. Pamela, that's the target.
Oh.
An important one is PS. Just have the immortality. He's able to somehow get away with the cables. So Black not so lucky. Pamela loses his immortality. Stolen AOG from Moreno. TOZ in the midst of things. Alita, as long as he stays alive, there is a chance for AI. So only losing Black so far. But Luke staying in that bush is just scary.
It is not bad an engagement at all from AI Esports. Oh my Jenny's gone.
He is straight up gone. Emma now pops his Winds of Nature, but Alita shows up, blows up Moreno. Turtle, this Lord though, still goes to BTR. The PS cannot participate.
PS managed to survive the attempt, diving TOZ, but took too much damage in exchange and was no longer able to stay to actually try and contest the Lord. But with no inhibitors standing, it's going to be very difficult for AI to actually hold this back, especially with Oh My Jenny still 10 seconds away from respawning.
Let's see what the plan is going to be. I mean, AI Esports have to mount the defense of their lifetime to keep this siege from happening. And still you have to worry about Luke, right? Some of them don't even have immortalities anymore. Alita and Oh My Jenny, the most crucial members. PS trying to shave away the health bars of the squishes on the side of Bigatron Alpha. Is doing a pretty good job. So this defense, very, very smooth from AI.
I guess we do have to remember that Fanny is legitimately a good hero for base defense. Being able to jump back and forth, healing up that energy, and going in again. Looking at the itemization, yep, full items on most of the cores. That is a second BOD on Luke. In fact, it looks like he's going for a turret BOD on top of all of that. Wind of Nature on both of the marksmen. Winter Crown on Moreno, so he's not going to get one shot the same way as before, but not enough cash on players like Oh My Jenny to be able to do the same.
Definitely the Oh My Jenny is definitely the one that has suffered the most this game in terms of just overall, right? Like you get jumped on, you just disappear. That the flicker is not doing enough to save him. All that weight now on the shoulders of PS and Alita.
A lot of weight right now that they have to carry. We are 20 minutes into game number 2. At this point, net worth difference doesn't really matter all that much, though is most notable on Oh My Jenny. He's been getting punished pretty hard the entirety of this game and still hasn't been able to find that 5th item yet. So that's a little bit unfortunate. If Pamela had teammates around, that would have been a kick onto PS for sure. But it actually can still be anyone's game. AI Esports can try to delay this a little bit. Their base defense is not bad with Fetid Airstrike and the Fanny around. Bigatron wants to try and bait them out so they can take a fight on their own terms. But AI, let's see how well they can adapt.
Yeah, the wave clear from AI is just superb. We haven't, I mean, minions get stronger every passing second, but it hasn't reached the point where it's not manageable, you know, for AI. That's why they still feel a bit comfortable being in this state.
This is a very tense spot. Okay, Oh My Jenny finally got the Winter Crown. That should help a little bit here. I'm like gonna scout out that Alita's in the bottom side. Lord has spawned up top. Unfortunately, minion wave shoving every lane against AI. But Madzi will still be sent to scout things out. Bigatron Alpha. This could be a chance for them to get rid of the Hilda if they really wanted to.
Yep, KPS arrived in time. It's just short. Just short. The attempt was there, but this could be the conclusion of the game. What a kick once more on Oh My Jenny. It's down to Alita. Trying to find any sort of kill. Gets boxed in by Moreno with the stolen AOG, and Luke on top of him just punches him to oblivion. It's a godlike for Eman, and Bigatron Alpha forces game number 3 after what a slugfest of a game 2.
It's been a pretty sweepy day here at SPS, but we finally get a full series. And Bigatron Alpha shows us that there is a correct reason for us predicting their victory after all. AI Esports tried their best, but this Masha pickup, we were confused by it. I think they were confused by it, and it worked out super duper well.
Yep. Just a big menace, right? An extra layer of sponge, some might say, but overall, just so effective. I mean, personally, my hidden MVP, Pamela, on this show, 17 assists the entire game. He was just finding targets left, right, and center.
Yet another dangerous Cho player out there, ladies and gentlemen. I like the way that Pamela was approaching things, because you would ordinarily think that, hey, Way of the Dragon has to be saved for Fanny every single fight. But early on, it was being used for pickoffs onto other members instead. Whoever AI Esports had that was just too far out gets kicked into the team, and BTR is able to pick up assists, picks up kills, and slowly snowball off of that. And then switch on over to targeting PS later on in the game, where it's more important to make sure he's not able to get the Lord.
Oh yeah, and not only that, it's also how they had the clear presence of mind to keep going for Jenny, right? Understanding that Oh My Jenny is sort of like the biggest threat with that feather airstrike, or one of the biggest threat, and Pamela just keeps fishing him out with the help of Luke.
But this Masha pick, I think we need to really highlight. The option of going for this as a counter to Fanny worked out so much better than I could have ever anticipated, because Fanny up until now has been 100% banned. We have rarely seen her in the SBS as a whole. We have not seen her in the challenge season at all. Barely even played at M6. And the one time it gets let through, it is instantly countered and denied an opportunity to be able to do the things that Fanny wants to do. Yeah, PS still got a lot of kills early, but was never able to translate that into anything effective.
Yeah, it's so hard, right? Like every single time she goes in, you're not only worried about the Masha, you're also worried about the kick, and of course the Terrified from Moreno. So many factors that PS needs to filter through, and in the end, it's just too much for him. So this game got the MVP, Eman. 52% kill participation, really popped off towards the very end. But again, honorable mentions, Pamela and Moreno, the utility, the crowd control that they provide was a big factor of how BTR was able to kind of stave off that late game aggression.
This is the best Valentina I've seen in a little bit. I think Moreno was totally popping off on this hero, not just doing a good amount of damage, but actually using the Avatar, the Guardian, even more effectively than Black himself on the Gatot Kacha. And then the specific targeting towards Oh My Jenny early on. They weren't trying to invade PS too hard. They were cutting off a different portion of AI Esports' lineup, and realizing that this Farsa was super vulnerable since he decided to go for Flicker instead of Purify, meant that it was a very easy way of disrupting all of AI Esports' magic damage burst.
Absolutely. Of course, again, Eman kind of showing off until the very end. Only died once to PS in that early game, but afterwards he was just completely destroying the competition. I mean, 7-1-4, 807 GPM in a game that kind of goes past the 20-minute mark. No complaints right there. I think Eman was able to do what he needed to do this game.
You would think that Granger, a hero that we've been talking about as very difficult to catch, would be particularly vulnerable to a Fanny. In fact, there's so many good Granger solutions on AI. Right? They have Gatot, they have Fanny, they have Farsa, they have Hilda, they have even the Iritel, which is supposed to be the lane counter. And Eman still only ended up dying once the entire game. There was too much on Bigatron Alpha's lineup for AI Esports to deal with that Eman was just the last thing on their mind, and that's exactly what a Granger wants to be in the first place. So Bigatron Alpha definitely surprised AI with this draft. It almost felt like they let the Fanny through specifically to manipulate the draft against it. And now that it has happened, I wouldn't be surprised if we see more teams trying it.
Yeah, it felt like those one of the few kind of big brain moments from BTR. Now that I think about it, part of me feels like we have seen that Luke Masha somewhere back in MPLID.
I think
but
so.
Either way, yeah, I think it has happened, right? Yeah, either way, we get that game 3. I think a lot of people have been wanting, at least in the series. Even I think Mirko's prediction was like 2-1 Bigatron or something. So we get that game 3, and that means that now the ball is in AI Esports' court. court, see what they want to come up for to go up against Bigatron Alpha. What kind of adaptations do they want to come up with?
But I do like to see that
The
Bigatron Alpha
Snapdragon
switched
Pro
on
Series
over
is
to...
brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
I do wonder if that was supposed to happen, but yeah, as I was saying, I do like that since Bigatron Alpha switched on over to the more traditional MLBB lineup, it actually did work, right? With the exception of Masha, of course. That's a surprise pick to counteract the Fanny, but they looked a lot more comfortable, they looked a lot more coordinated, and just clean overall. AI Esports was not able to play to their win conditions right from the beginning, and now we really do have a series on our hands.
Yeah, we definitely do. And I think even for the side of AI, you can see even that late game, if it's not for them losing, all inhibitors, I think that game would have been so much different, right? Like Alita was coming online, but hey, we still got one more game. Excited to see what they have in store.
But the players have already played 2 games so far, so we're gonna give them a short while to take a break, relax, and reset. And when we come back, is it gonna be Bigatron? Is it gonna be AI? Who knows? We'll find out right after this.
Here we go!
When the doubts start saying my name, I can go there easily. And it's hard to maintain, 'cause I know it's not the world I know, it's me. Believe in every little thing I hear. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. It stays coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stare fear in the face, that only I give to me. Now I'm running this race, yeah. Stallions couldn't catch up to me. I'm running till I get first place. I'm running till I get everything I ever wanted in my dream. No, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be greatest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great.
The battle of the machines continues as Bigatron Alpha has successfully tied up the series against AI Esports. And we are now jumping into game number 3 to find out who is going to be the ultimate victor. Husky, the fact that even Fanny has been counteracted now, do you think that it's just getting harder to predict how these games will go?
Yeah, and I'm loving it. I'm loving every single second of it. I've always been a big fan of the unknown, not knowing what teams are gonna bring out, and every single time I see teams come up with technologies, whether old or new, it excites me a lot. Even in some of them, they're either forgotten or they are new innovations. I think I'm all for it, and that's what breaking the mold is all about. Sometimes you get bored of the same things over and over again.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. When we see the same thing over and over again, the meta does start getting a little bit stale, so I like that the updates are adding just a little bit of new spice here and there. But the Masha is definitely not something that we never would have considered coming out and yet it makes so much sense as a way to counter Fanny. Though of course, I don't think it could have worked if they didn't have the Cho on top of that as well. Just having multiple ways of stopping the Fanny from just freely flying around is what ultimately won Bigatron that one.
Yeah, I agree. So I think going into game 3, I feel like they won't let the Fanny through again, even though they found a way around it. But I think if you are AI esports, you're definitely looking at a slightly different, not different approach. I think you would look for almost the same approach. I feel like that game 2 was as good as it can get, barring some hiccups and being surprised by the Luke Masha. Although that mid lane probably would need a slightly more attention, right? Because unfortunately, Oh My Jenny didn't really get to play much on the Farsa.
Let's divert the conversation a little bit and talk about Eman, right? From RSG Philippines to BTR. He was with RSG up until MPL Philippines Season 12 before moving to BTR. And he even won the championship during Season 9, not to mention an MSC alongside them. Eman had always been kind of like a mainstay of the RSG Philippines lineup. It was a big surprise when he left and switched on over to somewhere else, but he still seems to have got it. And in fact, the Granger is a hero that seems really terrifying. Actually, I almost thought like maybe it's just better to ban it, but nope, it's been given over to Eman again.
Yep. And Eman would gladly take it. I mean, had a great game in game 2. Let's see how he can pull this off. In fact, both goal laners have had great results with the Granger, right? Game 1 was Alita, game 2 it was Eman. AI Esports though got 2 massive power picks in the Joy and the Eve.
The Eve so far hasn't really been let through the draft too much, but Bigatron did switch things up, right? They went for the Tigreal ban instead after a Black Stellar performance in game number 1, which allowed the real world manipulation through, and the Fanny did end up being banned out once again. I also have to note that like this means that Fanny's win rate in the challenge season is 0%, by the way.
Yeah, pick once, but lost. I think that's sometimes it happens, you know. Like we had the first and only Bruno pick, which ended in a win, and then Fanny with the very unfortunate end. I think a lot of people didn't expect to even be the case.
Fanny has been just destroying pub games left and right. I'm pretty sure she has a very high ban rate in just like regular games of MLBB as well. So it's such a surprise to see how much difficulty that it had during game number 2. Now, I think we are going back to the basics for this current meta. The Granger is being paired up with Suyo as well as the Valentina, which Moreno played very well in game 2. And AI Esports are not doing too shabby either. Phobias, Joy, and Eve are all power picks in the current meta.
So this is one of the few, I think one of the few scenarios where we are going straight into the scenario of just having most of the power picks go through, and it really comes down to like who can pull it off better. But at the same time, it's also who kind of gets the gacha pick, right? In this case, I feel like I favor Red Side a lot more, simply because you have that last pick X factor. They even give respect to Luke by banning out the Masha.
Just in case, right? Because I can also see it being quite a pain to deal with on a Joy. You run in, you think you're gonna be doing a lot of damage, then you just get thunderclapped instead. So AI just wants to get rid of pocket picks for Bigatron Alpha. The Iritel also banned out by Bigatron, so not giving AI access to the most obvious counter to Granger.
Oh yeah, I think that's also a pretty smart choice, considering that Alita almost was able to just carry the entire game yesterday. Kind of force out the deep pockets of Alita, right? We've seen him on Granger and Iritel. And now, if you're Bigatron Alpha, you want to see what else he has in store.
There are still solid options. Khalid ban, yeah, makes sense. They had to choose between Khalid or Hilda, basically, because Joy can be quite vulnerable at level 1. And right now, with Eve and Phobius, they're not actually the best at dealing with a straight-up jungle dive. if Bigatron wants to do it at level 1. So they'd rather deal with a Hilda instead if they had to, and they could technically take the Hilda themselves since they do have first pick in the second phase.
If you are Bigatron Alpha, do you start looking at like something like a Hylos? So they ban the Moskov, they still go down the gold lane pool, so no Moskov is really just gonna force the hands of Alita.
Well, there is also the Bellaric as a Joy counter, but maybe not quite as good with an Eve around. Still not too bad though. There's also, of course, the Glue to counter the Phoveus. That could be pretty comfortable for Bigatron. Not too bad against the Joy either, since it's kind of difficult to burst him down. You just want ways to be able to stop the Joy from comfortably diving into the backline. We saw it earlier with Matilda as well, right? It could still be an option for Bigatron if they want to lean towards the mobility option instead.
Who said there are no shortcuts in life? I literally
It
invented
could be
Oh.
chip pickup by AI. I mean, it is a pretty nasty pick, but instant response with the Akai in Bigatron Alpha came prepared with this one. Akai, and then you have potential to steal the RWM in a pretty comfortable spot.
Akai's actually pretty good here, either as a roam or an EXP. In the EXP lane, he actually doesn't do badly against Phoveus in lane at all. And then if you save the heavy spin specifically for when Joy jumps in with the electrifying beats, you just continuously push her away. Like, Emma just has to stand behind this Akai and the damage will never reach him.
Yeah. It's the last pick. I mean, they're still looking for XP Aroma. So that's an XP Akai. They get the Matilda. I mean, talk about getting pushed away and seeing your target just fly away into the sunset.
This Matilda already denied a Joy many easy kills earlier today, in fact. So, Bigatron has a very solid lineup here for making sure that Joy just can never play, but the chip could be a way of disrupting that, depending on how Black is able to find the angles. And then the Bruno will be picked up for the second time here in the challenge season in the hands of Alita.
Let's see if that 100% win rate is going to remain for the Bruno. We did see it early on where Aaron Shiki gave us a world-class performance. So, I mean, if you are side of Alita, let's see if you can uphold that performance that we have just witnessed. This game 3 is going to really set the tone for what is going to be kind of the next stage for this Group D bracket. Now that AI Esports are one game away from performing what some may consider an upset.
Considering the brackets, this victory is the difference between a very easy path into the challenge finals or an arduous journey through the last chance qualifier. So neither side gonna be willing to give an inch here as we jump back into the land of Dawn once again. It is gonna be Bigatron Alpha on the blue side versus AI Esports on the red.
This is going to be such an important series. Of course, both junglers are going to be starting parallel jungling. DOZ on the orange, and of course you have the Joy PS starting the purple. Both end up on the gold side. Moreno dangerously low. Black getting the stun up, but Moreno hitting the level 2 means that the extra stat keeps him alive.
We can see that Black on the chip. While this hero was nerfed somewhat, still has a very solid amount of early game damage, especially paired with Eve. And now Pamela has to flicker out from that 3-man gank in the mid lane.
Yeah, almost an off-tempo play from the Joy. Almost ended in disaster. So thankfully, Pamela was able to escort Moreno out to a certain degree. But this Phoveus into Akai. I wonder how the interaction is going to be. At level 4, Phoveus is going to suffer because you get pushed away, same as the Joy. But is there a way to go around that?
Actually, no. Akai is a lane counter to Phoveus, actually. Like, he generally does a lot of damage, doesn't dash very much, so you're not getting a lot of Infernal Pursuit stacks, and he's able to eat a lot of it anyway. And like you mentioned, at level 4, you're not really going to be able to do much against him if you're just pinned against a wall. It's not a counter pick you see very often because teams would prefer glue instead. but it still works.
Level 4. Speaking of that, it's going to be now. Level 4 for the junglers. Turtle spawning on bottom side. Black still pretty far away from it, so can expect him to not get it anytime soon. Yeah, esports, they can still contest this as PS is on the purple buff, but I think they're going to let it go. No point contesting this. They don't really need it as much. Heavy spin available for Luke. Turtle for BTR.
With a Matilda and an Akai EXP, Bigatron has much better control over objectives and river fights compared to AI this early on. The only way that AI can really kind of circumvent that is if Black is able to find a good shortcut into the backline to pick off Eman and maybe cut off escape routes that Pamela could offer. But since the chip is not level 4 yet, nor do they have enough burst, because a lot of their cores do need 1 or 2 items before they start hurting, AI Esports just has to choose to ignore most objectives until a little later in the game.
As long as they can kind of farm up PS and Alita, they should be in a decent spot. Not to mention that they have the Eve, so it's going to be that great base defense if they ever fall behind. As long as BTR doesn't kind of run away with the lead. They have tons of utility for sure, and of course this Akai feels like that be-all end-all solution. But AI Esports is not giving them that opportunity, and if this Matilda isn't able to kind of accelerate the lead, I think AI Esports will be in a very comfortable spot.
But I think that Bigatron actually scales into the late game without too much problem either, right? Like, yes, I can see how Joy and Bruno, once maxed out on items, can be very dangerous, but Bigatron has the Granger, who so far has been destroying late game. Moreno already performed very well on Valentina previously, and Akai's utility will still remain relevant all the way to the end, Matilda as well. So I think it's perfectly balanced, and Bigatron can play the game as fast or as slow as they actually want to.
Because like both teams kind of have the same archetype to a certain degree, where you have that late game insurance where you both don't mind playing slow. But if that's the case, is there a team that kind of wants to take more initiative? Is it a team with the chip? Is it AI?
Well, speaking of the chip, here's the shortcut for TOC, but he's just able to dash away. The teleport ins were a bit too slow by AI to actually do anything with it.
So at the end of the day, it's still AI Esports making the attempt, but again, not getting much in return. We sort of expected this. You have great disengage tools with heavy spin and guiding wind anyway. Eman just got his Sky Piercer. See the second turtle fight. AI Esports intention to contest. Mazi is in. RWM still is going to be PS taking the turtle away. Heavy spin used by Luke as unfortunately this Phobius out of position. Sniped down by Eman. First blood for BTR.
Impressively done by PS though, being able to find the angle to dash in, get the retry timing despite the heavy spin. But Bigatron still find it pretty worth it to get that first blood gold. It's a good amount going over to Eman out of all people as well.
It's going to be, I mean, for Bigatron to get the first blood, that's a good start for Eman, for sure. But does this change the matchup for like Bruno Granger? I know Bruno kind of got a bit of a nerf. Does it affect it a lot overall, or it's just kind of a drop in the ocean? We'll talk about it in a bit, because unfortunately, it's going to be a gank. TOZ is not going to get out of that. Good read from AI Esports. Stolen shortcut! As Moreno is going to summon his own squad, and Eman just found a second kill, and unfortunately for Mazi, he's going to be trapped, so Eman cashes in on a double.
You know, somehow it completely slipped my mind that a stolen shortcut was possible here. And oh, that's very aggressive by Pamela. Real world manipulation gonna punish and even force out a flicker from Eman. They're not able to get the kill on Alita.
Very nicely done from Oh My Jenny, saving Alita and also giving him a second kill. That's gonna definitely help accelerate this Bruno a little bit to keep up with Eman.
And to answer your question from earlier as to how the Bruno nerf might affect the Granger matchup, it doesn't, because Granger was already supposed to beat Bruno in lane. Like he specifically gained popularity for being able to outrange Bruno and farm safely. So a Bruno nerf only makes it easier for Granger to maybe perform, but Alita so far doing a good job, and Bigatron
find Black. Luke, heavy spin, trying to isolate the battle line, but he's taking too much damage. He's probably gone. Alita gets a killing spree. And PS, he's gonna show out Electrifying Beast. That's the target. Palmela getting shocked to death. AI Esports finds 2 kills and a turtle.
The movements by Bigatron Alpha are kind of baffling me a little bit. Like, yes, it's okay to be aggressive, but why did Luke dive all the way behind his tower where the rest of his team could not reach him? And why would Bigatron stay so long when they don't know where PS is? Bigatron has a lineup that has a lot of tools. They're very balanced actually. Good damage, good utility, good vision placement. And they're not using it correctly, resulting in AI Esports actually taking the advantage in a lot of fights where they shouldn't really be.
AI Esports, just like that. They're now up 2.6k. Wow, Holy Crystal up for PS. That is so fast.
That has to be a second item, Holy Crystal. I think PS probably rushed it. There is no way that's a third item. I don't think he's that rich. AI only has a 2.5k lead.
That's gonna catch BTR off guard for sure. But that means AI, they're committed to that big snowball to keep on kind of rolling, kind of keep that lead going, keep on stepping on the gas. Is there a way for BTR to kind of slow this down? I mean, we've seen Luke use that heavy spin to try and break the battle line, but he just gets bursted down way too fast.
They really don't need to try and force a setup with the heavy spin. They can save it. The same way that, like, I always think Tigreal should save Implosion for later in the fight. I know Bigatron, they don't really have any other way of setting up a fight outside of the heavy spin, but that's what you have the Matilda for. It lets you engage and disengage safely until you can find the correct angle and maybe force AI Esports in a position where they have to be the initiators, thereby wasting resources first. Bigatron doesn't have to be the one making things happen a lot of the time. They're perfectly fine to play it slow and scale, but now that they've made the mistakes, they actually do need to ideally even things up against AI. It's a little bit of a self-created issue.
The lead is just gonna start ballooning bit by bit. See that again, close to a 3k advantage for AI Esports with the Lord spawning, and look at where the chip is, right? Such a off angle there. I don't think BTR would expect. Emman actually spots him out. Good stuff. Good awareness. So Black is gonna flicker away. That's the stolen RWM from Moreno. Bigatron Alpha takes the fight right now. Counter RWM. Mega kill for Emman. Lord though secured by the side of Madzi. At the end of the day, it's still 2 kills for BTR. Emman gets the double, but AI finds the objective.
TOZ needed to mind his position a little bit more. Luke had already got in. He got the pin on PS, but because TOZ ended up dropping, it became a 50-50 of who was going to get the Lord, and Madzi was able to finish it off. A good attempt, and again, I'm quite impressed by how well Moreno is using the ultimates that are being stolen, but the rest of Bigatron Alpha are lacking a bit of coordination.
And because of that, now this Lord is going to allow AI to really start dealing some substantial damage to BTR's base. Start with all the tier 2s, right? Top tier 2s going down. Lita leading the charge. Say Bigatron Alpha, they do have plenty of damage, more than enough to get rid of the Lord, but AI Esports, if they can get at least one more tier 2, at least you can start establishing presence around the map. Although Luke would find the location of PS.
PS just got Blood Wings as well. You can see the way that AI is surrounding them. The burst, Bigatron just zoned off of their mid-tier 2, not even given a chance to defend it.
Insane damage from PS. So there's all tier 2s down. AI Esports now gets plenty of map control, plenty of presence around the map.
I personally am a little bit disappointed with how Bigatron has been piloting this composition. It is very balanced. I actually like it quite a lot, but they haven't been able to take a single tower the entire game. They also are losing out quite a bit in terms of goal lead, despite having lane priority a lot of the map. There's definitely been some miscalculations in the way that they've approached things so far, but AI Esports are definitely reaping the rewards of the situation. And now Bigatron in a bit of a tough spot, but they do still have solid base defense, so maybe they can drag the game out long enough to do something with it.
Hopefully, that's gonna be the case. For AI, now that we've reached this stage, it really comes down to whether Black can make it happen. It's gonna flicker on top of Emman. PS though, access to the backline, knocked out by the circling eagle. Emma with the flicker, just good defense from Bigatron Alpha. Stiff arming AI Esports to counter RWM. Just does nothing. Good isolation from Luke, separates the battle line. Moreno gotta be very careful as Alita just kicks him to death with the soccer balls, but Alita so out of position. Black's gonna come in to help him. Alita being kind of away. Emman takes him down. Muzzy a bit late with the flicker. Dark Wave. Plenty of mistakes from AI side. Triple kill for Emman. And it is just clean up season for Bigatron Alpha. A complete wipeout in the top side of the map.
That is what professionals would define as a throw. AI Esports did not need to force that. I think Black was totally fine to try and re-engage, but Eman was actually prepared for it, already dashing away by the time the shortcut came through. And initially, it looked good for them, right? They were actually trading well, but then they stayed a bit too long. I think PS also tried to go too far without team backup. Joy needs the team to play around her. This hero is still very squishy, despite the damage that she does, so that immediately turns the entire gold lead. And now the Lord falls to Bigatron, and they can actually make plays with this.
And another shortcut, catching Moreno, they want him dead. Luke with another heavy spin, Black is isolated and Black will fall. Legendary for Emman. In AI Esports, they want to take the initiative, but with Alita going down, I think this game might just be done and dusted. AI Esports essentially locked out. 3 more left to a 3v5, but without Alita, it is down to Oh My Jenny and Muncie. Maybe PS can find a backline dive with the damage that he has. One last hurrah, Bigatron Alpha, eyes on the prize. Muncie goes in, tries to buy time. PS takes care of the Lord with electrifying beast. Once Moreno cannot get it, circling ego knocks him up. Emman assassinates him, finds a double kill. Black is now back. They need 5 more seconds for Alita to be back into the game, but Oh My Jenny tries to stall it out, just does not have the damage with the empowerment minions on BTR side. It is a definitive victory. The series done and dusted. BTR 2-1 over AI.
Multiple mistakes in a row by AI Esports that allowed the robots to slowly claw their way back and truly bomb their way through the opening that was created for them. Bigatron Alpha reverse sweeps the series and takes the victory from AI, moving on to the upper bracket where they will be awaiting their opponent to proceed to the challenge finals.
Congratulations to BTR, but again, AI showing a lot of promises, I'd say. It's just unfortunate that the run in the first phase ended in this manner. We even saw, right, might be, some might call it maybe desperation, but the idea was there. But I do agree what you mentioned earlier on, the definition of a troll. AI overcommitted way too much, and it ended up biting them in the butt.
AI had so far been winning out fights because BTR had been overcommitting resources and splitting themselves up unnecessarily, which is not what the composition is designed to do. But then they decided to try going for a shortcut play to catch out Emman, which I can't blame them for, but they overcommitted for it, made mistakes in their engagement, and that cost them the first time. It evened up the net worth difference. Then they tried to do it again on Moreno in the mid lane, lost their roamer. Alita got picked off as the second time in a row, and after that the entire lead is gone. Emman ends the game with 14-0 and a 1, and now I really do think that you might have to consider banning out Granger, because this hero is a little bit disgusting.
Yeah, Granger has been winning almost every single game we've seen him in. So I don't know. I think if I am on the banning side, I'm really looking at the Granger and thinking about giving him the respect that he deserves.
It does feel bad though. AI Esports was controlling early so well, but I did mention I liked BTR's draft a lot. It's very balanced. It has everything that you could need in a lineup, and I was surprised that they weren't doing well early on. But now we have our third player breaking 1000 GPM with Eman at 1009 gold per minute.
Yep. I mean, what can we say? Eman is he's just having an amazing game. The last game also, he was just playing out of this world, and then you have this game where he essentially was just, I wouldn't say untouched, but his teammates definitely kept him alive through and throughout.
But he was definitely solo carrying the damage output. He was literally doing as much DPS as like 3 members of AI Esports put together. That is how crazy things were going. 14 kills, no deaths. A similar issue where AI is just not really able to jump into the backline to find him. That job is usually left to PS, but the Matilda, again, a great solution for just handling it. The extra shield, the guiding winds being pulled out if he ends up on top of you. And while Black could have set up shortcuts to try and go for it, and he did try, they got overexcited whenever they tried to commit to the shortcut. It never actually ended up working out at any point in the game.
Yeah, I think also comes out to kind of what we talk about, right? Like Luke on the Akai, we got the Matilda as well. There's so many ways for BTR to disengage whenever they wish, and yeah, we kind of saw that in effect. Like BTR, every single time the shortcut came through, they just disengage, and it made it very difficult for the side of AI to make these dives happen.
I think we're seeing why Chip isn't quite as popular as he used to be anymore. In the past, when the shortcut came out, you knew that people were dying. But as time has passed, more and more teams have been able to figure out how to counterplay the shortcut and even punish the opponent for it because it is very readable. Bigatron definitely made mistakes early on. I still question why Luke went so deep in this fight without the rest of his team, and then they got caught out by PS on the retreat. But after that, it was actually starting to become a little bit sloppy on both teams. AI Esports just came out on top because they had a little bit more burst to work with, but once Bigatron had the scaling and AI started making mistakes instead, like Alita's pathing here was just not good. Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I remember I looked at that moment and I was thinking to myself, like, Alita was running through the jungle instead of through the lane. Maybe wanted to get towards his teammate. We saw like Manzi kind of trickling in also to help him out with the Flicker Dark Wave, but it's one of those situations where like the fight is over, but you're just trying to salvage the scraps, and you end up losing everything.
AI Esports, this is a little bit of a disappointing defeat here because they definitely had the potential of taking the game, and yet some mistakes when they were in full control of the game cost them so quickly. And the Granger, so many people just end up ignoring this hero. They think like, oh, it's too hard to jump on top of him, it's fine, we'll just like take control of the game before he can come online. And then a few mistakes here and there, one kill too many somewhere on the map, and he suddenly turns into a siege cannon in the backline that you can just never get on top of. I think you gotta respect the Granger.
I agree. I think Granger really needs a lot more respect, right? If you can't deal with it, maybe it's gonna force us to go back into the into a meta where we see Bruno, but we don't see Granger as often. I somehow hope that that's gonna be the case moving forward. I wonder what the other teams, kind of think about this, right? Because even for teams like Onyx and TLID, that Granger has always kind of been at the forefront of it.
I think more teams need to take a page out of Kelra's book and grab the Layla, the original Malefic gun user. If you want to outrange me with the Granger, I'm gonna outrange you with the Layla instead, It works. It just requires a lot more effort.
Yeah, I agree. I think that actually might be the way. I mean, we have plenty of chances to find out for sure, especially when we're still in the early stages of SPS. We're gonna talk about the upcoming match, the final one. This one is going to be a bloodbath for sure. Todak against Aurora.
Yeah, I'm gonna be biting my nails for this one because I'm hoping that Todak is able to perform as a team that was very close to making it to M Series, and Aurora also having a lot to prove after their early exit. But that is going to be our final match of the day, so we're gonna take a short break, and when we come back, we're gonna find out which of these two teams will come out on top.
Here we go!
Don't stop.
Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, like the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Strip away at it and ignore the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more, oh yeah. Give it more, give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it. Whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you.
I can feel it in my bones, yeah. I can feel it in my bones. I've been waiting for this moment. All my life I've been waiting. Ain't nothing gonna hold me down. Ain't nothing gonna stop me now. Cause I was born for this moment. I was born for this moment. Everybody said I was crazy for believing. Told me to give up, there ain't no shame in me losing. But they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. Oh, I came to win 'cause I know it's my time. Giving too much, now I ain't going back. So give me the green light. Give me the green light. 'Cause I'll stand and fight. So give me the green light. The green light. I will stand and fight. I will stand and fight. I will stand and fight. I will stand and fight.
Day 2 of the SPS Season 6 MLBB Challenge season has been a day of ups and downs, of trials and tribulations. But last but not least, we will have our Group D second match between Todak from Malaysia and Aurora from the Philippines. Once again, I'm Staffa with Husky to bring you all of the action.
Yeah, if anyone is looking forward to a series, this is definitely it. I mean, I will stay up all night just waiting for this one. It's gonna be a doozy for sure. Both teams having quite the story to end 2024, but most importantly, to be the first pair to face off in 2025 in the first matchup in the challenge season. We've seen the Todak roster and the Aurora roster being announced. Of course, Aurora sticking with the same 5, but Todak making a bit of adjustments like they've always done in the past few months. So this one is going to be interesting to see how some of the old faces can, how some of the old guards can, lead the new faces.
The thing is about Todak is that ever since their old original lineup started splitting apart a little bit here and there over the seasons, they had a lot of difficulty figuring out what would be the new main lineup. And I think they finally settled on one that a lot of fans quite loved in the recent season, but some of them are not available. including Yan Lord and Chiku. But we'll still have Momo Senpoi, Zayed Senpoi, Zayam Senpoi, alongside Hazelnut Senpoi and D Senpoi.
Yeah, it is a Senpoi squad. Senpoi squad Todak. It's good to see D back in the gold lane. You know, like for a full season, it has been Chiku, but I'm just happy to see that he's still sticking around as one of the few imports that we have in Todak. But Momo, Zayed, Zaim, yeah, they have been the staple. They are one of the few people that has kind of almost got Todak to the M6 main stage, just falling short of SRG. But Hazelnut back in the roam role, that's also pretty exciting, right? Replacing Yanlord, who is now dealing with exams.
Yeah, I'm a little sad that we don't get to see some of Yan Lord today. He's definitely one of my newer favorites among the faces of MPL-MY, but Hazelnut definitely has shown that he is capable in the past. I'm curious to see what kind of growth Todak has achieved with this new lineup as well. Zaya definitely came in a big way, even showing up with Harley during the MPL Malaysia Season 14 playoffs, but they're gonna be up against none other than Aurora, a lineup with a lot of potential that many expected to make it far on the world stage, and yet fell very short.
Very, very short, especially the cruel Swiss round format that really didn't treat them kind. But of course, when we talk about Aurora, I mean, we have all some of the ex-Blacklist International, right? Some of the agents moving over to the Northern Lights, you know, Red J, Demon Kai, Yue, just to name a few. They had to come through the Open Finals, and as much would expect, Aurora basically just a steamroll through most of the competition. But they were teams that were able to take games off of Aurora, but not able to close it out. My personal focus is going to be on Demon Kai. I've always believed that he is a beast in his own league, and he has definitely shown that steady growth and development throughout the seasons.
I'm sure that Demon Kite, among many other junglers, was very happy when the Assassin meta finally showed itself again on the land of Dawn, and ever since then, he's been able to show just a little bit of a taste of that classic Demon Kite action. This time he's gonna be up against Zayed. We all know that Demon Kite had some experience here in MPL-MY for a season where he ended up developing a bit of a rivalry with Chibi. But we also have to remember that he reached the SBS Season 3C Challenge Finals with RSG Philippines as well, where they finished 5th or 6th.
Absolutely, and he even has a MSC title under his belt, right? MSC 2022 in with RSG Philippines. So he might not have an MPL title in recent times, but MSC trophy is something that I think Demon Kai is going to constantly be able to kind of talk about every now and then. Even back in MPL-MY Season 12, he was playing things like Martis. His Lancelot was a big highlight during that season, and right now he is right back in his comfort zone.
In fact, it's the same MSC trophy that we talked about earlier with Eman as well. They were on the same squad at the time, so it's a little bit of star-studded roster today. But looks like once again, we're gonna be varying our caster predictions. I still lean towards Todak. I want to see Malaysian teams really show up on the world stage again. I think we've improved a lot, you know? I think we have what it takes.
Yep, I agree. I think we definitely have improved a lot, but it's just how do we fare against some of the best teams in the other regions. Especially we haven't seen this matchup yet. So again, I'm a straight guy. You know, I'm just gonna give it as it is. I think Rora is gonna take this, but if Todak proves me wrong, I'm gonna be equally happy.
Well, I already lost my prediction earlier in the day with Homeboy, so I'm hoping that Todak won't disappoint me as well. We're going to jump into the game. First draft phase, Aurora on blue side, Todak on red, and a very interesting first prio pick on Matilda.
Instant Matilda pick, and I mean that I feel like it is something that Todak should have prepped for as well. I hope that they're gonna come up with a solution for that, because it is a Renegade pick. We got the instant Suyo for Zayed and a Gatot. This is such a Todak opening. I missed the sequence, right? They love this Gatot first phase.
Yeah. But Aurora, I think, were very smart with this Matilda first pick as well. They intend to go for the Alpha Matilda combination. They know that Todak is going into Suyo, which is something that they can handle. So We should be seeing the alpha here. It's just what they might want to pair it up with. The Granger is still wide open, has a very high win rate so far today.
Yeah, agree. It could be the. I mean, you can take the Granger now if you want, right? Yeah, Granger Alpha.
Yep.
Very straightforward for Aurora. I don't think that much thinking is needed to put into that. It's kind of right there for the taking. But I mean, Toda, you still have the Bruno, you still have the Harif if you want to match that gold lane.
Yeah, Bruno and Harif fine. Iritel is open as well. If Chiku was playing 100%, it would be Iritel.
Oh,
but
yeah.
he is his protege as well. So maybe a little bit of that has passed down to him. I think it's still a very safe option, especially if you want to catch Granger with the Matilda around. There's not a lot of better options, but Harif still pretty good as well.
Yeah. Pretty straightforward pick, in fact. I think get a strong late game damage. Overall, it's just one of the few picks that you don't really go wrong with.
If they're going Harif, they should ban Phobius. I think that is to be expected. Both sides are still going to be looking for their mid laner as well, so we might see a little bit of target priority towards things like the Farsa or the Cecilion, especially for Aurora, since, you know, Cecilion, Granger, Matilda already won a game earlier today.
Yeah, most of these picks have been, at least the ones that we keep bringing up has had basically a pretty smooth challenge season so far, right? Like again, Cecilion, the Granger is definitely one of the biggest highlights, I'd say. Right now, if the ban, like you mentioned, the Phobius, let's get taken out. Toda probably would think about the. Well, I'm thinking what it's Edward. I mean, he does play like Edith, Cho. I mean, the Kali is still up, even though it's not the most popular pick most popular pick anymore.
I literally
It's a bit
invented one.
chip banned by Rora.
Let's see, Edith. I don't think Edith's gonna be very good here. Cho maybe, but even Cho has some difficulty keeping up with Matilda. We can see that Aurora is specifically making sure that Todak doesn't have access to heroes that can maybe chase them into the back line, so the chip instantly goes away. Loyi was already banned much earlier as well. I think if they're gonna ban any mid laner, it will be Farsa probably, just to make sure that Granger can shoot from afar with no worries.
Yeah, that too. If we talk about the double artillery, there's the Farsa and the Ceci, right? Both are still up and available. So it's a high-low span from Todak. Really trying to limit kind of the big bulky front lines that Rora can go for. Because right now they need one. Now Matilda isn't that hero to do so. So with this two big meat shields taken out, it does limit what Rora have left in the pool.
Yeah, but there are a good number of options for tanky EXP laners. There is still the glue. Edith is not too bad for Aurora. I don't really like it for Todak, but for Aurora it's fine. They also don't really know yet whether this Gatot is going to be in that EXP lane or as a roam. Todak does quite like flexing this. Aurora actually do ban out the CC to get rid of an EXP laner that can chase them. So they're trying to force Todak into your default front to back, where Granger will excel.
Oh yes, and Todak still has. I think Todak still has. I mean, the show is still there, even though it might not be the most ideal one. Tigreal. I mean, if we want to talk about front to back, there is the Tigreal, and it also fulfills the condition of Gatot not being the sole initiator, right? Which was something that you have highlighted quite a lot yesterday.
Tigreal is not bad actually, but doesn't really disable Matilda enough. Vex will be locked in. Keeping the roam or the very last, unless this is a Gatot roam. So they're trying to keep Aurora guessing for as long as possible.
About Kufra, Kaja. Man, this one like single target. Maybe the Jawhead is still up there for Todak, though it does change the whole philosophy of how you want to engage a fight, if that's the case.
I would consider Matilda as kind of a Jawhead counter actually, because if you get ejected, Guiding Winds just pulls you out. I'm I don't know. Like, what would be the play here for Todak? If they really want to match it, Angela is a curious choice, but they don't really have the right heroes to combo it with, only Harif can really make the most use out of it. And now Aurora have Edith and Valentina as well, so you can't really go in that direction unless you want to give Aurora both Matilda and Hard Guard. That would be a bad idea.
So they do went for the Edward Edith. This is gonna be a tricky spot. I mean, Edith also kind of like locks down that XP lane, right? Like very stable XP laner. Doesn't really matter if you put the Gatod there or not.
This is actually a tricky one. I feel like I am missing something. I feel like there's a hero that's just completely slipping my mind that could be good here.
It's a Tar.
I'm not thinking of it. Well, Momo does like it. But yeah, I wouldn't say Hilda was the one I was looking for. It's not bad. Gives you some options for the early game to at least match the mobility of Matilda, but you're still not gonna have enough CC to really try and lock down like the Granger and so on. But it is a good composition for brawling, and we all know that Todak does like to fight.
Yep. Yeah, the Mr. Tower was a long shot, right? Again, it's a Momo special, but I'm fine with the Hilda overall. Although Edwards probably won't feel too much of a pressure coming in this matchup.
This is going to be a bit of a proving ground right now. I think, even though I did predict Todak, Aurora is still a team that deserves to be feared. They may not have had the best time in M6, but it is true that the Swiss stage was pretty rough on a lot of teams that may have gotten a bit unlucky. So I'm sure Aurora has a bit of a bone to pick with this tournament right now. They want to be able to take down everyone in their way and cement themselves back up there as a Filipino team with a lot of potential.
See, so we got Aurora on blue side, Todak on red, Herald jungling as always, Zayed starting purple, and Demon Kai with the orange. Of course, early scouting by Renegade and Momo, both looking for the enemy jungler, and they will successfully be able to do so. But of course, Momo's position slightly more precarious, right, deep in enemy territories. But this mid lane should be very straightforward for Zyme Senpoi and Hazelnut.
Looking at the emblem setup as well, 3 Impure Rages on the side of Aurora, so definitely going for hit and run type strategies, including on the Alpha.
Oh. As the flicker from Zyme, if not for Renegade, Demon Kai would have surely gone down. And presence of mind from Zyme Senpoi, as always, to look for those plays that you usually wouldn't think about.
Even committing the flicker very early on, you wouldn't expect that at level 2, but yeah, if it wasn't for Renegade, that would have been a very early kill and would have been huge for Zayed. But even you're going to be feeling the heat right now. I do have to note that Zayed is going for lethal ignition on the Suyo. Up until now, most other players have been taking Impure Rage, so he's going for burst.
I just
wait, go back!
First to win, and there it is! Speaking of the devil, Zyme Senpoi with the first blood.
That was a very unfortunate camera switch timing, but I think we all know what happened there. 3-man gank, really nice initiation by Zayed to catch out Renegade and keep him at level 3 at a very good timing for the turtle. Ouch!
The amount of crowd control Todak has. Now this one is Zyme Senpoi picking up the kill. This opens up turtle for business for Todak.
Yeah, they're even forcing Renegade back once again. Todak taking very solid control of the early game here. I'm actually quite impressed with their positioning. Edward not going to be able to do too much here, as turtle is taken by Todak, and now they're trying to steal jungle camps too.
I think they are going to pull back for now. Not gonna overcommit, but man, this damage from Vexana in the early game. In the Impure Rage, so initial hits are going to really hurt. I mean, based off of that, at least now you kind of free up some room in the side lane. So, though for D, he's still going to take a bit of punishment from Domain.
Yeah, like, unfortunately Granger can still outrange Harif pretty well, so even though Harif is pretty good at dueling early on, it's hard to catch up with something like this. That's why Irritel is still commonly considered as a better counter overall, but Harif may be a more universal hero, though he also doesn't scale quite as well as Granger into the late game. So Todak actually is playing more of an early to mid game centric composition. They can't really play late game at all because Aurora will be able to supersede them in DPS once you reach that point.
That's why Aurora is shifting a bit of attention to the top side, right? Get Domeng as comfortable of a game as he possibly can in the early phase and make sure that D doesn't get out of control. I mean, regardless of Toda getting the 2 kills and the turtle, they really don't have any goal advantage, right? Aurora was able to basically make up for the gap.
And now Aurora trying to engage in mid.
Not able to get anything, forcing out the flicker from Zyme Senpoi though. That's pretty much it. So both teams again finding the disengage. Second turtle spawning bot side. Does free up a bit of room for D, but unfortunately, the minion wave is basically reset thanks to the early push. Demon Kite not so lucky, but not enough damage from Todak to take him out.
But they will be able to steal the orange buff in fact, and disengage just in time to make sure that Rendaje and Yue don't catch them. We see Momo now actually hiding in the backline. Zayed on the opposite side. They want to flank here, but Aurora's position a little bit too solid, so Todak will just give up on the second turtle.
Great discipline from Todak, and Aurora goes back to the modus operandi. This time it's their turn to go for a potential invade. Demon Kai was able to steal the golems away. In fact, both teams really mirroring each other pretty well. I say Todak gets some space in the bottom end as Momo obviously getting that late priority and having the minion waves be constantly crashing into that turret, but you could say the same for Aurora, where D is just struggling to stay afloat against this Ranger who is just constantly keeping him underneath his structure.
I would say that even though Todak is doing pretty well across the rest of the map, but Domeng is definitely out farming D at this point.
Another burst. Hazelnut forced to use his Revitalize, gets brought back, stolen Eternal Guard. Momo looking for the chop onto Rendaje. Rendaje gets out, D shows up with the Zaman Force, but Todak calls for the disengage. In fact, Rora tries to catch up with the Guiding Wind, not able to get in range.
This is looking right now like a surprisingly well-matched battle between these two teams, but they're gonna try and defend tower.
Hazelnut even using the AOG gets blown up by Domeng, and now they're stuck underneath the turret, basically boxed in. D goes for the flicker, but can't dash out with the chrono dash in time. Edward flickers forward, finds the electrocution, double kill for Domeng. Edward with the third, and again, fast-paced rotations with the Guiding Wind.
Super heavy dive up top by Aurora, and once again focusing on their late game win condition, which is a Domeng. Already 2-0-1 on this Granger, which is not a good sign for Todak based on the trends we've been seeing today. Anytime a Granger has a lead like this, you gotta stop him ASAP. Todak, while they had been winning fights up until now, Aurora was still matching in farm, especially on the gold lane, and now they actually have the gold lead.
Aurora has pulled ahead. The first sizable goal advantage. So 1k for now. Because if you are Todak, see, gonna be looking to try and kind of stem the bleeding, right? Still want these early fights, but Momo is gonna be caught out. That's the Terror fight. Eternal got dropped. Hazelnut losing most of his health, turns back around with the Revitalized and stays alive. And Rendaje will be in the red. Yue commits with the stolen AOG, gets gone on by Momo, pulled out once more by Rendaje as this Matilda continues to be that angel, guardian angel for Aurora. But Todak will get away with the turtle, and that's the Oracle for Hazelnut.
Despite the chaos of the situation, there ends up being no kills, no deaths across that entire turtle fight. A lot of that thanks to Rendaje, the Guardian Angel, as you mentioned, with the Flask of the Oasis, keeping people topped up, pulling them out to safety. But Todak was also doing a great job of juggling aggro by making sure that they would retreat at the time when it was necessary while tanking as much damage as possible. I will say right now that at the end of this game, I fully expect Zyme Senpoi to be the one doing most damage overall, because he was really outputting a lot of poke because Aurora was focused on the other members of Todak.
Zyme Senpoi, as always, hitting most of his abilities. But what do you feel about this Hazelnut Oracle pick? You can hold that thought for a while. Rendaje trying to get away, but this time converging from every single angle with Todak and still not able to get any kills. Renegade surely is going to go down. Throws his life to save Domeng. So Todak gets one.
So the Oracle build for Gatot only works if you have Revitalize, which Hazelnut does have. And it is a risky build to go if the enemy team has multiple Sky Piercers. I'm pretty sure Domeng should have one by now, so if he gets a lot of stacks up, then Hazelnut will be in trouble. But otherwise, this is a slightly more aggressive style of building where rather than direct tankiness, you try to trick your opponent into overcommitting on you because they think they'll be able to kill you, and then the Revitalize along with the Oracle suddenly top you up a lot more than they were expecting. So that is basically what we will be looking at here for him.
Yeah, it's more of a misdirection, I think. I suppose.
Yes.
Todak.
It also forces Aurora to build anti-heal.
That too. I mean, they have decent candidates, Glowing One and the Sea Halberd for Domeng and Yue respectively. Let's see this Lord fight. I mean, I thought that AI against Bigatron Alpha was like the most even one, but this one equally matched. To a T in fact, but Domeng. That's 3 straight shots of the Death Sonata. 4th coming up, Zaim!
Oh, Zaim!
Oh, so close! But without Zaim around, Aurora should be able to get this Lord. Not sure how Todak's going to contest this. Zayat is on the way, is in the bush. Aurora has no idea that he's dead. That's the AOG from Hazelnut. Zayat now shows himself. Goes right in, tries to look for the full combo on the Lord. Retribution! Zayat gets away with the objective. And Todak calls for an immediate retreat. Zayat's going to clear that mid-wave on his way out. But needs to get his cooldown though. Renegade ain't letting him go. Brings Demon Kai in. Spear of Alpha is ready, but the Cyclone Eye gets Zayat to safety.
Ooh, my butt was clenched that entire chase right there. Todak do get the Lord, but they also lose Hazelnut in that situation. Going for the Oracle build does mean that you're going to be less durable overall. So that is one of the risks that you have to play around. But I think it was very well managed. They basically sacrificed the Gatot to buy as much time as possible so that Zayat could come in later. And even then, took a scary amount of damage inside that Lord pit. This is actually a very even match. Todak now having a bit more map priority with the Lord, but not having a lot of ways to play with it, unfortunately.
Let's see if they can get that mid turret, because the Lord is already gone. I mean, really gotta give respect to Aurora's mobility. That Eternal Guard, fortunately, hits nothing. So this Lord steal for Todak didn't really amount to too much, right? To get a top tier 2, that's pretty much it.
Because in the same way that Todak is able to get the objective, Renegade is making sure that they're not able to get any like easy kills off of their members either. So all of Aurora is still alive to be able to handle any objective pushes. So even with it stolen, Todak can't really do too much with it. And now a very early Winter Crown on Demon Kite earlier as well. But Holy Crystal timing has been hit by D. So it could be a good time for Todak to try something.
I think they're looking for Demon Kite. They saw Renegade bot side, so Demon Kite has no help. Dying Standpoint is going to flicker. Good Winter Cloud timing, but the AOG is going to be the follow-up. Demon Kite eats everything and goes down.
If you ask me personally, I think Demon Kite shouldn't have Winter Crown. I think he may have stood a better chance if he just tried to walk out on his own. He probably would have still ended up dying, but Todak would have had to commit a little bit deeper for it, and he wouldn't have had to spend the cooldown on a very important defensive item. But that ends up with both teams actually trading tier 2s on opposite sides of the map. Aurora is making sure that whenever Todak shows up, they're gonna try and get some structures to force them into housekeeping mode.
And that's exactly what they have accomplished so far. I mean, still so far so good, right? No goal advantage in any way for both teams. Lord coming up in 15 seconds. Demon Kite will have to wait a little while longer after the Lord spawn for the Winter Crown to come back online.
Looking at the items, third item, Winter Crown, is very early. Demon Kite knows that he's going to be targeted quite heavily. Domeng actually very rich right now. 4 items completed. Malefic Roar, his latest one. It's only just finished the Holy Crystal, but still should be able to do good damage from now, since the stacks on Granger wouldn't be too much yet though. Look at how much damage Zaim is already taking at this point.
Yeah, one 1-2 Rhapsodies. I mean, even D is not safe from that. So Aurora, just like that, gains possession of the Lord.
And this is why Granger is dangerous.
Yeah, he is. That bot wave is pushing in too, but Zai doesn't want to show himself.
Momo trying to provide vision. Spear of Alpha will just barely miss, but Zayed will be scouted out by the Rhapsody as well. He's not going to be able to find the cheeky steal this time, but on the opposite side...
Man, they're chasing down Momo as Edward gets blown up. Momo able to get away with the sprint, so Todak finds the pickoff. That means now they get possession of the Lord. Control its wrestle back, but still, no solution, no answer to this Domang Renegade. It's a hit and run combination that Aurora is just constantly putting a lot of pressure on Todak.
If Todak was able to get that final hit on Yue as well, this would be very easy, but he's still gonna commit!
Wow, the two-man circling eagle into the Spear of Alpha. That should be a double kill. Very straightforward. Zayed realizes that the fight is done, needs to run away, but unfortunately you got Domang and Renegade on your tail. Zayed still escapes, but this Lord pretty much secured by Aurora unless a miracle happens. Renegade just gonna open up the map, no chance for Todak.
That was definitely a huge mistakes were made moment for Todak. They had control. Aurora was still respawning, they were still making their way back, but they stacked up together and D got a little bit too antsy there, got caught out, and now they're chasing Zayed, and that's a monster kill for Doming.
This game has starting to go in the way of Aurora, just like how he did in the earlier phase, but with a lot more solid control. Aurora with the second Lord of the game means that they are going to start cracking some structures. First of all, we're starting to sync up the waves. The mid one is going to be cleared up, but a fresh batch of mini wave will spawn. So, at the end of the day, I think if you are Todak, how is the base defense looking like? Because, you know, contrary to Aurora, doesn't feel like Todak have the same magnitude of the base defense capabilities.
Their base defense really isn't that good, all things considered. Like, they have Zayim and maybe D. Otherwise, like, at this stage, Hilda has already dropped off quite notably, and because of the build that Hazelnut is going as well, he's really not that durable. So, Todak is more of a team that wants to be in control early to mid. As we can see, they are not in that position, and Aurora has already broken the bot inhibitor.
Tough spot for Todak to be in. So still fairly healthy. Todak should have the damage to at least clear out that objective. Zayed trading his life bar for that. So Todak only lost an inhibitor. This middle one should be easily defended with its current utilities. You know, this considered is not too bad. Plus Aurora has amassed a 4k gold advantage off of that.
4k gold advantage at 16 minutes is really not that. A War Axe on the Granger. Wow. Doming knows that he's able to just keep outputting damage in these team fights because, again, I think the lesson of day 2 is respect the Granger. You gotta draft in a way where you can actually threaten him in the backline. And Aurora was very smart to prioritize this Matilda. I'm pretty sure they already predicted exactly which heroes they were going to get in the first phase. Ooh.
And they do lose Demon Kaido. Good catch from Todak. Skypierce assassination. That's going to be executed on the Hazelnut. The Daxonata are always a big threat. No mini wave for Aurora though, so he can't really push in, but at least Todak has been able to weather the storm by taking out the jungler.
Taking out the jungler is not bad at all, but I think Demon Kite has already resigned himself to being more of a utility jungler, right? He's not really going to be able to do too much damage since Alpha does drop off mid-game. D done. Oh, good catch!
They take out Domang. They lose an inhibitor for that. D is gonna flicker forward. They try to go for the catch. Renegade again, trying to give that 5-star escort out. Will be able to do just that.
Uncharacteristic mispositioning from Doming Kite right there. Actually getting caught out by the Blade Surge from Zayed Sempoi. So great eye on the Suyo once again. That is instantly a network reversal, right? Aurora had like 3k gold lead and all of a sudden it's only a couple hundred. Even less now that Todak has secured the Lord. That's how important it is to keep the shutdown gold in place. I can't really remember who got the kill on Doming, who got that shutdown gold, but it's still a huge gold injection for Todak.
essentially whatever 4K lead we saw from Aurora early on has just dissipated with the wind. Such a technical game. I mean, both teams really pushing each other to the limit. Yue with the lightning truncheon now.
Wow.
Once that extra bit of damage.
Lord gonna be mid. We can see Todak taking it slow, looking to sync their waves. If they do this correctly, they should be able to get every single inhibitor. Aurora has good base defense with Doming Kite, but that can only go so far as well. Lord gonna connect. Still synced with the bottom wave of minions.
Toda is going to crack that mid inhibitor. Essentially going to equalize the structure. Aurora will be occupied with the Lord, but thankfully the minion waves aren't crashing fast enough. So Aurora takes care of the Lord, is going to be able to clear out the empowered minion waves. Toda finds no way in, at least not for now. Unless Zyme becomes a madman again with a flicker terrifying engage that we've seen multiple times. AOG from Hazelnut is going to engage, completely misses. They will turn onto him. Hazelnut pops to revitalize, gets terrified by the Shadow Strike. He goes down, and now Domain is going to chase down D, who is isolated. He needs help. Zayed shows up to provide assistance. Flicker 4 from Domain as D was able to disengage, so Momo gives his life away. Double kill for Domain, and Todak's siege has failed.
I do feel like that was a bit too
much,
like,
I agree.
Yeah! Like, I think we have just seen the best example of why I say Gatot is not a good primary initiator. You see the circle, everyone splits up, they even time their ultimates to get the instant counter attack on Hazelnut, and while he did manage to survive for a little bit with Revitalize, it's not gonna matter now that Doming has a Sky Piercer, right? He still has a good amount of stacks. Lost half of them earlier, but he was probably maxed out before that anyway, so it's still gonna do a lot. And now they have to wait for Momo to come up in another 5 seconds.
No minion wave for Aurora, so mid inhibitors for Todak still stands, which is coincidentally also the one lane that they have empowered minions over Aurora. Which is really unfortunate because basically it doesn't really affect Aurora too much that they lost the mid inhib. They could easily deal with it. But for Todak, you have to constantly be doing some housekeeping on the top side now that Lord is spawning bottom.
And Zayed, Aurora can see him on the top side of the map here. They know that he's gonna be slow to reach the Lord pit. So they can already position themselves in a way that has better control over it. Even D having to do some housekeeping down bottom. But Aurora will still have to play a little bit careful here about how they want to take this Lord. Now, they don't really know for sure where Zayed is going to be on the map, and they need an... well, now they do. So, they're still gonna keep things even.
Yeah. Zayed needs really one of the biggest steals of this game. But even then, if you're Aurora, you kind of go back to the fundamentals, right? We don't need to rush the Lord, let the top wave push in, Toda would eventually have to deal with it. So, really is their prerogative to find a way back into the game, to kind of break this wide open and, you know, wrestle the control back from Aurora. Aurora, you're just gonna constantly, you can just keep waiting, just wait for Todak to make that move.
Todak will eventually try to do so. Momo trying to scatter them just a little bit. The game can't go either way at this point. Aurora knows there's a wave pushing up top for them as well, so Todak has to be a bit mindful. Momo running really deep into the back line. Uh-oh.
AOG used, Zayed wants protection, will get it. So Hazelnut ready to sacrifice his life, keeps his immortality. No Eternal Guard, no Zaman Force.
D!
For Domain, blows him up. As Domain comes back to life. Demon Kite interception. Both goal laners will fall, but Hazelnut will end up going down as well. His immortality will be severed. And that would be Aurora with a double kill for Demon Kite. And Todak have completely lost control.
Ended up working. Oh, they found Zayem as well. Edward, so with Renajay chasing all the way into the base. And now they officially have the numbers advantage. There's no way Todak can get back out onto the Lord in time. This was gonna go over to Aurora. Zayed, what are you doing here, sir? Trying to see if he can push down the mid lane. Unfortunately, the Lord slain means that he can no longer attempt that.
Yeah. It's ambitious, but fortunately just does not have the tools to make it happen. Now, surely, I mean, this is This is the longest game today, right? Hitting the 23-minute mark. Both teams at 66,000 net worth, as even as it can get. See the Bloodwing being bought as well. Last inhibitor should fall.
The question is if Toda can hold on after that. If Aurora wants to try and rush it down, they actually have to wait for another minion wave. Toda could be able to defend this. Zion will be coming back soon, but look at the damage from Aurora.
Man, Hazelnut just lost most of his health. Oh, they found the knockup of the Earth Shatter. That's Momo gone. Lord taken care of, but Zayed disappears. Hazelnut tries to stall it out. It's D's time to pop out with Benny, but Renegade basic with the Winter Crown, and he is gone. Domain finds a double kill, and Aurora takes game 1.
Despite their best efforts, Todak not able to stop Aurora from pushing straight in and taking the game. It really was anyone's game up until the very end there, but in that final Lord fight, ended up losing too many bodies. A very smart choice, actually. A great call by Renegade to try and rush in and grab an extra kill, seeing that Zion Senpoi was trying to clear the wave on very, very low HP. And it is that numerical advantage that allowed them to secure the objective and push in to secure the win.
D almost had a heroic moment, right? Being able to find Domain, but as always, Immortality and couple of quick responses from Aurora shut that show down very quickly. But still commendable effort from Toda, able to go toe-to-toe with Aurora, even in a macro sense, but clearly when the stakes were high, Toda started, letting the ball drop a little bit, and Aurora took advantage of that.
Yeah, and we already highlighted that Todak's composition just doesn't scale as well as Aurora's overall, right? So they needed to be notably ahead in the mid game in order to be able to carry that advantage later on. And they were actually still pretty even towards the middle of things. They got a very big influx when they were finally able to find Domain for the first time, but weren't able to do too much with it. A lot of that because of Renegade. On this Matilda, there is a reason why they are willing to first pick it so early on, and even going for the Holy Crystal and Blood Wings on this support means that there's a lot of damage coming out from him too.
Yeah, even Yue went for the Lightning Truncheon at one point, right? It's all about recognizing that they can just overwhelm Todak with numbers in terms of damage. And that's exactly what they went for. So even in this entire game, you can see the damage dealt Aurora was just miles ahead.
And I feel like Granger is just inflating every single gold laner's KDA ratio now, because Domain went 11-2 as well. This hero is actually ridiculous. It is so difficult to get on top of him. He has great damage actually from the mid game. His mobility is solid. If you pair him up with something like a Matilda, it becomes even more impossible. And nowadays, it's very difficult for assassins to try and just execute marksmen in the backline because it leaves them very vulnerable too.
Is this going to be sort of like the case of what we saw at M6, where everyone is just begging the teams to ban out the Bruno, but in this case, it's the Granger?
It might, honestly. I feel like it's starting to reach that point. It is still manageable if you have the right lineup for it, compared to Bruno in the past, which just had ridiculous damage output, but Granger can scale infinitely. So that makes a big difference. He's not only able to outmobilize the enemy, he is also able to check bushes because of his range. He is able to poke from further than most mages even. I think Domain did an excellent job with it, was not really disrupted much in the early phases because Todak had their attention elsewhere, and even building into the War Axe to keep the fights going.
So you kind of look back at the highlights. Clearly, Aurora feeling very comfortable. I think even after M6, right before we even head into the challenge season, a lot of people were kind of talking about how Aurora is going to perform here. Is that M6 Nightmare going to carry forward here? And I think a lot of pressure is not just on the players, but also on the coaching staff, right? Like Master the Basics and Master the Basics having to really kind of find a way to get Aurora back into that form, which put out probably one of the strongest fights against Onyx Philippines, and that's not even in the M series. That was in their local league it's good to see that Aurora finding some of their flair. Of course, there were moments that Todak took advantage of Aurora's weak points, but the composure that Aurora showed in this entire game really kind of cements why they were one of the super teams when they formed.
Yeah, all things considered though, this was a very even game. It was actually very back and forth throughout the mid game. I think Todak really needed to have more of a lead early on though, so that's not really ideal for them. But considering that they are fielding newer players who weren't on their main lineup during MPL, this is actually a very respectable performance. A little bit of cleaner gameplay here or there could have actually changed things for them. But Aurora definitely had a lot more leeway to play with thanks to this Matilda.
Yeah, I agree. So that's going to be Aurora going up 1-0 over Todak in this series and really setting themselves up. Just sticking to the identity, right? Like we talk about the Matilda first pick for Rena J and then instantly transition into the Granger Alpha. It was just power picks right out the gates. Of course, Todak got to stick to what they're comfortable with a very early gut tot pick. But unfortunately, it didn't really get to pay off in the end because Aurora were just everywhere.
And speaking of being everywhere, let's have a look at the rotations for Demon Kite. I think he himself knew from the start of the game that he probably wasn't going to be able to play a primary carry role for this one because they do want to try and extend the game. And Matilda is generally going to be sticking around with Doming to make sure that this Granger becomes the main issue. Despite that, you can see that his rotations are pretty traditional, pretty clean, rotating over to gank from time to time, and definitely being the one to tank a lot of damage for his team towards the later stages.
Yeah, we saw the third item, Winter Crown, so it's all about getting the setup, buying time, and soaking up as much pressure as possible from Todak. And also willing to give up his life in the process, right? I mean, this heat map pretty much scattered, barely any invades. Demon Kai just playing on his side of the map, but it's a slow and steady game.
Slow and steady wins the race, and that is the story right here for Aurora. So Todak could have gone their way as well if some things were different. That's how close this game actually was. I really enjoyed watching this. I'm actually surprised at how close it was. We were definitely both curious about how well Aurora and Todak were going to perform after their recent gameplay in MPL and M6 respectively. But turns out this is actually an excellent series to close out day 2 on.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think again, like even towards the end of yesterday, I did say this is my most anticipated series just because you can draw a lot of parallels between these two teams, and I'm starting to see that really manifest itself. Clearly, Aurora a lot more polish in this game 1, but again, Todak not with the full lineup, right? It does make you wonder how they would have looked like if Chiku and Yanlord were kind of fielded instead of Hazelnut and D. But again, we've seen those two play in the main Todak lineup at some point in time, so it's kind of like a blast of the past.
It is a blast of the past. It is great to see. It is very fun. But now Aurora has the momentum to move forward. In game 2, Todak have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. I don't think their draft was too bad, but we're seeing a similar issue where if a team doesn't have enough scaling consideration into the late game and they're not able to find the snowball that is necessary in the early game, it just kind of falls flat, right? Their damage is very reliant on certain cooldowns, or they really need to find the right angles, which makes their jobs a lot more difficult than it needs to be.
Yeah, and I think, maybe heading into game 2, just like one of the earlier series, probably would be expecting a Matilda ban. Either that or Todak would take it if they're on that blue side, right? It's a highly contested pick between these two teams for sure, which is pretty rare. I think most teams prefer to go for setters, but Todak, Hazelnut, and Rena J sort of have the same archetype to a certain extent. So I'm looking to see if Todak is gonna kind of play into that. We're gonna kind of dangle that Matilda, or we're just gonna take it out straight if Aurora stays on blue.
I think it might just be more worth it to take out the Matilda. I think we actually had this conversation already earlier today, right? It was oh man, it's been a long day already. I've already forgotten.
Was it TLID? Was it Witty? I think it was. I gotta look back at the draft. Hold on.
Yeah, I gotta look back. Hold on. But yes, the last time this happened, we also mentioned that Matilda is probably a hero that you want to ban away because it just enables a team so strongly. But at the same time, Ranger, man.
Yeah, Granger, that too. And you know, there are a lot of things that we feel strongly about, but the one thing that I feel I have the strongest affinity towards is actually the tickets to our playoffs happening in Johor. So you know, if for everyone out there, you don't want to miss it out. It goes as low as 5 ringgits. It's limited. You can get it right now. Scan the QR code or buy now at esl.gg/SPS MLBB S6TIX. Is that straightforward? Singaporean fans just come across the causeway. You know, 5 ringgit. What is it? Like what? 1 SGD? Not a problem. Get the tickets, come over, support tourism, and enjoy good MLBB.
If you guys tuned into MPL-MY Season 14 playoffs and you saw just how hype the arena was in Johor for our playoffs and you want to be part of that, then this is the perfect opportunity to do so. But now, let's jump into game number 2. Todak on blue side, this time Aurora on red side. So that could certainly change up some things. Now Todak could be the ones to maybe kind of juggle the Matilda in front of Aurora's eyes.
So we still have so Todak on that blue side. So this is where we will find the true answer to that question earlier on. And also the callback to the Matilda, like the early conversation was basically we had Widdy, right? Widdy was on Matilda, TLID, and then we had Pamela also played the Matilda, and then the conclusion is just ban Matilda, right? Just don't let Matilda go through.
Unless you are on blue side, in which case, genuinely, you can consider first picking her because it immediately gives you a direct path into like the alpha, unless like the opponent will steal it away from you, and even if they do, you're basically forcing them into a hero that they might not necessarily have wanted. Todak actually banning out the Tigreal here, already making me think maybe they do want to first pick Matilda.
Yeah, I think so too. This has to be it, right? But also it comes down to how, like what Aurora wants to kind of force Todak into. I mean, Joy Suyo still up on the table. Obviously, if the Matilda goes through, Aurora is going to be expecting an alpha to follow afterwards in that kind of second rotation in the picks. So they ban the Zusin. Gotta pick a poison Todak. Is it Matilda? Is it Joy? Is it Suyo? What is it going to be?
Time to drop the beat of the
Matilda,
clock.
Joy, Suyo all open, and looks like Joy going to be Todak's pick of the litter. Aurora do have access to the Matilda alpha again. It's a little bit more difficult to play alpha into Joy comparatively, but Matilda is still a very good way of keeping the backline safe from the electrifying beats too. So I don't know if this is the best choice from Todak, but hey, they work with what they got.
Yeah, we've seen that example for sure, even early on, where even with the Joy at full items, you know, if the Matilda is around, it's still going to be quite a headache. So yeah, Renajay takes the Matilda again, but also couples it up with Yue's Valentina.
Ooh, now that is interesting. They do see that the Eve is still wide open as well, so they are picking up Valentina in advance just as a way of deterring Todak from going for it. And with the Tigreal gone as well, they wouldn't be able to combo too well into it anyway. They specifically don't pick the Suyo up here because they know Todak isn't going to take it now that they have the Joy, and they can grab Suyo as a turn pick.
Yeah. That's the case. I think it lifts a lot of the
My mission is to protect
pressure off
lives.
Aurora's shoulder, at least for now. The high loss does go through. We did see that getting banned by Todak in the previous game. The Bruno becomes the option, so going for heavy hitters right off the bat.
This is going to be a pretty good opening here, actually. It's not at all bad, I would think, because with Bruno being in the gold lane after Granger has already been banned out, and then you already take away one of the major counters to the Bruno to worry about. There is, of course, still things like Harith and Iritel to maybe worry a little bit about, but I think we've already seen from earlier today, Bruno is still a very strong gold lane pick in the current meta. And then the Suyo will finally come out at the end for Aurora after all. And I do like the Angela ban. We've been seeing a lot of teams that go for like Matilda, get rid of Angela as well, because you want your utility support to be the only utility support that can play on the map. It basically takes away any chance of opponents kind of evening out against you in terms of healing. And Angela alongside Joy is a absolute terror. So right now, things are pretty solid. I think looking at Aurora, they're still going to be looking for EXP and Roam. Todak probably want to get rid of Cho, I think. Get rid of a way for them to displace the Joy from the rest of the team, and maybe even the Hylos as well, because we don't actually know if Hylos is going to be in the EXP lane or in the Roam position. So we're gonna need to keep that in mind here.
Yep. Even coming back to the whole second phase, we got that Phobius ban, okay, from Rora. Considering that they have plenty of dashes, yeah, I do like the Phobius ban as well. Todak, I think, gonna start clamping down on Domain's hero pool. It does feel like we're going down that route, right? Iritel probably the next in line, if that's the case.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Unless they ban... No, Harif is already gone. Yeah, probably Iritel. I'm kind of surprised Aurora banned the Phobius though. Like, they could have went for it themselves, counteract the Joy a little bit. But I guess they're worried that the Hylos will be in the EXP lane potentially.
Yeah.
And then Phobius wouldn't really be able to fight against that. And if they leave it open, then Todak will have Phobius and Hylos, and you're just never getting through that front line. But ooh, the 1-1 ban instead.
Okay, I mean, that also makes a lot of sense since you have like the Hylos, you have this big sponge. It's gonna allow the 1-1 to stack out the crossbow tank, and it basically just negates what Joy and Bruno wants to do. So I do like this approach from the side of Rora. Now they get their first pick in the second phase. Once more, they're looking for a front line. We saw how they managed with that Yue Edith in game 1, because they do have the Matilda supplementing that.
Let's go.
Could go down the same route, but first they'll pick up the Iritel.
Yeah, they'll just go ahead and grab that here. I still feel like Aurora could potentially go into the EXP lane show. But if they're leaving EXP for the very last pick, it doesn't seem very likely. We did see the Akai earlier to counteract Joy. Wouldn't be too bad to handle Hylos either, but I don't really think that's what they're going for. As for Todak, now we'll see them finish up their lineup. They're still looking for a mid lane, as well as a Roam or EXP, depending on where Hylos goes.
They have to review it either way. I still think the Cho is not bad unless they want to go back to the Gatot, right? Like it's one of those the few picks that Todak really loves to lean into.
We'll find a way.
So they go for the Hilda once more. It should be, yeah, it's a Momo Hilda. So sticking to somewhat of a similar approach from game 1 with how they want to approach the XP lane. This could be it. Is that an Edith pick again for Aurora? Is it still possible?
Edith is possible. Not bad at all, considering things. Wondering if there's anything else. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Blue is open, Phobius is banned, CC is okay, not too bad. I'm not a fan of it here, but it can work.
Let's fight to our
Because Todak has gone. Oh,
we forgot
right.
about we. Sometimes you just forget about the Lucas.
He's so new that you just forget about it, because like some teams will pick him and some teams will just ignore him outright. You know, sometimes you just don't even realize he's in the game.
So, sometimes you just expect him to get perma banned, right? It's one of those few situations. But yes, Lucas back at it again into the Hilda.
Todak going for a very similar approach from the previous game, but with some notable differences. In this case, having Joy and Bruno actually lends them credence for late game scaling. They don't have to completely rely on D on something like a Harif this time, so it's perfectly fine even if they don't end up snowballing the early game too hard. But Aurora already did some incredible things with the Matilda in game number 1, and now they have access to it with a Suyo. So a little bit worried for Todak, but let's see how this goes as we jump into the land of dawn for game number 2.
once again, this is potentially the last game of the day. We've got Todak on the blue side and Aurora on the red. Of course, parallel jungling with Demon Kai starting on the purple, Buff and Zayed on that orange. It's gonna end up on the top side of the map. If there's anything we learned from game 1 is that this Renegade Matilda is nasty with how he keeps Aurora moving around the map.
And I think the combination of Matilda with Lucas is going to be very annoying to handle. Not to mention the Irritel having an extra way of getting away from things. We're gonna jump into a quick pause here. If the teams are facing technical difficulties, we gotta make sure that they are a-okay to continue so that everything is fair and secure. But I also want to highlight that Edward is playing Brave Smite Vengeance Lucas. So he's already difficult to kill without a Matilda on top of things.
Oh yeah, not just that. Also, the Lucas Matilda is kind of what we saw early on with TLID, right? Like Widdy and Aran. We saw that in and out. You're always able to juggle kind of your aggro. Lucas goes in, gets some chip damage, and then he just backs off whenever whenever the Matilda is around. I definitely won't be surprised if that's how Aurora wants to approach this.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. Considering what already happened in game number 1, Aurora should be feeling pretty confident with things. Todak, they do have a style that likes to stick with largely the same draft, just with some modifications to the hero picks to make up for the flaws that they may have encountered in a previous loss. And this draft reflects that, right? Last game, they didn't have enough late game insurance to handle things because they weren't able to get early mid snowball. This time, they do. So they can actually approach the game with more freedom, but it's still gonna be hard. Matilda just opens up so many options for a team.
See, I mean, even for Todak's kind of current approach, like how do you control the side lanes, right? I know like Bruno into Irithel should be okay, although I am leaning towards doming a lot more. But this Lucas Hilda, my biggest worry is that we're gonna not have the Hilda being able to move around the map as much as she wants to. Not to mention, you always have Matilda to kind of supplement the rotation of Aurora.
Hilda does do pretty well into Lucas, all things considered. And with Concussive Blast, I think Momo should out-damage him before level 4. So I think we're already seeing Aurora shift a little bit towards that EXP lane just to give him a hand and unlock the Lucas so that he can be part of team fights.
Small mid lane is between Zyme, Sempoi, and Yue. This could be an off-tempo play that Todak might not expect. Though Demon Kai, check the push, find Zayed, big burst, first blood for Yue.
Wow! Well, Zion did not see that one coming. He figured that, oh, I can hide in here, I can get away if they find me, but it happened so quickly that Aurora just instantly got the turtle. There was just no way for any members of Todak to respond to that one, and Zion is even gonna lose out on the orange buff for this.
Yeah, they're gonna try to catch Domain. Oh, one last crit would have been the undoing of D, but yeah, Domain gets away. And unfortunately, Todak is nothing topside. Contrary to game 1, this Demon Kai is not on Alpha, he's on the Suyo, so that early game damage is something that you definitely cannot underestimate. But being able to put Zayed behind this early is definitely a big plus point for Aurora.
It's a huge plus point, in fact. Edward is definitely having some difficulty. It looks like Aurora did end up leaving him to his own devices, but he is doing a good job of keeping Momo in lane as well. Because Hilda is not able to roam around the map as comfortably, are not able to really keep track of where Renegade is going to be, and because of that, Todak is going to be a lot more vulnerable a lot of the time. They tried to match up in aggression, but yeah, Zyme actually missed the Eternal Guard on Doming up there. I think that knockup could have been what they needed to get the finisher, but yeah, they did manage to land it.
Eternal Guard stolen by Yue. So we get the next turtle on the bottom side. Around 40 seconds, circling Ego into just get big combo. Good Terrify, Eternal Guard. That's the Glorious Pathway lane on top. Renegade somehow gets out, and still they get Momo And Edward throws his life away. Demon Kite doesn't find the snipe. Man, how did Aurora get away like that?
And they end up trading EXP for EXP, but that should 100% have been a kill on Renegade as well. I think you just cannot give this man Matilda. He is too good. And Aurora is slowly but surely eking out more and more advantages. Already a 2-level lead on Demon Kite compared to Zayed because of all the jungle invades. And because of that, I don't think Todak's going to be able to contest this next turtle either.
Probably sealed by Demon Kite already. So level ahead, Zai is not even close to that. Although, Todak going to be showing some presence as he wants to give that false illusion that they want to take this fight. Aurora not going to bite it though. Just work on the turtle as fast as they can to get it. Circling Eagle from Renegade just in case. And I mean, look at that rotation. Demon Kite, he's past mid lane already.
Yeah, it's just so easy for them. Like, I really feel like the Matilda should have been respected, should have been banned or contested at least. But Todak has already picked their poison this game. A flicker from Zion just to get away from Edward in the turtle pit. And we're 5 minutes in. Aurora with the 1k gold lead and quite a lot of control over the map.
Yeah, plenty of control. So in this case, Aurora steadily building up that, not necessarily gold lead, but the macro advantage for sure on the map, right? Domain Kai having a great time. Demon Kai is just doing his thing. And he frees up Edward to constantly just walk with the rest of his team. And then Demon Kai, he just cashed in on that bottom wave. So you get this Suyo as far ahead as possible. He's edging at a 1k goal advantage over Zayed.
Oh, it's a pretty notable difference here. Oh, Zion in some trouble.
And Edward almost finds a solo kill past the turret. That is madness with this Lucas.
Edward actually tried popping the Vengeance to get the kill off of Zion on his own ability, but it didn't quite work out. And Revitalize gonna be forced out on Hazelnut as well with a 3-man rotation up top by Aurora. And you can see just how active they are being on the map. Again, Renegade enabling such quick rotations and punishment of Todak's movements.
Yeah, not only that, with all these rotations, Aurora are always one step ahead in terms of map movement. So forcing Todak to do housekeeping first before they match that rotation, and by then the damage has been dealt. So third turtles, bottom side, Demon Kite again at the scene.
Aurora not just making sure Demon Kite is keeping track of the turtle pit, but also having Renegade stick around so that Domain can cut the wave, zone away D. Oh,
Not gonna get him. It's a good attempt though. It's close to being wishful, but at the end of the day, they just don't have the resources, right? They needed crowd control. Law and order just not enough for that.
yeah, I like the idea by Todak, but they just don't have the lineup to do it. That's why I'm still not too sure about the Hilda EXP. Just doesn't offer enough utility when Aurora can move around so quickly. Like a Matilda, like yeah, Hilda can keep up with her, but that's about all you can do. Everything else, you'll have to rely on the rest of your team, and Todak is not looking too comfortable right now.
Definitely not. The biggest worry is how is Todak going to kind of make that transition when the game goes late, right? Might end up just like game 1, Edward hopping Unleash the Beast and the Vengeance as well, trying to just do as much damage as he can before he goes down. Falls, Momo, gone by Demon Kai, pops the spring, gets away. What a circling eagle from Renegade as he collects D in the backline. Yue now flickers forward to get the Terrify. And Zayed, unfortunately, not able to get any pick-off. What a turnaround from Aurora.
Renegade is just too good on this hero. You cannot let him have it. Aurora is enabled so heavily right. Oh, Zayed messed up. Renegade stole the purple buff, and now they are being sieged in the mid lane.
Domain just gonna leap over the turret, find the kill. Demon Kite follows up. Momo, no sprint, he's dead.
Yeah, things are looking very bad now. I know I mentioned that compared to game number 1, Todak has a more late game potential to play with, but that late game potential requires you to not be too far behind. And at this stage, a 3k difference is actually still manageable, but Todak is not in any position to like make something happen and to try and even things out. and that is a little bit concerning. But for Aurora, it's just another day for them, right? This is very comfortable. They're playing exactly the way they want to, the way that they're comfortable with. The rotations have been clean and efficient so far. And as long as they just keep up this momentum, the game is very easily theirs.
Looks like it's almost sealed, almost signed and sealed by Aurora. They just put Todak in a very, uncomfortable spot. I mean, who is gonna catch Doming, right? They've tried multiple times, but with the lead that Aurora has, Doming is not only going to be that big cannon just blowing through their health bars, but also it feels impossible to catch up to him.
Especially with a Matilda as well, right? Doming has sprint, he's on an Irritel, he has a Matilda, and you don't pick CC for your EXP laner. And I don't mean the CC the hero, I mean the crowd control. Todak just doesn't have tools of locking down not just Doming, but almost anyone on Aurora, because like you already highlighted, Husky, Law and Order is not gonna do enough.
I would even call it just a mini stun than a proper crowd control. And Edward pulse benches again. Explorer's pathway out. What a knockup by Renegade. Multi-target. Zayed thinking of a dive, but decides against it. So once again, Aurora just gets the abilities out of Todak. And Aurora just have to sit and watch as Aurora gains possession of the Lord Pit.
2 battle spells and 2 ultimates traded from Todak, while Aurora only had to spend 2 ults and 1 battle spell. And I think their cooldowns are a little slower overall. They're now on top of the Lord. They see Zayed down bottom. They know that Todak doesn't actually intend to rush this. In fact, Todak really should not still be here.
Yeah, I think Renegade just killed Edward by accident. Taking that right into D. Not really the smartest choice. I mean, they have a lead, but not that big of a lead.
I was literally just saying, like, Todak really should not be here right now, and then Edward gets pulled into his death. So it turns out they are supposed to be here after all. But the net worth lead is still in favor of Aurora. It's about 4.5k. Not actually the worst, but also not within ideal parameters either, even if you're considering the late game scaling potential of Todak, because Aurora's late game is not bad either, right? You gotta keep that in mind. It's not as if they're too far behind on that. But D has finally hit them. Oh, Zayed.
He is dead for sure. There's no way out. So now Todak has to try and find a trade. And Renegade with the flicker. That's a half-court Matilda guiding win. And now they're gonna turn around.
Oh, 2-man stun.
So Turtle got dropped as well onto Hazelnut. Aurora shouldn't get any more kills, but doesn't really matter. They're gonna start getting structures.
Yeah, things are looking a little... Todak is not being active enough on the map. You have a Hylos and a Hilda. How is it that your jungler is being caught out by a rotation through the river while dealing with the Lord? What is the rest of the team trying to achieve right now is what I am most confused about. Zayed still a little bit of gold off of that Holy Crystal, but D does finally have the power spike necessary to start doing some damage. It is actually still matching with Doming, having 3 items each, but you can see that the Irritel even has a little bit of armor just in case to keep themselves in the fight longer, and there is just a general overall gold lead for Aurora in every position.
It's getting... Just in a blink of an eye, we're looking at a almost double the goal advantage than last we checked in on Aurora, right? From 4k to almost 8k. Every single part of the map not controlled. Like, this jungle does not belong to Todak anymore. They will need to stick together as 5 to even have a chance to threaten any sort of damage. But Edward just dives the backline. There's 4 people of Todak zone away. Defensive glorious pathway. They want to look for Doming, but it's just to no avail. Momo gets blasted, and Edward collects Hazelnut. 2 more kills for Aurora.
I think we've reached the point where we can say it's a little bit a GG for Aurora. 8.5k lead, 13 minutes in. Most of their cores are already hitting that 4th item. Todak still having difficulty catching up on that regard. And because they are relying on a Hilda and Hylos to just try and hold the front line through sheer bulkiness, and they're dealing with an Irritel that can minus their armor the entire time with no way of getting on top of her to punish, Todak no longer has any tools to play with, and Aurora can just quite simply run it down as long as they don't make overly big mistakes.
Yeah. As long as Renegade doesn't pull his teammate to the grave, and they should be fine. So this is going to be 3 waves synced up. We're looking at some cracked inhibitors in just a little bit. It would be a GG push if Aurora finds another fight, but Zayed, he's gonna be on the flank. The question is, where is the opening, right? Because Renegade, he's gonna go straight for it. Momo trying to draw attention away, but not that they really care. Momo now has to run. Slowly, got dropped on the design standpoint. Edward leaps back in with the flash stab. That's all inhibitors of Todak destroyed by Aurora.
And Todak couldn't put up a fight at all. Aurora's doing such a good job of controlling things, juggling things. Edward by himself was zoning 3 people in the backline.
I mean, D almost lost his entire health bar from one heavy crossbow. The splash damage just killed Zayed. And I think that is truly GG. Aurora looking to clean it up slowly but surely to that own Todak. D switches to Wisdom Nature again. The Terrify from Yue, but the crystal explodes and Aurora just shines the northern light on Todak with a 2-0 victory.
A team that fell short at the M6 World Championship, now eager to once again show the world why we looked so fondly at this lineup in the first place. A clean sweep against Todak, which will move them forward into the Group D upper brackets, 1 victory away from being able to qualify directly into the Challenge Finals. But they'll first have to play against Bigatron as well.
Now, that is going to be a very interesting series. I think a lot of people will be looking at this matchup. Aurora against Bigatron being the true test. But for Todak, they're going to drop down to the lower bracket to face off against AI Esports, which in of itself is going to be quite the challenge.
Yeah, I do feel a little bit sad. I thought that Todak would be able to put up a stronger fight, and at first it did seem promising in game number 1, but in game 2 it just actually felt even worse somewhat. Looking at the draft, I'm not really a big fan of the way that they approach things. I really do think you need proper teamfight setup, or at least some way of locking people down when you're up against a Matilda. Not to even mention all the other high mobility heroes that you're dealing with. If you're just hoping that, hey, we're gonna have Zayed get farmed up, go for the back line, the rest of us can just stand in the back and dish out DPS, that is a little bit too hopeful.
You can definitely see that kind of getting turned around on the Todak, right? Not much crowd control. They have tried a lot of times to reach the important targets of Aurora, but then again you have to deal with the Renegade Express, right? And also this big bad sacred beast of Edward. It just feels impenetrable in terms of Aurora's front line.
And I think every single honorable mention deserves to be up there. Even 100% kill participation by Renegade. Again, this Matilda enables Aurora so much. And there's just no respect to it. Like, yes, Todak did ban out the Granger in the end, but I still considered Matilda the more important hero to contest, despite the win rate that Granger has been seeing today. The gold scores aren't quite as high as we've seen throughout day 2. You know, we've had some really inflated numbers today, but hey, it is still more than enough as Domain Kite once again secures MVP on the Irritel this time.
I agree. I definitely feel like, sure, you have a very supercharged hero like Granger, but the enabler is the one that's, you know, really making it come online. So yeah, Matilda, plenty of Matilda games today, all of them ending up in, you know, with a win. So Matilda really having good stock ratings for day number 2. Domain just untouched, uncontested. Like, what do you do against Domain in this game? It really feels like there was never going to be a way for Todak to get close to Domain, let alone take him down.
Yeah, not enough real consideration there, and it did definitely feel like Zayed was a little bit uncomfortable on the Joy. I actually do think he performed better on the Suyo overall. Joy's still very powerful, right? Like, once you get that Holy Crystal in store, you destroy backline so quickly. But the Matilda has already proven to be quite the counter to it with that Flask of the Oasis. And then in this game in particular, there's so many heroes that are able to just run away from you, or even worse, out DPS you straight up the moment you get anywhere close to them. I think Todak tried to switch things up while still keeping the core of their lineup from game 1 intact, but it means that Aurora is still able to play the game the way they wanted to.
Yeah, guess it really didn't help when Zai got first blooded and just got put behind the entire game, right? Like, again, good presence of mind from Demon Kai to make that happen. And from that point onwards, when we saw that goal lead double from 4,000 to 7,000, it really feels like it's the beginning of the end for Todak. There was no coming back from that.
You can also see inside the big team fights that Aurora is specifically playing around the guiding winds timing, right? You see here, they're just standing back waiting until Matilda has it available again so that she can feed shields to the entire team. Only then do they re-engage. There is that communication, there's that synergy. They know that this is something huge that they can play around, and that's why they banned out the Angela during drafting phase as well, right? So that Todak wouldn't have a similar tool to enable themselves either. I feel like we might be seeing the cusp of a return to the support meta somewhat here after Matilda has already shown up, and then we got to see a little bit of Angela before as well. So yeah, kind of interested in how the meta develops in that way, but GG well played to Aurora. They have made a splash at the start of the challenge season.
And with that, let's check out the heat map for Demon Kite. Just like game 1, you know, actually in contrast to game 1, this game, he's invading. He's invading every chance he gets, you know, gets the first blood very early into the game, and from that point onwards, with the help of Renegade, it's just history for Zayed. There's no space for him to work around. Todak have to constantly move as a 4-5-man unit to even secure resources for their own jungler, but it really didn't matter with how far Demon Kite and the rest of Aurora were.
I just don't understand what Todak was thinking with the Tigreal ban. You banned the Tigreal. Obviously, you want Matilda, right? Like, yeah, Tigreal is a joy counter as well. That's probably what was going through their minds. But you are also depriving yourself of one of the best ways of stopping the opponent from running into your jungle. They tried to go high-lows Hilda to maybe stop more invasive gameplay by focusing towards early game bulkiness, but Matilda just denies that entirely, right? There's no point in having a wall if the enemy has something that allows them to fly over the wall.
Yeah. I mean, maybe even a Belleric could have been the option. I don't know, right? If you want the same properties as Tigreal, that's probably the next best in line. Either way, that is going to conclude our last match of the day. Aurora just having a clean victory over Todak. Game 1 was pretty close, not gonna lie, but game 2, it was just a landslide victory.
Todak tried to adapt, but Aurora adapted faster. This is a team that definitely has a lot to prove after what happened to them in M6, and I'm very happy to see that they're starting to find a little bit more of that momentum once again. The fates weren't kind to them before. This time, they're looking a lot cleaner, but they still got one more step to go before they're able to move on into the challenge finals. One more opponent to take down, and that is going to be coming up for the following days of SPS. But with the conclusion of that match as well, we've officially concluded all of the round 1 series for the challenge season.
Yep, round 1 is done. We've gotten our upper bracket contenders there who if they win, can go straight into challenge finals. One team from each group, and the rest will have to play for LCQs, which also means that elimination phase begins right now. We're gonna start knocking out teams. We're gonna start removing them from the competitive, the pool of competitors. But just to give everyone a quick recap, at least for starting with Group A, we've got Blacklist International and Onyx Philippines in that upper bracket. Winner goes to Challenge Finals, then Lazy Esports and Evos Esports in the lower bracket. So between one of these two, one of them is going to get knocked out.
And then in Group B, we had Alter Ego versus RRQ Hoshi in the upper bracket, one of which will move on into the Challenge Finals, while RSG Singapore and Team Liquid Philippines will be facing off to make sure that they are not eliminated at the beginning of the challenge season.
Yeah, it's very, and even then they have to still play one more best of 3. For Group C, EVOS Holy takes on TLID in the upper bracket for their shot into the challenge finals, whereas Homeboys and Team Flash KH will have to fight for tournament lives.
It's always a scary position to be in when you are in that lower bracket. That's why so many of these teams were playing their hearts out to make sure they could get into the uppers. But even up there, you are not necessarily safe. So the following matches are going to be even more intense. And of course, at the very end of things, here is Group D, which just concluded with Bigatron Alpha and Aurora going up into the upper brackets, as well as AI Esports and Todak dropping to the lowers.
And with that kind of laid out for everyone to see, I think a lot of people are going to start wondering, okay, elimination starts from this point onwards, but what are the matches going to be, right? And I personally am also excited because I think starting tomorrow, we're going to send some teams packing, and it's never going to be a good feeling, you know, especially when you're in that lower bracket. But that's just the nature of competition. Some of them have to go.
Yeah, there's only so many slots for these teams to actually move on into the challenge finals. There's already many teams waiting for them up there in the first place. So they gotta play even harder to make sure that they are able to join them. Now that the first round of matches have concluded, we know which teams are in the uppers, we know which teams are in the lowers. Starting from day 3, we're going to see the conclusion of certain groups. In this case, it is going to be Group A and Group B.
Yeah, of course, starting off, Blacklist International is going to take on Onyx Philippines, probably one of the most explosive match, followed by Alter Ego against RQ Hoshi. And right after seeing 2 teams qualify for the challenge finals, we have to say goodbye to another 2 between Lazy Esports and EVOS Esports, followed by RSG Singapore against Team Liquid Philippines. So 2 of them lock in tickets for challenge finals, 2 of them say goodbye to Snapdragon Pro Series. That's how it is. So do tune in tomorrow. 4 more best of 3s coming your way, but it's gonna be a lot higher in terms of stakes.
After tomorrow, a few of these teams will be able to breathe a huge sigh of relief because they can take a break for a while and get prepared for the challenge finals, while others will have to play with everything on the line just to make sure that they can even compete in the last chance qualifiers, because otherwise they will end up ending their journey in SPS right here. And after everything they've been through, after the journey, the process that they've had to experience through the open finals and everything in between, they don't want to just finish off their journey here like that.
Yeah, I mean, I would love a 1-month break before my next series. So, winning tomorrow is going to be, again, utmost priority. I think a lot of people will be looking at Onyx Philippines. You know, if King Kong's prediction is going to come true, he said that he will 2-0 Blacklist International without any form of hesitation. So let's see if the daily recap after tomorrow is going to be centered around the Thunder Heroes once more. But for me, RQ Hoshi, that series against Alter Ego is going to be what I'm looking at. 2 Indonesian Titans, one who has proven themselves, one looking to do so.
Yeah, I think Alter Ego and RQ both put up very solid performances overall. So now that they're going to be facing off against one another, and they're pretty familiar with each other's playstyle as well, since they've already competed multiple times in MPL. So there should be a lot of sparks flying up there. And if you guys want to watch, tickets are available right now for the playoffs that are going to be happening in Johor at the of the tickets are limited. You guys can scan the QR code at the bottom right here, as well as check out that link, and they start from RM5. It is so cheap. So if you guys want to watch some international teams duking it out, this is your chance.
Yeah, of course, we are going to, you know, remind you guys every now and then. You can buy with the QR code or just go to, again, esl.gg/SPS MLBB S6TIX. Get your tickets, get yourself here into Johor Bahru and just watch the action unfold. If you've been here for season 5, if you've been to Istora Senayan in season 4, you know how amazing SPS Challenge Finals can be. So do not miss this opportunity. Where do you get cheap tickets for such good quality games? Nowhere. So buy one.
Yeah, go check it out. I hope you guys will enjoy as well. We're all very excited and very curious about which teams are going to be able to qualify all the way until the end. It's going to be a fun time, a lot of hype. I like that our MLBB community has been growing even more and more as well. We've got so many fans now, so many friends all across the world to make who all love MLBB. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we officially conclude day 2 of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 MLBB. My name is Stafa, once again joined by Husky. Thank you for today, and we will see you guys tomorrow.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.